Welcome to the Games Room. Join me, Bastich B, in this new 3-phase series as we start with the creation of my new Games Room, the eventual full tour, followed by the individual episodes as we take a look at each section in detail. So I hope you'll come along for the ride. This is Phase 1, under construction. And thanks for joining me on this first episode of the Games Room. This is a new series. It will be ongoing. There'll be a new episode each month. In this first episode, it's me arriving at my place for the first time, and it's the start of the setup of the whole Games Room. This episode took place between July 15th and July 20th. Okay, so this was move-in day, the first day at our new place. This is the basement. This is where I'm going to be setting up my whole games area. I wanted to do a quick run-through to show you what it looks like before everything started. This will be the main room where I'll have like my couch and play games and just relax and display stuff. At the bottom here I got a nice little storage cabinet. Very spacious. Still gotta put some racks in there. They have to come back. So I'm trying to show this area. It's a lot bigger in reality than it looks like on camera. I'll show from this angle and give you an idea of what I have in mind. I'm gonna put all kind of IKEA kind of cabinets there and display as many games as humanly possible against that wall. And on this side, probably put a poster over there. And yeah, I'm going to have my other IKEA cabinet, this kind of square thing, and some sort of glass display cabinet in the corner. Bear in mind I have to buy all this stuff. And on this main wall, I have the TV with maybe some stuff on the side. And I have the couch over here. And on this little wall over here, this is a pretty big wall. It looks small, but it's massive. Display more games, probably Xbox and PS2 stuff. I've got a lot of them. Let's go down to the end here. This is going to be my editing room and game capture room. And over here, see, they've still got to fix this carpet. They're busy working on it. This room is also pretty big. You can't get the scope of how big it is. And from this angle, so I'm going to put tables all around here, have my main computer over there in the corner, have a table with some consoles and computers, nice lighting, hopefully. And over here I have another table along the wall with more computers and stuff. As you can see, there's a lot of plug points. I had extra ones set up in here, so I'm not going to be, I have plenty of PowerPoints, not going to be any issues. Lots of wall space to put like pictures and games. And I got this massive cupboard in here. This cupboard is huge. It's really hard. They still got to put the racks in here as well. So there's a lot of little things that they still have to finish off in this place. It is brand new though. And over here is like the boiler room. So this is going to be used for like some extra storage or whatever. Place under the stairs there. And also the boiler room is pretty big. It's got plenty of other space. So I'll just take you one level up. This is the kitchen area, and as you can see, it's just boxes and boxes of games and consoles and toys. This is all my stuff. This is just a small portion of it. I've thrown these big towel things over most of the game collection because there's a lot of contractors coming in and out here, just finishing off tiny little things. I don't want anybody to get any ideas. There's thousands of games here. Nice arcade sticks over there. Here's some more tote boxes. This thing has Commodore 64 and Amiga games. Here's some game cords and controllers. That one has PC games, old classic big box style. Oh, there's a thing of VHS's there. And over here, got another tote box. There's just so many of these. Ooh, COVID Action, Sid Meier, Larry, Betrayal of Krondor, nice PC stuff. And we had so much boxes upstairs, I had to start bringing them all downstairs here just to give us space to move and unpack things. So I was bringing down as many as I could. And I couldn't resist these random boxes. Most of my stuff has been in storage for at least 8 years, so I don't even remember what I have. So I was just opening up some of the random ones and finding all this excellent cool stuff that I forgot I even had. It was like Christmas time. It really was super cool. So many books and toys, and this isn't even the games, this is just random boxes with nothing on. Later that evening, we had to go to the store to pick up a few things for the next day, and I saw these cabinets. They were super cheap and they looked really cool, so I picked up 2 of them and make them a centerpiece at the back wall there. By the time we got home and did everything else, this was about 11 to 12 o'clock at night, which is a super bad idea to start putting things together, but I just had to. I just wanted to get it done so the next day I can get on with, putting the room together. I'm kind of impatient. Anyway, I was super tired by the time this was done, but it was totally worth it. And this was the second day as I made my way down to continue working on this place. And welcome to day 2. So there's a lot of things happening, but I'm kind of a little bit stalled. I can't really do too much. So for example, I got this cupboard here. I still got to install a rack in here, so I can't really load anything in there. And then I've got my, whoa. I almost tripped over a TV. And I've got those shelvings, I put them up. I'm still waiting, I've got to get another one, so it's going to be kind of hard to tell how many games I can fit there, so I'm not sure if I should start, loading it out or what. I unpacked my new TV over there, had to test it out, just make sure it worked. And last night I also picked up this cool retro kind of lamp, and I was putting it together, and it doesn't come with a bulb, you bastards. And then over here I've got that kind of shelving unit in place. That's where it's gonna be anyway, so I can actually start putting stuff on there. It's the only thing I can really do. I'm probably gonna keep that over there. I still need to get the glass cabinet in the corner over there. It's another thing I need. So it's kind of like can't really do too much, so it's kind of difficult. Corner was unofficially becoming the junk pile. Anyway, as you can see, the cabinets, they're looking pretty good. I need to get another one of the big IKEA ones and put it on that side to even everything out. Then I can start putting games. Also found more boxes with cool stuff. This one had Star Trek Judgment Rights on PC, excellent point and click adventure, Elite Plus, a whole bunch of other cool games in there. So many great boxes. I'm kind of keeping this area clear because these guys got to come in and finish off the bathroom. You'll see over here, it's still unfinished, so I have to keep this whole area clear, so I can't do anything, so I have to wait. Over here, they're still going to come fix this, I think tomorrow or maybe the next day it's going to be sorted out. Put the fire alarm back in. The cupboard over here, this still needs the shelves, so I can't do anything in there either. I just set my computer up here randomly just so I can do something, although a massive disaster was about to happen with that. More in the next episode. I also picked up the smaller version of that lamp you saw earlier, the big one. The cool retro for this room. And as far as the room goes, I've ordered a whole bunch of these desks. Like I said, I'm going to go around the whole room. I'm just using this as a hoarding pad right now. So as you can see, it's all just full of games and stuff. This is a whole bunch of Amiga and Commodore stuff. And I don't know what this is. Controllers and whatevers. Got some PC games and a whole bunch of other stuff. And as you can see, there's a lot of wall space. So I'm going to be putting up a lot of shelves all over the place displaying games. Lots of stuff to sort out, and I just kept on bringing down more and more boxes. I'm gonna start filling up this thing, so I got space down here. I put on some music, some Bandmade Thrill. Obviously I can't play that, it's copyright, but if you want some good J-Rock, check it out. And these boxes are just full of cool stuff. Kojak, I know that dates me by a million years, and just more and more cool stuff. Every time I looked around, there was just more boxes to open. I was emptying stuff, but it wasn't enough. And just some stuff on the shelf already. I'll start showing you just a few things, some of the randomness here. Some VHS with the Duff beer. I got a Neo Geo MVS there. Some toys, Akira, Blade Runner. Got some of my Twin Peaks collection, a whole bunch of Commodore 64 magazines I found from the 80s. Here's a bit of my Laserdisc collection, and also my vinyl soundtrack, video game soundtrack collection. Excellent game, Rockin' Out Adventure. And some of my bad movie poster collection. This is good old Lust of the Dead, really cheeseball Japanese movie. And some action figures, a whole bunch of randomness there. So I've been going through these boxes for a few hours now. As you can see, it's pretty much getting loaded up pretty good there. There's obviously a lot of stuff there that it's just been put there so I can sort it out. But I found so much cool stuff that I forgot I even had. Hey, Bastich B here for 64K, and welcome to the second episode of the Games Room Under Construction. So let's see how far I get in this episode. This episode took place during July 21st to July 25th. And welcome back to the chaos. I'm heading down here. I've just been bringing more and more boxes down and trying to sort them out. As you can see, it's getting worse and worse. So many things to go through. Some Next Generation there on TV. Awesome. Let's have a look at some of these boxes. These ones I'm stuff I'm getting rid of. I'm taking it to the local game shop to trade. I don't need these strategy cards and some bad N64 games. Getting rid of it all. Here's some more just random stuff. It's a Retrobit Generation. That's the first one. It's terrible. The second one I actually really like. Some graphic novels I've read and I don't need anymore. Gonna trade those. I found a whole bunch of my other magazines, Xbox ones, and more retro gamer, finding more all the time, so that pile's growing. And yeah, somebody died. So just going through lots and lots of boxes, mainly all the miscellaneous stuff. I haven't even got to the games yet. I found a couple boxes of games, but I've just pushed them aside. I just don't know where I can sort them out at this time. It's just so much stuff happening. Anyway, I found tons and tons of consoles. I didn't realize I had so many. I'm going to be selling a whole bunch of them. You know, I've got like multiple Sega Genesis or GameCubes or whatever. I'm just going to keep one of each, maybe two if there's some special variation, but if it's not, if it's just regular, then I'm getting rid of it. So I'll only have one of each for the most part. So yeah, just the good thing about the local game shop is that I can trade all that stuff and buy other games that he has, like cool stuff. I'm after some more Sega Saturn stuff, obviously, so it's all good. And this is what's keeping me going. It's coffee, that's all. And this shelf is just full of stuff at this point. I actually like the chaos of it, but I'm going to clean it all up and make it look better. And I also found some of my boxes of comic books. This is good old Lobo Cop, which is just Lobo, the Bastich of law enforcement. It's one of my favorite comic books in the 90s. And I also found good old Ash Saves Obama by Dynamite. Got the whole series. Super cheese. Love it. Yeah, Tush is dead. And this TV, unfortunately, is toast. The sound is gone, so that's the end of that one. And that's not fixed yet, unfortunately. And there's just more and more boxes are getting thrown in here. I'm just trying to put the stuff that I can sort out later in here, so it just looks worse and worse. But I did manage to pick this up the other day. This is a HDMI connection for GameCube, N64 and Super NES. So I'm going to use it for the GameCube and my Super Famicom, which is pretty useful. Can't wait to try that out. And another day, and back down to the Dungeon of Doom we go. Yeah, it kind of looks like there's more stuff here. It never seems to end. Anyway, so the dude is coming to put the shelves in there, finally. Awesome. Then at least I can take a lot of these boxes and stuff them in there. Gives me more space again, so I can actually work down here. I found a box of Blu-rays I'm going to be trading. Get some money, buy some retro games. And I found this bizarre WWF Jesse the Body Ventura VHS. I'm going to send it to a friend, he's a massive wrestling fan. And that shelf, it looks super cool. I'm still gonna rearrange it, but I found some of these cool bitmap books I forgot I had. The NES Famicom one, I got the Super NES Super Famicom, and I got both volumes of the Commodore 64 one. I've also got the Amiga one, I haven't found it yet, somewhere around here. And old Toxie from Toxic Crusader, my favorite Troma movie. And I've got all the console boxes finally set aside, so I know what's going on now. And the bathroom's still unfinished, and I found more comic books, super cool, and some shelving. Still gotta fix that damn carpet, get on with it. And the dude's also gonna put the shelving in here, which is super cool. That means I can stuff a whole lot of these big boxes in there as well, gives me more space. And let's see what this day brought us. Ooh, you can see something there. I'll show you that right now. Super cool. Okay. And I have shelving. Finally. I think I can put them all in. Now I can actually organize this thing. Anyway, I've just put some stuff aside, like all my board games, $6 Million Man, Jumanji, Walking Dead Risk, etc. There's all my posters, just throwing them all up there. Guess I got some sort of order. That's not the way it's going to look, but I know where some stuff is at least. Found another pile of retro games. That thing just keeps getting higher and higher. These are games I'm going to trade. These are all doubles. I would never be trading some of these, but I got multiple copies, so trading them up, get some more games, why not? And these are some games I traded for yesterday, and I got Raiden 5 on PS4, and I got Left Alive. I know this game got mixed reviews, but I still want to try it. It was cheap. And the Crown Jewel, I got Phantasy Star on the Master System. Man, this is a good looking copy. I'm so happy to have that, finally. Some more games there, I'm just about to sort out, and there's my new TV cabinet. I got it from Vision Electronics. It was pretty cheap, and I'm very happy with it. It's really nice quality. Put it together last night. Got my Xbox One set up, tested everything out. It's looking good. And the bathroom got the countertop finally put in, which is cool. Dude just got to put the mirror, and that place is done. Let's go over here. And the carpet is finally fixed. Woohoo! Smoke alarm is in. It's all sorted. And yeah, these boxes, they're starting to really annoy me. Anyway, so the guy put the shelves in this one as well, so now I can actually throw some of those big boxes down there and give myself some space yet again, so I can start unpacking stuff. Okay, so we're on to the final update for this episode. Let's see what's happening. And I got a delivery yesterday. You can see my nice couch. It's super cool and comfortable. I'm so happy with it. And this cupboard, I've just thrown some more stuff in here just to give me more space. I've got games at the bottom there that are going to be traded. So, games for games, obviously. This couch, I love it. Fits in here perfectly. Got a bulb for that stupid lamp. Had to buy a specific one to fit it, which I hate. I never knew that, otherwise I wouldn't have bought it. But anyway, it's a super cool. And this back wall's frustrating me, because I still need that other IKEA cabinet on the end. Damn you, I can't do anything. And I just don't feel like sorting this out. So I'm skipping it. I still got to set up more consoles. Damn you. And I found more console boxes. Can't believe I have that many. Damn you. A lot of boxes there to sort out. Trade up some consoles. And the bathroom, still the same. Don't know when this dude's supposed to come with this Mirror, it's taking forever. And another guy's coming to check all the electricity points, you know, make sure it's all up to code. And so I had to move all the boxes in the middle, which is a good thing because I moved the rest into the cupboard. So I've got quite a bit of space here. As soon as he's done, I can sort those out even quicker. And I've started using this boiler room to put other boxes. It's massive, I've got tons of space back here. I'm just going to be moving more and more stuff back here, and then I can really get going on some of the areas. So that's awesome. Hey, Bastich B, and welcome to the third episode of the Games Room Under Construction. So if you've never watched this show before, it's basically a diary of me putting together my own games room in my basement of my house. It's like a journey I've been wanting to make for so many years. Finally got a new place and I can finally make a games room however I want. So this is a chronicle of what is happening down here. So this is the third episode. Check out the first two if you want to see how it all got started. And so let's check out in this episode how far I get. This episode took place between July 28th and August 7th. Okay, so it's been a day or two since the last update. Finally some stuff is happening. And I've cleared this out a bit, so there's a lot more room to see what's going on. Found a box of Commodore 64 magazines there, which is super awesome. That's miscellaneous stuff again. I'm kind of going to use these where they are. They look pretty cool. I can put handheld games in there, some Vita games, and I also set up some of my modern games over there. You can see there's a Xbox One, and go down, there's Switch. I'm still trying to find my box of Switch games, I don't know where they are. And down here is a whole bunch of PS4 stuff, some Galaxy Quest, awesome. So I got all my games down here, finally, as you can see. Oh my goodness, as you can see, yep, that's just games. This is just some of them, by the way. I'll show you what I got here. Here's some PS1 and PSX. PSX is Japanese PlayStation, if you don't know. Japanese Sega Saturn, love that box. Atari 2600. This is some NES. Copies of Retro Gamer, I never realized I had so many. This is more magazines. Magazines. And I got some more Commodore 64 ones down there. Can't wait to assemble them all in one place, it'll look pretty cool. So what have we got here? We've got some Commodore 64 games, That's just a very small portion of my collection. I'll show you where the rest are. And here we got, these are just boxes that are mixes of games. PC mix, that's just mix. That's got PS2, PSP and 360, mix. So those ones are just got a bit of everything. Yeah, we got some Genesis, some Sega Mega Drive, love that box. Japanese Dreamcast, more Genesis. This has got Xbox Original and US Dreamcast, Sega CD, mix also, it's got a few other systems in there. Let's go to this one, Super Famicom, I love that box, it's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorite systems to collect for. And Super NES, I haven't got a lot of Super NES games. Wii, NES, that's DS and 3DS. What have we got down here? That's Famicom, that's also a cool system to collect for. And GameCube. Okay, let's move on over to here, see some more. And we got PS2. Okay, so each one of those boxes holds roughly about 60 games, 6, 12, 18, 24, 32, 38, almost 400 games there, so I'm not really sure where I want to display all these. And we have some 360, there's a lot of 360 games. there is PSP, really cool system. It's one of my favorite handhelds, and I'm not really a handheld guy, but that system is just got some brilliant stuff. And these are all original Xbox. It's a lot. And yeah, so that's a large portion of the games. This nightmare room over here is where I'm just throwing stuff in. These are games and consoles and computer stuff, and Commodore 64, Amiga and PC games, all these tubs. As you can see, some PC stuff. Might Magic 3 there, Leather Street Larry, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, Commodore 64, and he has more tubs of games, and there's a whole few more tubs there, another 4 more. Those are all Commodore, Amiga and PC games, and yeah, more stuff. And then I got a little nightmare corner over here. Oh, so that is just computers and consoles. Don't ask me even what's in there anymore. It's got ridiculous. Guess I'll find out soon. And not that you really care, but I'll just show you anyway. Bathroom's finally complete. Got the mirror in, everything pretty cool. And this room is pretty much the same. It's got a Saturn, some Commodore 64s, 2 of them. This is just consoles and a couple games in here and a whole bunch of stuff. Computer, yeah. Still waiting for tables, so I'm getting one of the tables this week. So then I'll set up 2 against the back wall, and then I can start setting this room up. Otherwise it's a bit in limbo. And I've used this cupboard to hide a whole bunch of stuff. It's insane. So those big tubs are just full of games. That's PC. That is just gaming peripherals. That's Commodore 64 box. That's a Commodore and Amiga box. That's just a Commodore 64 box. Those are all consoles and stuff. You can see I've got some of them written on there. Got some PS2, some Dreamcasts. This one's got Xbox and GameCubes. This one's got some Genesis, Game Gear, PS1, etc, etc. There's more up there. More. Some N64 games. I haven't got a big collection of those. Most N64 games are rubbish, so I've only got a small collection. So I was finally able to buy some cupboards. I had a bit of money, so I bought a few. This is just me slapping them all together, and the next day you're going to be able to see a major difference to the room and what they look like. Okay, so a few things have happened here, so we've got a little bit of a move on. Found my old Garfield books. And whoa, what is that? Whoa, look at that. Anyway, okay, so in the cupboard here, my growing collection of games to trade. I've got a lot of really good ones. Bear in mind these are all doubles. These are doubles of games, all games I really don't care about. When I first started collecting limited run games, I just bought every single one that came out. I don't care about any of these, I'm getting rid of them. These I've got all doubles, so these are really cool games. Those are all doubles as well, so I'm going to sell them. And some old DVDs I don't care about. There's another whole box full of doubles and games I don't really care about, so getting rid of that. And of note, I've found a whole lot of doubles of big box PC games, a lot of really excellent titles, so I'm going to be trading those with somebody. And these are Commodore 64 ones I've got doubles of, really excellent bunch of titles here, so look out for that. I'm going to trade it up, maybe you can get some of them. Anyway, and what's this? Just some loose Genesis carts I've been finding, just putting them there, seeing how it looks. Some books. So I decided to put my display, basically display the stuff I like the most down here. So if you look over here, this is just Sega Master System and 32X and Mega Drive Japanese, Genesis, Sega CD, Mega CD, US Saturn, Japanese Saturn, US Dreamcast, Japanese Dreamcast. So busy setting up all my favorites. These two pillars of awesomeness, these two here, this is just Commodore 64 stuff. And yeah, there's a heck of a lot of it. I'll be going through all of this very slowly, and you can check them all out properly once this whole games room is done. And this last wall is big box PC games and Amiga games. So at the bottom you got Sierra, Microprose. This is just a bunch of RPGs, Dungeon Dragon stuff, and Might and Magic and Wizardry and some randoms. This is LucasArts or Lucasfilm. This is Origin. And up top there's a bit of a mix of a whole bunch of stuff. I got like some Star Trek games and some games by Dynamic, Bethesda, and some Access games. There's my Ages of Myth kind of box set and Star Trek box set. Anyway, that's just a little view there. I sorted out this wall here. It's way less chaotic now. It's kind of set up with just a nice little mix of stuff. Again, I'll go through all this and you can look at it really closely. Some boxes still. Got all my modern games over there. Master Chief. That corner's a mess. I'm still waiting for certain pieces of furniture. I got this. I'm not really going to show this now because it's not set up yet. I still got to plug it in and work it out. It's a smart table. It's got a refrigerator in there. You put your controllers and stuff. And it's got a glass cabinet on here with digital display. It's got massive speakers in the front here. And it's got USB connections for your phone or whatever you want to put there. So it syncs up with your TV and it plays, you know, really awesome sound and etc, etc. So all this stuff is kind of getting chopped down. There was a lot of boxes, a whole row of boxes there and there that have all gone over there. So I'm getting rid of stuff slowly. Found some more magazines. And let's see, more magazines and stuff. And yeah, it's never ending. It's kind of tiresome. Some stuff I want to put on the walls. Anyway, this room is mostly a disaster as usual. I managed to get another one of those tables. I got two of them now. It's looking slightly better. Still trash everywhere. Unfortunately, my 10-year-old Alienware computer, which I've used to edit everything so far, has finally died. It does not load up anymore. Gets to the main screen here and it just loads forever. Can't do anything. I've tried every single trick in the book. I honestly don't know what's wrong with it. I think it's finally done for, which is really unfortunate because I'm not sure what I'm going to be editing this video on or any videos on. But seeing as you're watching this, I obviously figured out a solution, but there's going to be a massive gap between now and then. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's kind of a bit of a pickle. And yeah, this room, still waiting for stuff, so can't do much. Kind of got rid of some of these boxes in here. Just chopped it down a bit. Some of those are empties, which is cool. The Commodore ones, everything's on the shelf, so takes care of something there at least. And I've just been dumping everything in here for now, just to get some space. This place is horrible. I hate it. So most of these PC boxes now are half empty or empty completely. There's some games in there. Those are all empty. Well, these boxes are empty, which is good. I need to just break them down. These three here have My foot. These three have a bunch of really good PC games. These ones I still want on display if possible, so once the dust settles I'll be putting these up on the wall in some sort of form to try and display as many of them as possible. And back here I honestly don't even know what's back here anymore. Consoles and stuff, I think, as far as I know. There might be games in there, I hope not. But yeah. Okay, so it's been a few days since I've shown this. I've been working on things. Things are starting to come together pretty nicely. You can see I found some nice boxes up there. Second generation Genesis, Model 2, and another C64. I've got quite a few C64s, Japanese Dreamcast. I found a lot of extra games I've put on the shelves, so stocked it up a little bit. This cupboard is still a mess. I managed to sell all the old games that I wanted to trade, so I got some cash for that. I'm going to be buying a TurboGrafx 16, the mini, because I've always wanted to cover that system. It's probably the best way to do it. This is all still under construction. That corner is still waiting to be put together. As you can see, a lot of boxes are down. Worked through a whole bunch of them, so got some more magazines, more Commodore stuff. Actually, I got that in a package. And let's go down here. And this room is being sorted out finally, as you can see. So those are empties now. Those are full of really cool PC games that I want to try to display somewhere. Once everything is set up, then I can put some of these on the shelves and stuff. I found all these kind of holders. So this is original Atari cartridge holders. So these are pretty cool. I'm going to put all my loose ones on there. And these are VHS holders and single cassette holders. I'm going to use those for Commodore 64 games to free up some space. Here's some more PC games. These ones I'm not going to have on display. They just, they're not terrible. Like, that's a great game. 1942 Battlehawk. I've really got it on the shelf though. I've got 2 copies of it. I think this is it's the PC version. I got the Amiga one on the shelf. This is a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. I've kind of put it all in here, so once all the shelves are up I can open these and put stuff on the shelves, like, you know, miscellaneous stuff, gaming related. Comic books are all here. Got an arcade stick. These are just kind of replacement cases. I got CD cases, single cassette cases, and DVD boxes, and these kind of Nintendo, or you can use them for Genesis or whatever. So I've got quite a lot of those. I've got some more of them, a whole bunch more. So I'm going to gather them all together. Then I'm going to go through and replace all my stuff that's broken or needs replacing. And I've just put all the miscellaneous stuff just in this pile here. So I've got 2 piles of miscellaneous. So those are all out of the way, which has freed up space in this room slightly. So let me show you here. I'm trying to get through. Okay. So yeah, I know it looks terrible, right? I found so many bags and boxes of cords. This isn't even hardly any of it. Anyway, this is just consoles I'm putting aside and I'm testing everything. I got a 3DO the other day. As you can see, I traded all those games and I got a nice 3DO. It's got an S-video connection also, so really good picture quality. I'm really happy with it. I tested it the other day, played some Road Rash, works perfectly, so that's awesome. And found my Amiga 500 over there. And yeah, so I got the Maxi set up over there. I'm going to use it to capture some footage while I'm waiting. My main computer is destroyed. It's in the repair shop, so I can't edit anything. It's going to be quite a while. They've managed to, they think they can fix it, but anyway, it's going to cost a bit. I'll give you more of an update on that later. And here's consoles I'm testing out. So these ones are going to be on this table over here. A PS2, a Dreamcast, a Saturn, and there's going to be a GameCube. Those are all going to be on this wall. And the Amiga, and I haven't found the other stuff yet. But 3DO and Amiga are going to be on this wall with a few other consoles. Xbox 360 and Xbox Original, that'll be all over there. And that's going to be a whole lot of minis are going to be over there. And my main editing computer will be there. My backup one will be there underneath, so it saves space. That's going to be put on the wall. All the monitors are going to be on the walls, so I save space. So I'm testing out consoles. This PS1, that one works. Let me just show you here first. So yeah, these are all boxes full of consoles. All of this. It's insane. There's so much stuff in here. Anyway, I'm working my way through it. I'm testing everything. I'm deciding what I'm going to keep and what I'm going to sell. So I'm just keeping, if it's a CD based system, I might keep two, one to use and one to keep as a backup. But if it's something else, I might just sell it. So that's how it's going so far. That one works. I'm going to be selling that. I don't need 500 PlayStations. I've got so many of them. This one I'm busy testing, and as you can see here, I've got an American game, US region, Jet Motor 3, and here I've got my favorite game of the worst title I've ever heard for a game, Not Treasure Hunter. That's a Japanese game. So I've been testing these consoles, these PS1s with both, because I picked these up everywhere, and I don't know where I got them from at this point. And this one, as you can see, plays Not Treasure Hunter, which is a Japanese region game. So somebody's modded this one, which is super awesome. So that's why I'm checking them with both regions. This one only plays US, I'm selling that, it's useless to me. This one is super cool, plays both regions. So this is a PS1 I'm going to keep, definitely. I just need to clean it up a little bit. Works perfectly, and it's plays all regions. Perfect. Hey, Bastich B here for 64K, and welcome to another episode of the Games Room under construction. This is episode 4. So if you've never watched this before, this is me chronicling my creation of my own games room in my basement. It's an ongoing series, and so let's jump on over and see what happened in this episode. This episode took place between August 8th and August 13th. So before we look at this disaster room, let's just look over here. These are some consoles I've set aside. I'm going to be selling them. I got so many. It's a bunch of 2 PS2 Slims, PS2 Fat, and I've got 4 PS1s Originals down there. There's a whole lot of controllers. Those are all going, selling those. And now onto this room. I'm busy testing everything, so it looks like some sort of mad cyberpunk fever dream in here. Okay, so let's see. As you can see, trying to get in here. Boxes are getting more and more empty in here. I got rid of most of them, the big ones. Here's some more stuff I'm selling. I got another 2 Xbox Originals, they will work. Another GameCube, silver one. So those are going to go with those PS2s. Get rid of that. That monitor, I'm not sure if it's working anymore. I'm not getting any real signal. I'm not sure if it's a power, so I might be dumping that. Might be the end of that one. Yeah, there's just piles of stuff I've been pulling out of boxes. A lot of Dreamcast stuff, and found my Dreamcast virtual on kind of fighter sticks. Can't wait to play that again. And there is stuff I'm keeping. I know you can't really see what the hell's going on here. That's the 3DO I bought the other day. There's the Amiga. Those are going to be set up on this table, so I'm putting things aside on this side. There's 2 Xboxes I'm keeping, my 360. One of the Xboxes is a modded one, so it's got all emulators on it. So that one's super cool, and the other one's my original, so I'm keeping those. And There's a bunch of Dreamcasts I'm testing out. I got 4 of them there. I've got multiple other Dreamcasts, but I believe those ones have issues, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do with those. There's a whole box of Mega Drives and Ataris, and these are all things that have... I can't find the video connectors for them, so I'm looking. I'll eventually find them. I can test all that out. And this is stuff I'm keeping. As you can see, this is a lot of this stuff is going to go on this wall. So we've got a Super Famicom. It doesn't seem to be working. I'm not sure what the issue. It looks like a power issue as well. I found some really cool PS1s here. This one I didn't realize is a Japanese PS1, so that is super cool. I can play all my PSX games. I didn't know it was Japanese until I just tested it. And I've got 2 PS1s here I'm keeping, so I'm keeping all those. These are both region free, they've been modded. One's my original one from 1997, and the other one is just another one I came across. So testing all these, I'm finding out all these little perks about them. I'm kind of keeping 2 of every CD-based system because you never know when the CD drive is going to conk out. I tried this N64 the other night. It works perfectly, so I've got another one. I don't know where it is. I guess I'll come across it sooner or later. And that's Japanese Dreamcast, works perfectly. And I've got 2 cubes here. I'm keeping these. Probably have this one out, the silver one. It's a very nice condition. Both of those work perfectly. And I've got a fat PS2 over there. 2 fat PS2s. Again, one of them is going to be up here, hooked up, and the other one's going to be as a spare. Kept the best condition ones. This is a PS2 Slim Silver. I've got to test this one. That's next on the testing block. Lots of controllers here. These are more stuff I'm testing. Got a Sega CD down there with a Mega Drive, so I'm trying that out. All these memory cards I've come across. Yeah, it's a massive mess. Yeah, I had to set that up to shoot a video, even though my main computer is destroyed and I can't edit anything. At least I shot something. Feels like some sort of progress, but there's not going to be any edited videos for quite a while, which is unfortunate. And a whole bunch of minis down there. Those are going to be set up on this table. And I got the Maxi set up just so I can actually capture some footage in the meantime from Commodore 64 games for future videos. At least I feel like I've made some sort of progress, so when I eventually get to edit again, I got the footage for the games. That's another Commodore 64 over there. I got a lot of them. And yeah, so this room still got a whole lot of stuff to go through. As you can see, there's a lot of another Commodore up there. A lot of stuff to go through. And I thought the Famicom was dead, but it actually works perfectly. I just had the wrong power source, so I'm super happy about that. I'm getting somewhere. Time to sell some more consoles. Okay, so it's been a few days since the last update. Just vacuumed these stairs. Got to do it for the rest of the place. Got some more shelves over here. Place is looking better and better each time. I have got a shelving unit up there. I'm going to be putting a whole bunch of cool stuff. And we're still waiting over there for my display. And I got my Akira poster. I found a few more Commodore 64 games. I've put them on the shelf here and there. I found some cool Origin games in a box for no apparent reason. So I got Wing Commander Armada and the Strike Commander Privateer double pack, which is pretty cool. Anyway, so yeah, this is starting to get sorted out now. I've only done the bottom, so that's got all my board games. I put them at the bottom there. My daughter is 4, she's obviously short, so she can reach whichever game she wants to play, and we can play some board games. That's why they're all at the bottom. And I just got to sort out this mess still, maybe today. And let's go down here. Still got all this to deal with. Managed to find my Grand Theft Auto Vice City soundtrack box set. This is probably the best licensed music collection I've ever seen. Super cool. I got this the other day, I put it together. I'm gonna have like some sort of display at the end here, going up. I've put my N64 games there because I haven't got a lot of them, and I was thinking of making this a Nintendo section, but I think I got a little bit too much Nintendo games to fill this up, so I'd have to look, I'd have to get them all out. I'm not a insane Nintendo fan, so I haven't got a huge amount, but I've got a decent amount, so it's definitely probably going to fill this up, so this might become something else. I'll have to see. And this door's got to come off maybe today. I've got to take it off so I can get a whole lot more space to this place. Okay, so this room is starting to come together a bit. It's looking better and better. It still looks like a freaking mess. So I put the shelving unit above there. I've got a picture up at least, just something, thrown it up there. And this gives you an idea of what this place is going to look like. Obviously it's going to go all the way around to this wall, and it'll go all the way around to the end of this wall. It'll be similar to this. I'm waiting for my new computer. It comes at the end of the month, so I can't do any editing still, so I'm kind of screwed. So there's no computer there, but that's where the editing computer is going to be. I've got everything else set up for it already, and my old computer is down there now, and that's going to be used just for capturing old PC game stuff and random stuff like games, C64 games through Vice or whatever just doesn't work on the C64, which is there. Got that set up, and this is where all my minis are going to be, the ones that I own anyway. I don't own them all, I just own the ones I enjoy. So I got my Genesis or Mega Drive, my PS1, I got my Retro Power 3 and 4 over there, and the space over here is for my PC Engine, which I'm going to be getting. I'm going to put it over there, so I'll have quite a nice little selection of minis to use and capture footage. Also things that maybe won't work on original hardware, or games I just don't simply own as originals. So got that kind of going there, and all these are set out already, as you can see, for their putting onto the tables. I've tested everything, it's all ready to go. I've got these capture devices, see that one? I've got one for this side, I've got one for that side, and one's already set up over there, so I don't have to jump around and try and set up capture devices on every corner, which would be horrible. I've also picked up all the monitors I need. I got that Toshiba at a thrift store, I got that RCA at a thrift store, and this RCA also. So I've got all the monitors sorted out for less than $80 overall for all three. So I was initially going to buy them all new, and that would have cost just over $300 for everything. So I've saved myself like hundreds of dollars, and which is good. So this side, my Sega CD Genesis, I need a HDMI cable for this thing to be able to capture real footage, so I can't really use it yet. So I'm just going to set it aside. The N64, I'm not a huge fan of this system. I think it's got a couple of good games which I do like, and some weird unique ones. Definitely worth covering in the future, but as I said, I'm just not a massive fan of it, so that's not going to be set up on this table right now anyway, but the rest of the stuff is. So I got a Japanese PS1 there, a Super Famicom, Japanese Sega Saturn, Dreamcast, PS2, which obviously can play regular PS1 games. This is for Japanese PS1 games. I got a big selection of them, some really cool stuff that I want to show off. And I've got a GameCube over there. It's also got the Game Boy Advanced adapter, so if I wanted to showcase any of that, which I highly doubt I will, but there's a few games I might want to cover in the future, who knows. So I got all that, and I spent a whole day, that's my Commodore 64, I'm not really sure where that's going to go yet, my real one. I'm obviously setting this room up to be practical for recording and making videos, and that is kind of when I won't be recording stuff from that because I don't have high definition for it, so I don't know, I'm not sure what I'm doing now with that. And that's a whole bunch of Saturn games in there, copied ones, which I use. You know, Saturn games are ridiculously expensive, so you have to resort to getting one of these cartridges. That's the only way. I've got a massive Saturn collection anyway, so I draw on both. Japanese selection anyway. And yeah, I spent the whole day sorting out all my chords, one whole day. So I no longer have these big tubs and just endless boxes full of rumbled chords. So as you can see, I've set them out, C64 power plugs, HDMI connections, memory cards, remotes. These are all in plastic bags inside you, so you can just pull out the bag and it's got everything that I have to put into these boxes. I just found those yesterday. That's got RF connectors, USB connectors, audio connectors, miscellaneous, AV cords and connections. It's got power connectors for everything. So I've got all that sorted finally. Don't have hundreds of these little boxes full of cords, which are just so annoying. Those are my backup consoles for whichever ones. I've got one of each, sometimes two, just in case. And my dead consoles over there, I found a couple. They were dead, 3 or 4 maybe, I don't know. Those are going to be put on display, you know, around on the shelves and stuff. So I'm putting them to use. So as you can see, it's a massive task. It's endless. There's just so much stuff to sort through and try and set up and get going. Little things I have to buy everywhere. I've been off work for about 2.5 weeks now. We moved obviously, so that took up a massive amount of time. I've been setting up this room as much as I can in between, doing all sorts of things. There's so much stuff to do, it's just ridiculous. There's so much stuff I still need to get, furniture wise and all that, so I'm just going to keep chronicling this, and you know, I'll be updating it. There'll be mini videos all the time. This will be an ongoing series, so you can keep watching and checking out how the room's coming out. When it's finally done, I will definitely give you a full tour of everything, and then we'll also look through all these shelves in detail, maybe an episode dedicated to each one, and you can see exactly what I got, and you know, ask questions or whatever you want. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see this room when it's finally complete. Hey, Bastich B here for 64K, and welcome to another episode of the Games Room. If you've never watched this show before, it's basically me chronicling my making of my man cave down here in the basement. It's putting the whole Games Room together and seeing how that goes. So let's jump on over and see what happened in this episode. The following took place between August 30th and September 6th. And I haven't done any updates in quite a while here because I just want to let things happen. So over here I've got some of these cool record holders. These things were super expensive. I'm not even going to say how much they were. I had to get them from England, and anyway, they are super cool. As you can see, I've got my video game soundtracks here. This is just a small collection of them on vinyl. I've got a lot of data discs also, but I've just decided to display one, Streets of Rage. If you have a look here, you press this button and you can pull that down, and then you can put in another record right in there and replace them, which is super cool. Clicks on there. Yeah, so that's, I got Rockin' Knight Adventures, Far Cry Blood Dragon, super cool soundtrack, the soundtrack for Snatcher. Yeah, I'll be switching those out on, you know, different occasions, so it'll always look different. This cupboard has finally been sorted. Ta-da! So at the bottom I still got my, you know, board games and stuff. On the second shelf here, I put all batteries and stuff for controllers, and these are all issues of Nintendo Power. I've decided to put all my magazines here, all my retro ones anyway, so I can have access to them. Nintendo Power, Nintendo Power, Nintendo Power. That's all from the 80s and 90s and 2000s. These are all found at thrift stores, and I bought a whole lot from some dude off Craigslist, so this entire collection is dirt cheap. I got them for. And on the second shelf, this is my favorite one. These are all Commodore 64 or multi-format 80s magazines. So up here, got my favorite Commodore magazine. This is Commodore User. This is one of my original copies from 87. Here's my pitiful collection of Zap 64 magazines. I used to have a massive amount. I don't know what happened to them. I had a massive binder with all of them in, and that binder went missing. I'd probably have about that much at this point, but yeah, these are the only ones that weren't in the binder. So that's that. This is Your Commodore. This is also a pretty cool magazine. Yeah, it's got Free 64, fantastic little fanzine. This is new. And these are a bunch of miscellaneous Commodore magazines, like Commodore format, and ones I've only got a few issues of. Over there is my favorite multi-format magazine from the 80s. This is Computer and Video Games, or CNVG as it was known. These are all my original ones from the 80s, so that's a lot of them. Some of them have gone missing obviously over the years. At the back there I've got some of my old sticker books I used to collect. This is the Marvel Secret Wars. If you have a look here, I used to put the stickers in, get them at the stores, and try and fill them up to tell the story. I got most of the stickers for these ones, so that's pretty cool. There's only a few missing. I've also got Undercats over there. These are ones from the 80s I still have. And let's go to the next shelf, and this is more console stuff, console magazines. This is all Xbox 360 and original. This is all my EGMs. These are EGMs from the 90s right up till like 2010s. It's a big mixture. I used to have probably 3 times this amount as per usual. I don't know what happened to all those. This is Game Pro. I'm not even a fan of Game Pro. I don't even know how I've got so many of them. Anyway, Game Fan, massive fan of that. I've only got a few. I used to have a massive collection as well, unfortunately. That's PC Gamer, and some other miscellaneous PC stuff. Sega Pro, that was a UK magazine. I used to have a huge collection of that too. The reason I still got that one, I've got a letter printed in that issue, so that's pretty cool. This issue of Game Fan, I'm actually in it. I was showing off my collection back in the early 2000s. It looks pretty pitiful if you look at it now. But anyway, I'm actually in this issue of Game Fan, which is cool. And Mega Play, and a Japanese multi-format magazine I found at some point. And up here I've put all my like extra, stuff for consoles and that. I've taken it out the other room to give me some space. Just all box stuff, Dreamcast mouse, and, light guns and stuff like that, Dreamcast arcade stick, these Intellivision flashback things, and ColecoVision. I don't really like these flashback things, I find them to be really cheap, but the ColecoVision and Intellivision, I never really owned them back in the day, so these were just very intriguing for me. I got these also from garage sales for, I think they were like $5 or $10 each, so I got them for nothing. They're actually quite nice. And this is just a whole lot of boxes. Some of them have consoles and all just empty boxes. Dreamcast steering wheel. I got the 360 fighting stick there for Tekken vs Street Fighter, and stuff like that. And this is all pretty much the same. I'm still working on stuff down here. This is a bit of a mess. So yeah, let's skip that. Still waiting for more furniture. It's going to be a while. I'll put up some more shelvings there, so you got a whole bunch of cool stuff up there. I'm not going to go through all that now. That'll be later on once everything's finalized. As you can see, games have been taken out of boxes, so it's getting less and less finally. This is my retro gamer collection. It's massive. This is the only magazines that aren't in there. I'm going to figure out a way to just put these separately. And yeah, let's carry on down here. I found some cool posters. Anyway, so I've kind of made this the English kind of Nintendo section, all the English games anyway. So if you look up there, yep. So I got some loose NES games and various others. Wii U collection is pitiful, but it's got cool games. GameCube, N64, NES, it's quite a lot. Wii, some really cool Wii games there. I know everybody thinks Wii is a piece of garbage, but if you look deep, these are all super cool games. And there's a lot of shovelware on the system, which people get confused with. And more NES games I couldn't even fit down there. And some Super Nintendo on each side. I haven't got a lot of Super Nintendo. I'm not a huge fan of that system. I'm more a fan of Super Famicom. I don't know why, even though it's basically the same games. I just like the Japanese style. And I finally took off this door because it was super annoying, and with the door gone, you know, when the door opened it took up this whole area, so now I've got all this free space to put stuff and to put some shelves. I can just walk in and out here, much easier. Okay, so this room has had some major upgrades. If you want to have a look here. So this is how it's looking so far. I'm getting things sorted finally. Put up a whole lot of shelves. I'm not going to go through all the games and stuff I've got up there or systems. This is just a quick run through, and I managed to find an old DVD/CD writer from the late 2000s, this big clunky thing, and I plugged it into my new computer. That's my new computer, by the way. It's an Alienware R11, and yeah, it's I needed to test out my 3DO that I just got over there, that sucker, which I've just linked up there. I'm kind of setting everything up. Got the Amiga and the original Xbox. There's the 3DO, it's working pretty good. I can't find my 3DO games yet. They're in that disaster of a collection of boxes along that whole wall. I don't know where the heck they are. So I needed a game to test it with, so I just burnt Space Pirates and I played it and it works perfectly, so yay for piracy. So I'm just pirating a few more 3DO games to test them out, so that's pretty cool. That seems to work perfectly, so who knew? Yeah, I'm going to use all those CDs I found at a thrift store. And I've got the other side set up pretty well. I got a little light box here. I've already used it in my first video I've been editing, so that came out quite nice. It's use it for close-up of boxes and stuff like that. Yeah, this one's set up pretty good. I've got the shelf there. I've decided to put all the monitors on shelves, so I've got more desk space. That one, you can see that's mounted. I mounted that as well. It used to be in the corner there. It was just taking up too much space. I got rid of my old PC from there. I'm not going to have it set it up now. I'm just going to use the new one for everything. I was going to do it differently, but it's just, that thing works so well. I've just been messing around with it. I've only just got it, so why the heck not? And down there's my old computer, my old Alienware. I'm going to maybe put it in the other room so I can hook it up to the TV there. Maybe for something, I'm not sure. And there's 360. Still got 360 issues going on. My original 360's disk drive doesn't work anymore, which is unfortunate. So I've just pulled this one out. I found this one again at a garage sale. Got it for like 20 bucks. It works perfectly. Unfortunately, it's the old original version, which I have no issue with, except that it doesn't have Wi-Fi built in. So you've got to find one of those weird little Wi-Fi dongle things, which are pretty sketchy. They didn't work all that well, if I remember correctly. And I don't have the ability to wire this thing up. I'd have to send a wire all the way down there to the box in the other room. I don't want to do that. So I need to find one of those Wi-Fi things, or maybe get another 360, a newer one, so I can have that set up. That's going to be set up here as well, probably under the desk. So I wanted like the Xbox stuff there. And this is pretty much all sorted as well, which is cool, finally. So in the previous video I showed you I sorted out all my cords, got that all done, found some Amiga games. And over there I found this cool Super Nintendo joystick. Forgot I had this. This is another good garage sale find, $5 if I remember correctly. Burnt games, those are Saturn and Sega CD. And Dreamcast, even though I've got a massive collection of all those, my collections are mainly Japanese, so those are for English games. And I've got a Virtual-On stick here for the Dreamcast, and a Mega Drive old arcade stick that also doubles as a Neo Geo one, which is pretty cool. It's got an adapter. And I put like kind of systems up here just to get them out the way. These are all box systems. Those are more Dreamcasts. I got Japanese and American. I got that Commodore in there, has some sort of issue. I think it has a sound issue. The SID chip doesn't work properly anymore. It's weird sounds, but otherwise the system works fine. Got to find a replacement SID chip. Here's my Mega Drive Sega CD combo. I will really want to set that up, but like I said in the previous video, I need to get some sort of HDMI connection, and I also like to get one of those Mega SD things, and that'll make things work so much better just for convenience. So, and all that's very expensive, and I don't have money for that, so that's just gonna have to stay there for now. N64's over there. I've tested it, it's ready to go if I ever want to use it. And I got another Amiga 500 in here. That one works perfectly. It's like a backup. And those two Commodores work perfectly, and one of them was in my previous thrifting video that I found. So those two work perfectly. And that Commodore has it has a port 2 issue. Port 2 doesn't work, unfortunately. Most games use port 2, so and I'm not skilled enough to fix these things, or I've never actually tried. So anyway, I don't know what I want to do about that either. So I got two Commodores that have issues and two that work perfectly. So yeah, and that's that room there. And so work has stalled a little bit on the games room. It's not out of choice, it's just simply out of, you need money to buy furniture, then you can put stuff in it, on top of it, on walls, etc, etc. So I can't really do anything right now, but I'm super impatient. So I've been looking on Facebook Marketplace, and I've been finding a whole lot of shelving, all the shelving that I use, and I've been picking them up for super cheap, like $5 a piece of shelving, that kind of thing. So this is all the IKEA stuff that I use anyway. So I picked this up the other day. I got two of those. These are the ones I use. And I picked these up at a thrift store the other day. These are the floating shelves. Perfect. I got two of those. Those were like $3 each. And my parents gave me some of these white ones. They don't use them, so they don't need them. I got three of them here. Those kind of don't fit in with the look of this room, so I'm going to put those in the bathroom because it's white in there, and I'll put some pictures up so it makes that place look a little bit cooler. So I'm going to put these kind of shelves, like over here, that kind of thing, match it up right under that one. I put one like over there, just under there, match it up there, on the wall, super cool. Add some more games to the pile, make the walls look awesome. Also happened to find this super cool poster. I'm going to put it in this frame here. This was a friend of mine, used to work at EB Games back in the day. Let me just put these shelves on here so you can see this poster better. And yeah, that's Space Shuttle 5. That was, I think it was exclusive to EB Games for their advertising for the game. Anyway, it's super cool. I've never come across this poster anywhere else. I'm gonna put it in the frame. I love this game, super awesome. Probably gonna hang it up over there, like right there. It'll look really nice in this room. And then over here, I bought one of these for my Amiga. I think they called it GoTech or whatever the heck they're called. You can run ADF files, Amiga ADF files off the USB here at the back, the disk drive port. And I got it, and I was super excited to try it out, and I realized it doesn't come with the cord that goes to your back of your disk drive there, from here to there, which is super disappointing. So I had to order one of those off eBay, so hopefully I'll get it soon. The reason I'm getting this thing is because a bunch of my discs that I've been playing, the old ones, New Zealand Story actually works, so, but a couple of them aren't working anymore, so the discs are starting to die, which is pretty sad. My daughter wanted to play Bubble Ghost the other day, and we loaded it up. It only got to the main screen and then it died. So that's super uncool. And obviously I'm going to be using this to capture real footage from the Amiga as opposed to doing it through emulation on a PC, which is just the most annoying thing I've ever encountered, especially the Amiga emulators. So yeah, that's going to be super cool. And I still haven't found my 3DO games, whoever the heck they are. I've only got like probably about 10 real ones. So I've been burning more and more games here. There's Super Wing Commander there. These ones I haven't tried out yet. I think this is Iron Angel at the Apocalypse, a whole bunch of other stuff. Stuff I've never actually tried. I did play a little bit of Super Wing Commander once before, and I really want to play it again. Done some of my awesome big box PC games like this Aliens game. This, you just don't find this game anywhere. This was like a kind of like an adventure game kind of thing. It's kind of weird. It's made by Cryo. Those guys made the Dune game, and they also made something else super cool. Can't think of it right now, but this game, you never find this anywhere because it's it's Aliens, and it's never been re-released because of, licensing issues, that usual nonsense, just like the Aliens arcade game. It's never been re-released, so it's the only way to really play that old thing. And I found my Johnny Mnemonic PC game, super cool. This is one I got off eBay. I used to have this back in the day. This is still sealed, I haven't opened it yet. I definitely want to replay this game. This is like an FMV piece of awesomeness. It's it's based on the movie and the novel mixed together, so it doesn't use clips from the Johnny Mnemonic movie. It's basically made its own movie, which is super cool. This is another hidden gem PC game that's totally worth checking out.
Following took place between September 17th and October 6th.
Okay, so here we go, another update. It's been a little while since the last one. Not much has happened over here. So, my glass cabinet, the thing I've been talking about forever, was about to be purchased this weekend. We saved up all the money for a whole bunch of furniture. Lots of money for furniture, so we're gonna go buy like stuff for down here and upstairs and everything. Then we took our car in for a service, and it needs a new transmission related thing. I'm not even going to get into it, it's so much. Anyway, $2,000, so all our furniture money is gone, so that is super disappointing. Just as well we had the money saved up for the furniture, otherwise we wouldn't be able to fix the car. It would have been a disaster, so it worked out, sort of. Not that we wanted to work out that way. Anyway, so that's super disappointing, so start again, saving up for that, display. Damn you, corner, damn you! Anyway, this obviously disaster. I've found kind of shelving units that are probably gonna work here. I've seen them, they're very thin. I'm trying to make it as thin as possible. So there's walking space here. Obviously these boxes are not going to be here, they're taking up a massive amount of space. These shelving units, they look like they're about, I'll show you how wide they are. They're as wide as like a DVD or VHS, so they should pop out about there, which gives you like plenty of room to walk down. I'm not looking for shelving units that are like massive out like that. I don't need that, because I'm going to be displaying DVD related games over there, so that makes sense. So that should be pretty good. Obviously I got no money for that right now. This Nintendo section is looking okay. Still got to sort it out a bit. And I hit the jackpot again with Facebook Marketplace. I got more of these IKEA shelves. It seems people love buying these, but they don't like installing them on their walls. It's like a thing, they just think it's cool to buy, and then they're too lazy to set them up. All the ones I've bought so far are brand new. So these are gonna go above here, this kind of thing, like up there. And then I'll have another one up top. So that'll make that section look pretty cool. I think I might have made sound effects there, I'm not sure why. So part of that furniture money, I was going to be buying all the rest of the shelves I needed for this room all over the place. Had planned how many of them I needed, so yeah, all over there and there and there and there and there. So yeah, that's not happening. So just gonna have to be patient again. I'm working on an episode of Shoot 'em Up Decades. It's probably be out by the time this video airs. And if you've noticed, I've been putting Super Famicom games up on the walls as much as possible. That's not a Super Famicom game, but these are lumping some RPGs together. RPG, Commodore 64 RPG. I'm trying to display as much of my Super Famicom stuff as possible because I don't really have a section for it. Actually, I do have a section, I can put it anywhere really, but I'm trying to have them front facing so you can see the artwork, because there's a few systems that have excellent artwork and that's one of them. I want to display it as much as possible. Down there's a mess, I'm not even getting into that. Found this at a thrift store the other day, which is awesome. Some more CD-Rs. So yeah, so that means I'm going to be burning some more 3DO games and some more Saturn games. So yeah. And over here, I've got the Amiga finally pimped out. Yeah, some photos of me busy like dismantling it and putting together the GoTech. It's a drive emulator for the Amiga. You can play games off, you know, a USB drive, like in the ADF format. The SCART HD thing I got to output into HDMI for the Amiga. So the Amiga is finally all pimped out. I haven't played much of the games yet on USB. I've just messed around quickly and it all seems to work. I'm very happy with that. So that is sorted. The 3DO is sorted. The Xbox is sorted. There's the instructions for that GoTech. Anyway, it all worked out. Bit of trial and error though, but it eventually worked out. This section, I'm really liking it. I've got all the stuff on this table that I want, and playing some Virtual On, awesome game. And over here I'm changing it up a little bit. So I felt very guilty that I didn't have my Genesis / Mega Drive or Sega CD / Mega CD combo thing set up, and I really wanted to, but I don't have HDMI connection for that system. So I've solved that. I've ordered some off Amazon. Kind of hard to find because they're all out of stock everywhere. I managed to finally find one, so I should get it in a few more days. So this sucker is going to be over there, and those little retro paths, I'm going to get a floating shelf and put those guys over there, so give me space. That goes there, that goes there. I think that corner will be really nice now. This is a Honeybee, by the way. It's one of those converter cartridges, allows you to play Mega Drive games with your Genesis or vice versa or whatever. And also I want to get one of those Mega SDs, I think that's what they're called, you know, so you can play like Sega CD and Mega Drive games straight up files on the cartridge. I want to get one of those. They're super expensive though, so I don't know when that's going to happen, but I've got tons of original games for both systems, so it's not like it's necessary right now, but that's the upgrade I'd like to make to that system.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Ma'am, we just need some details from you. What's your name?
Oh my god, my name is Claudia Sherman. I'm from the Valley.
Ma'am, we just need some details. Avoid shooting innocent civilians in the head while standing next to a cop. So this is a couple of weeks after the last update, just because we've been saving up money again, because we, lost all the money fixing the car. Whole lot of shelving here. Just got this right now. My parents dropped it off. These are ones they don't need in their place anymore. So I've got a whole lot of bonus stuff that's going to help out a lot. And over here, finally went for the IKEA run, and I've got that's a display cabinet. Finally, I know I've talked about it a million times. Fabricor, whatever. Anyway, gonna go over there. I'm gonna put it together right now. Woohoo! Also picked up the little light that goes in there, so it can display stuff properly. Should look quite nice. I picked up these the other day at a comic book convention. I got Daniel LaRusso and Joey Lawrence, part of the real action figures. I've got like a whole bunch of these now. Trying to collect all my favorites from my favorite movies. Look at all the guys you can get. I need to get Miyagi and Kreese as well, obviously. And let's head on down here. Got a few more little things, bits and pieces. That's the rest of the stuff I got from IKEA. So those shelves are gonna go over there now. Start filling up that wall. The other one's gonna go over there. Oh yeah, let me show you this. Got my Genesis Sega CD set up. I got the HDMI connection. Awesome. So now I can record it and record off real hardware. And I found my old fighter stick from the 90s. That thing is super cool. It's got like turbo buttons here. It actually can work with the Neo Geo as well if you disconnect that. Super cool. I love the fact that it still works perfectly. Still got to sort out the wires. Looks like a mess. Those LED things, they keep on falling off. No matter what I try, they just don't stick. They are so useless. So I'm going to take them down and I'm going to put something else up there, some other kind of lighting, something that actually works. They glow and have cool colors, but they never stick. Never. And what else is here? Burning a few Saturn games. Terra Cresta 3D. I hadn't played that before. And yeah. So, pretty good game. Enjoyed it. And gotta put those big ones. We're gonna go over there. Put both of them up now as well. It's been burning 3DO games like a maniac. Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes. Haven't tried that yet. I remember messing around with it on PC, so I'm interested to see what the 3DO version looks like. And yeah, just working on some videos. That's a schedule. Don't want to show you that. Ruin the surprise, even though this is coming out long after those videos have aired. Yeah, so I finally got a whole bunch of stuff and I can actually do something now. It feels kind of odd because I've been waiting for so long to get pieces of furniture and stuff, and then when you have it, you're like, now I gotta put this all together. So anyway, let's start doing that. So finally got that thing sorted. As you can see, it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna fill it up with some awesome stuff and then put the light in. Not sure how that's gonna work in there anyway. Irony of this whole thing is I've been talking about this cabinet for so long and I finally got it. I'm about to put it together and I realized that I don't even have the slightest clue what I'm actually gonna put in it. So, yeah. Okay, here we go again. It's been a little while since the last video. Probably about a week or two. And ooh, what is that? Ooh. Anyway, let's check this out. I found a few more games. Again, I've put them on the shelf. Some more Dreamcast and Commodore and some PC stuff. So it's looking pretty good. So over here, the biggest change, I've taken away those cupboards in the corner I had there. They were just really awkward and weird. And I've kind of made like a little gaming corner. I really like this. Obviously it's not complete. I found that cupboard at a thrift store, seemed to fit perfectly there. I got my Commodore set up, roughly, and I've got my old compact PC. I tested it out the other day, it works awesomely, played some games, and I'm going to find something similar to this and put that PC there, so it'll go like that. Put a little something in the corner there, and I'm going to get a little beanbag chair and just, sit there and just play. It's super nice to sit down here and just casually play games. It just feels so cool. I got my Epix Quick Shot. This is the Epix brand. I love these controllers. They look super weird, but they fit so well, especially if you're just playing arcade style games. Yeah, I was having really fun yesterday, sitting down here on the carpet with my daughter, just trying out like games, just putting in old discs and just seeing if they work, and surprisingly everything was working perfectly. It was so much fun. There's a little bit of footage on what we got up to the other day.
Hi guys, it's Cindy. Look at my toys. That's the game. That's hanging up. And those are the discs to play it. Bye.
Hey, you're chopping up the dude's flowers. What are you doing?
Flower. Get the flower. Get the flower.
Like the music? You enjoying it?
Yeah.
Ready to jump? You like nuts?
Yeah. Oh, the big
Yeah? Yeah. Well, there we are. Go. Get ready to jump.
I pressed jump. I pressed jump. How do you do this? And that's the game. And
Having the discs.
those are the discs. Goodbye.
Have you seen any llamas yet?
Nope, no llama.
And over there, I've kind of got my display cabinet is coming together, sort of. So in the top here, I know you can't see with the reflection. Let me open this. So this is my Twin Peaks collection. I'm a big fan. So this is just some of the stuff I have. Actually went to that diner, the Double R diner where they filmed it and all that stuff. A little matchbook, etc. You can check that out on a video I did. It was super fun. And down here I've got a bit of my Famicom collection. Just random stuff, box stuff that I enjoy, and some loose games and Metal Gear and stuff like that. So this cupboard, I wasn't really sure what I was going to put in here. I don't even know what I'm putting down there. I initially had thoughts of putting in just rare games that I have, but that's so boring. Everybody does that, I don't really care about the value of a game and whether it's expensive or the resale value, the rarity of it. I mean, who really cares? I just like to play it, so I'm just putting in stuff I enjoy, that I obviously enjoy. I've no real place to put the Famicom collection and display it properly, so I decided just to put it there, and I think it looks cool. So I'm just going to do something like that over there, not sure what yet. And let's carry on. I found this Wonder Woman comic. I found it in a thrift store about 2 years ago or something. So this is Wonder Woman number 93. Yeah, I got this for 25 cents, and it's 1950s Wonder Woman comic. I don't know how much it's worth, but who cares? I thought it was pretty cool. She's like pretty rare to find that. I love this. This cover makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Notice there's like mermen
They're riding a submarine. That makes no sense whatsoever. Why they're riding a submarine. And yeah, sure, whatever. I've cleared out that middle part there. That's for Xbox Series X and a PS5. I'll just take that kind of shelf out of there. And those things should be good to go. Not that I'm getting any of those anytime soon. Probably like 2021 I might be getting maybe one of them. I'm in no rush, honestly. I mean, who cares? I mean, the games are just going to be there. Getting on day one, it just doesn't even appeal to me anymore. I just couldn't care less. So, but I do look forward to getting them, even though the PS5 looks like the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life. And found some Pitfall, Atari 2600, cool. Some more of the Famicom stuff I couldn't fit in there. Lots of games. This is old Thunderbirds, Japanese version, obviously. And let's carry on over here. Ooh, Blade Runner gun. Guy made a replica of it. My brother bought it on eBay. Came out pretty good. And that room's a mess. I've been taking stuff out of there. Found all my Blu-rays and DVDs. I sold most of them a few weeks ago. These are just the ones that I really like. Not that I'm ever going to watch any of those, to be perfectly honest. That's why I pared everything down. I just don't really seem to get the time to watch anything. Anyway, this is the stuff I really like that I'm not going to get rid of. A couple here I haven't watched before. Oh, Samurai Pizza Cats, love that. I still want to watch these Ultraman collections I've bought, so, you know, maybe one day I'll get to it. So this room has the most updates since the last video. And there's a lot of little things, not major, but lots of little things. Let's look over here. So, as you can see, the Amiga is gone. So that's a real heartache of a story. I had the Amiga set up with the GoTech and playing ADF files and everything running through the real Amiga. That was the whole goal, set up a real Amiga and play games through there to capture footage, because that's what I've always wanted to do. It worked for about 2 days and then something went wrong. No idea what. It could have been the Amiga could have an issue, the cord that I bought to go to the SCART connector could have an issue, the SCART connection box could have an issue, the GoTech could have an issue, the connections to the Amiga from the GoTech could have an issue. It's endless, it could be anything really, and I've no way of really testing like everything to be 100% certain. So I got really upset and I packed it away. I don't know what to really do about it. I spent like a lot of money and time and effort to like put that all together to start, capturing the footage for Amiga stuff, and it's just disappointed me so much. So I'm really not sure what I'm going to do about it. I'm just ignoring it for now and I'm setting everything else up, so we'll see what happens. So the Xbox original's right there now, and I've got my PC that I got back, that I got fixed. It works 100% awesome now. It actually works better than it ever worked. Got the 360 finally set up. So I'm gonna have to get a better, upgraded Xbox 360 before I start doing footage on that. That's just to test out stuff for now. That I found at a garage sale for 20 bucks, so who cares. And my original one, I think I mentioned in a previous video, it died, so the disc tray doesn't work. Everything else works perfectly, but without the disc tray it's kind of pointless. And if you look here, I've managed to put some shelves up. Got a whole bunch of stuff on display. So anytime you see consoles or whatever computers on my shelves, that means those don't work anymore. Otherwise I wouldn't have working stuff just displayed. That's kind of weird. I want to use my working stuff. Anyway, that Commodore has a sound issue. That thing, I don't even know what was wrong with it, the Genesis. I think there's a power issue. And that Dreamcast, like a whole bunch of Dreamcasts I have, the controller port doesn't work, port 1, so that pretty much makes the entire console useless. You cannot access it. It's kind of a really bad design. These are just random games. I just slapped up anything here for now. And yeah, probably be changing things. And there's Ooh La La, and it's looking kind of cool. I like it. And over there, just just more shelves. Got some more shelves up there. Looks kind of cool. Putting little random figures here and there that I find. My little Gundam and Toad. And over here I got some more shelves. As you can see, there's a whole bunch of stuff up there now. Some Sailor Moon and Luna, Godzilla, the train, ActRaiser. It's looking pretty good. And over here, pretty much the same. So those are those bedside table things I had in the other room. I brought them in here. There's another one that's got all my miscellaneous, you know, stuff I'm using to write while I'm making videos, kind of video equipment, all that. And another one of these at a thrift store again, and I'm gonna put it up there. Pew! Awesome. Got these. That is a shelf of madness. I was just throwing things up there, no rhyme or reason. You got 2 Ripleys, an Adipose, and Baby Groot. And they gonna fight all these dudes, you know. Got the Power Rangers, Megazord, a whole bunch of damn aliens, and Roy Foker's Veritech fighter from Robotech. I don't know why they've joined the bad guy team. There's that Aliens game on PC, the one by Cryo. That's an excellent game, by the way. And another thing I've added is my collection of real action toys. And you can see I got more of them up there. I kind of pick these up when I go to conventions, so obviously there hasn't been any conventions recently, so the collection stopped for this last year almost. But I've got space for one more up there, and then I'm probably gonna put some more over there. What these are, if you don't know, they kind of made to look like 80s toys, but they are like series that are more recent or retro, or ones that didn't get proper toys back in the day. As you can see, I've got all those. And these are just random ones I've picked up that I've enjoyed. The Flash Gordon is not a real action one. You can see that says real action, real action. But he fits in so well with the others, and it's also basically a new toy that's made to look old. So I just slapped it up there. I think it works perfectly. These are just random characters that I enjoy from movies and TV shows and whatevers. And yeah, need to fill that space with somebody. And over here I've got just my random collection of burnt discs. Whenever I go to a thrift store and I find, you know, blank CDs or whatever, I buy them and then I just burn games that I just want to test out or just want to mess around with. Games that are usually ridiculously expensive or just too hard to find. I can play them and mess around and have fun, and you know, that's the kind of thing. I've got Saturn stuff in here, and Dreamcast, and some Sega CD stuff at the back here. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm gonna put that somewhere else, and I like messing around. I love my Saturn. I mean, I've got a massive collection of Saturn and Dreamcast original games out there. But you know, these are just ones that are just weird and I've always wanted to try out, so it's always fun to do that. So here's my 8-bit Symphony I received the other day. It was a Kickstarter. If you don't know anything about it, check out my video I made on it. It's, you know, it's Commodore 64 tracks, soundtracks, being re-recorded by full orchestras. It's sounds super cool. Definitely. Here's the videos I'm kind of working on. This is obviously be outdated by the time this video comes out. This was October. This is me working on November now. I'll mark them off when I've completed a video. As you can see, I make a lot of videos each month. There's a lot, like 12, 13. And they're not just short either, there's some really big ones. This one, I was busy working on the Aliens one. It's probably out already, hopefully, because that's November. Anyway, and I planned quite far ahead. This was December. Some of these things change and get switched around, and the further ahead it gets, the less it gets a little bit more vague. So like, this is January, this is things I'm interested in making, so whether this stays in January or not, probably not, but at least I write it down so I remember, and then I can just push them onto other months. So that's how far ahead I plan. We currently while I'm shooting this is only the beginning of October, so I've already got like the next 3 or 4 months planned roughly, and I've got videos made all over the place, so that's roughly how I do things. Make lists, you know, capture footage and you know, edit and whatever I have to do, you know, shoot sequences, all that kind of stuff. And I think that covers most of the basic upgrades for this episode. There's not a lot of big things happening, but there's a lot of small things that all have to happen for the room to come together. So that's the latest update. Hey, Bastich B here for 64K and welcome to another episode of the Games Room. This is episode number 7. So in the last episode there was a few hang-ups, some major hang-ups. The car had some issues and all the money we had saved up for furniture had to go to the car, unfortunately. What a waste. But anyway, car's fixed, everything's good, and we're actually able to save up a little bit of money, and I've got some major pieces of furniture for this room, so let's go check it out. This episode took place between December 16th and December 28th. So I finally got the shelving I've been waiting for. It's taken a long time. Like I said earlier at the beginning, you know, there's been quite a big gap between showing things in this room because, you know, I just didn't have the money, but now I've got some stuff and let me just show you. First of all, as you can see, I've cleaned up these boxes, just made them all neat. I've redone every single one of these boxes, so everything that it actually says it has in there is exactly what is actually in there. So it's no longer just a big mess of garbage and all the stuff that was just piled up everywhere. It's all been put away, so it's neatened up. I'm gonna have to move that stuff right now. I've got the shelves, as you can see, bookcases. Let me show you a better view here. The for living bookcase. For living. Okay. Here it is, for living bookcase, whatever that's supposed to mean. Anyway, I got this one because it's supposed to be pretty thin, like in terms of width. As you can see here, just going by these boxes, they take up a lot of walking room. And when you're walking down here, you have to kind of squeeze down. That's not what I wanted. So these look like they're roughly about half of that, which is great. This is exactly what I want. I wanted more space to move. I don't want this place to be like some sort of crowded dungeon where it's just like you have to walk sideways down here like this. Anyway, so it looks like it can, like, you know, if you put a DVD in like that, or CD, it'll be just enough space for those. So that's kind of the deal here. I got 2 of them. We're going to be putting these 2 together now, and they are going to go there, starting over there. Hopefully they'll go out to about there, those 2, take up that whole area, and then I can start choosing which collections I can display over there, get rid of a whole lot more boxes. I'm hoping to get all these boxes displayed along here. I don't know if that's possible. Realistically, it doesn't look like it's possible, but some of these still have space in the other room. I've got some areas I'm going to put some things, so it should be good. Over here, I've got all my retro gamers all sorted out in actual order, finally. Okay, so I got another one done. You can see over there. It's so hard to put these together just because I've got limited space. Like, I've got the couch and everything here, so it's really hard to like lay it down and try to put all the pieces together. But it's done. Let me show you what it looks like. And here's the second one. It's looking pretty cool. I'm gonna sort all those 360 and Xbox original games out. This one is gonna be PS1 and PS2. I should be able to get all of these all the way down to there, and those as well. Going by the amount of boxes I just unloaded onto that thing, I should be able to get all that onto that shelf, which is super cool. And then I'll just be looking at a kind of a medium level one, like I said earlier, to go out to there, and I can fit like the rest of the stuff. A lot of that's going in the other room, the handheld stuff, and all the miscellaneous kind of console stuff can go there, and I'll have a lot of space for extra games and stuff that I want to add to in the future. And here is the second shelf. I've put all my PS2 and PS1 games in there. Still got room at the top. I can do a whole lot of stuff there. That's looks terrible. I'll sort that out. Let's have a little closer look quickly. And it's kind of hard to get a good angle here. Anyway, it's my PS1 collection, just your regular PS1 stuff. And obviously the rest is all PS2. As you can see, it's quite a lot, but there's way more if you go down from this angle. You can see, and there's a lot more games there than it looks like it. Yeah, so I'll be going through all of these slowly and showing you guys everything eventually. There's a lot of games to look at, but yeah, I think it's coming up pretty good. And I managed to get all those boxes empty onto that one shelf, which is super cool. So now I'm just down to those and those. Most of those are half empty. They're a lot of miscellaneous kind of stuff, and those ones are fairly full. But a whole bunch of the handheld stuff's going to go in the other room, so those two, a whole bunch out of there, some stuff in there, and a few handheld stuff there and over there. So that's all going to go in the other room. So there's going to be plenty of space to fit the rest of the stuff and still be pretty comfortable. Okay, so it's been a little while since an update. Let's check what's been happening down here. Here's that cool light I showed in my previous vlog. I'm not sure when this is going to be coming out, so I bought that with some Patreon donation. Awesome, thank you very much. Desperately needed that. And over here I've changed up some of the records on the wall. Anyway, we'll look more into that later. And that cupboard, I'm going to get a light for the inside, so when I open it I'll be able to see everything without having to turn on these overhead lights. I really don't like overhead lights. They give the rooms such a dull effect. Anyway, this stuff is pretty much all the same. You know, I love having access to these games to show in videos. They've been popping up quite a lot in videos I've been making recently without access to all this stuff, which is nice. I've always wanted to do that. Obviously this is just a small portion of the collection, and this is taking place after Christmas, so I got a few extra gifts. And this is all my loose PC games, just CD-ROM stuff. So what I'm going to be doing with this, I'll show you. It's going to be above here. I'm going to put some shelves and put all my loose PC games, like the CD-ROM stuff, over there. Then I have access to them to mess around with and show in videos. This little section is coming together nicely. I still need to get like a beanbag to put over there. And this is where I can just chill out and play with my daughter. I can play some old stuff, like real legitimate or real systems. Like we've been playing some PC stuff, and we've been playing like real Commodore stuff over there. I think what I'm going to do here is I've got a VCR player and a Laserdisc player. I'll put the VCR down below there, and I'm going to put the Laserdisc over there actually, and link them up to this monitor so we can just chill out here and watch stuff. I think that'll be fun. It's like a nice little retro corner. And let's see, this is all pretty much the same. There's a few little additions there, nothing much. I got Mr. Data as one of the Christmas presents, so he's next to the Star Trek Federation compilation. That's pretty cool. And over here, I'm not going to show much here, that'll all be in the final tour. Sorting out those retro gamers, like I said. I'm actually archiving everything that's in these magazines. Basically, I'm going through them and I'm finding articles and reviews for things that I might find useful to use in videos as information. So I've been writing down where these are and which issues in a little book. I've done those already. So if I ever want to reference, say, something about a game, I can look it up in the book and see which issue has some information about it. Just makes kind of making use of all my issues of Retro Gamer that I've never used in my videos, which just seems like a waste because they got a lot of great information that I could use. And over here, those are my Epix coasters. Might have seen that on Instagram or something. And it's a little Christmas present, love it. And over here, this is my old action figure. I think his name was Captain Blood. He is from Action Force, which later became G.I. Joe. I put a proton pack I got from Christmas, a little gift. He looks ridiculous. I love it. I'm busy putting the stickers on. Got the Ghostbusters one on there. Yeah, customizing them. Some of my Christmas presents. I was just busy playing Mafia Definitive Edition. Absolutely love it. I played the original on PC in the early 2000s, I believe. It's been such a long time. That game blew me away back then. This is such a cool version. Love it. Got some other stuff I haven't tried out yet. Bard's Tale Director's Cut. It's the newer one. Wasteland 3. And I got Dragon Crown. This is like a new PS4 kind of version. Battle Hardened Edition. It's a cool scrolling beat 'em up. Anyway, got those. I got the Return of Ultraman here, Season 4. Super cool, can't wait to watch it. I love man in suit movies, blowing stuff up. I got a whole bunch of them. I just need the first one. I got this Godzilla collection in there as well. This has got 13 movies. My goodness, this is going to be a marathon. Can't wait to start watching it. And I got that documentary, not for resale. It looked like it was going to be some fun. Gonna check that out. And let's see, my fridge. What? That's all I got left. One chocolate milk. Pretty sad. Anyway, like I said in the previous update, I'm getting that get some sort of shelving there, take care of all those boxes, and then that horrible wall is finally done. Yes, a lot of the handheld stuff is going in the other room anyway. So a lot of this stuff is miscellaneous, like stuff I don't have a lot of games for, like 3DO and PCFX and stuff like that. Anyway, those are the shelves. As you can see here, I got all PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, PSX, and those are all Xbox related. It's piling up to the top. The top has like a kind of indent, goes down like that, as you can see. So these PlayStation 2 games you can't even see there. But on that side I put like a board across, and you can see the games. All those need to be sorted out. It's a big mess. And these PS2 and PS1 games, they need to be sorted out. There's no real rhyme or reason going on here. Show you a little bit closer. PS2, some Japanese PlayStation 2 stuff in there as well. I got a lot of stuff. And this is PSX stuff. I've got a pretty cool collection of PSX stuff. And there's our PlayStation 1, and the rest is more PS2, more PS2. There's a ton. If you actually look up at an angle, there's a million more. And down there's my pitiful PS3 collection. Not a big fan of that system. There's just a few games I like. And over here, Xbox 360 stuff is overflowing. I've got to like sort this all out. I love this system. It's brilliant. It's got some of the coolest games I've ever played. And there's original Xbox, or what I like to call Dreamcast 2, which it pretty much is. Sega supported this thing big time, and some excellent games. Yeah, I need to sort all that out. This Nintendo section is still exactly the same. Got some Mario Kart there and a few little odds and ends I found. Yeah, this all needs to be sorted out as well in terms of order and stuff like that. Anyway, let's go on through here. This corner is like the dumping corner. Still going to be putting handhelds and maybe a big picture up on this side. Just sorting all that out. Found all my DVDs and Blu-rays that I wanted to keep. I got rid of 90% of my movies. I just kept a small collection of stuff I really, really like. Yeah, like Army of Darkness and Samurai Pizza Cats, Akira, Battle Royale, Robotech, Cowboy Bebop, you know, stuff like that. Stuff I really, really like. And got our little mini record player there. I might set this up in here, I'm not really sure. Some blank discs to burn. And let's see what's happening here. So I've got these LED strips up. They are working quite nicely, as you can see. I'll turn the light off to give you a sense of what it looks like. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I've actually ordered a whole lot more of these LED lights. They should be coming any day now. They're going to be going in this room and the other room, and just going to brighten everything up, make it look cool. And so what's happening here, here's all my burnt discs. There's games I'm just enjoying or always wanted to try out, or different versions, you know. I've got a lot of Japanese Sega Saturn games, for example. Yeah, I've got a whole lot of English ones and Japanese ones in there. That's Saturn, that's a hell of a lot. Yeah, there's Dreamcast, I've just started a new Dreamcast pile. That's FrameGrad, the English version, well, English fan translation. I love trying out fan translations of stuff that you never got to, were never released. There's some Sega CD games, and there's 3DO. Some of my arcade sticks I've put up here just so they got easy access to them. And some more games up there. Yeah, this is all pretty much the same. I've kind of changed this corner. This corner's a bit of a mess. I'm sorting it out. That's my daughter's crazy flying fairy. It literally flies like a drone. That thing's crazy. We're busy charging it. Working on the Epics documentary right now. By the time this video comes out, this documentary will probably be out, so whatever. Anyway, that's some of that. And there's the Power 400. I'm busy setting it up for Amiga use, and I'm having a lot of trouble with that. I've got the basic Amiga emulator up and running, but like everything Amiga related, it's just a complete pain to get sorted out. The mouse is not working in the emulator, the controller is not working in the emulator. The sound is a bit of a mess. There's just everything. I know this system can do Amiga perfectly. That's the reason why I bought it. It's got the keyboard, mouse and joystick. It's just everything you need just to play it nicely. I know I could just use the RetroPie, 3 or 4 to do that, but then I have to plug in keyboards and mouses and that and configure all that. That I just keep for like arcadey stuff and console. It makes things simpler. It's actually a RetroPie 4 and 3, put them on top of each other. And it makes it space saving. And yeah, so sorting that out. It'll be a while before be able to use this in videos, but whatever. It's not like Amiga's going anywhere. And yeah, I've been burning some PSX games that have been fan translated. LSD Dream Emulator, I tried that out the other night. Some Japanese game that's translated in English. My god, this game is bizarre. Anyway, I've got a whole bunch here. I'm playing on my Japanese PSX, and I've just got some new chords for these two. So now they're recording on them. They look really good. Some nice HDMI connections. So finally I can showcase some PS2 stuff. And not much else has changed here. Stuff is cool. Movie Monster mouse pad. Super cool. Got my radio walkie-talkie so me and my daughter can talk to each other. And basically she can call me for dinner. Baby Yoda. Yes, I know it's not Baby Yoda. Who cares? I'm calling it Baby Yoda. And got some. I got this whiteboard here, so when I'm editing, I can look over and see what stuff I'm working on. Because otherwise, I just have papers everywhere with little notes. I got sick of that, so I got that. When I finish the video, I just wipe it off the board. These are all stuff I'm working on. I don't care if you pause this and look at that and steal all these ideas. I couldn't care less. I'll just make the video and whatever. Not too concerned. There's a little magazine rack also. You know, books and stuff I'm using for reference at the moment for whatever videos. I put them in here and I can just access them while I'm working. This whole section has made everything just so much neater and easier to access. Some chocolates over there from Christmas. I put that, the C64 mini poster. I just love that thing. Put it up there. That's all just, everything else here is pretty much the same. We've been playing a lot of Xbox original stuff, me and my daughter, because I have access to obviously all those games now. So a lot of games I haven't played before, or she wants to try out, so I've been playing that. And that's some of the brief stuff that's been happening down here. I think it's coming on quite nicely. Again, I'm waiting for like LED lights, and I'll be putting them all around this place, brightening things up so I don't have to use these horrible overhead lights, which I despise. Let me show you over here. Let me get into position. So I'm going to be running some LED lights under this whole railing coming down here. This is coming down to the place, you know, from that angle. You don't usually see it. But I'm going to run some LED lights down there. Hopefully I'll get those in a day or two and put those on. It'll be really cool. And I've still got like all this crazy space coming down here I can use for posters and framed pictures, should I say. I don't like sticking just random posters on the wall without framing them. They look horrendous. That's actually a scroll, so chill out. Hey, Bastich B here for 64K, and welcome to episode number 8 of the Games Room Under Construction. So things are starting to come together even more so. A lot of details are getting filled in now. I finally got my magazine rack. You'll see it in this episode. So get out my retro gamers and stuff. The Nintendo section, which I really didn't like. It felt really clunky. I've redone it in this episode. So you'll see that. I think it looks way better. I also set up a whole lot of my handheld stuff finally. Get those out of those boxes. So we're moving along pretty rapidly here now. So let's jump on over and take a look at this episode's updates.
The following took place between March 12th and March 29th.
So I've been out all morning picking up stuff. Finally got a bit of spare cash. I've picked up some cupboards from these kind of stand things from a Facebook Marketplace deal. I just got that. And I went to a place called Canadian Tire. If you live in Canada, you know what it is. Like a hardware, furniture, just a bit of everything kind of shop. And I got some of the cupboards, the shelving things that I need. So this whole main area here, it's going to be almost fully furnished after I put all this stuff together. So I'll show you all that and we'll go through it. I'm going to show you now where I'm going to put this stuff, and hopefully everything fits, because I didn't bother measuring anything. I usually just go on my gut instinct, which always seems to work. So let's check it out. Okay, so this is the thing I just picked up from Facebook Marketplace. It's like a CD kind of case thing, the holder. Anyway, I'll show you here. Have a look at this. So that's the idea. So there's a lot of shelves here. I am gonna put this thing over there. See that little place there? I haven't measured it exactly, but it's gonna fit there. So that area will be finally full. I'm thinking it's probably gonna put handheld games there. I'm not 100% sure. Once it's up and in place, I'll decide. So those are the boxes I'm trying to get rid of now, like unpack. Those are the final main boxes left, not including my massive tubs. I've got another 5 tubs of big box PC games, but you know, I'll try and put those at various other places as much as I can, but a lot of that's not going to go up, unfortunately. Those are my favorites anyway, so whatever. But yeah, and here are the other things. So I got another one of those cupboards, which are those ones there. So that's how big it actually is. It's that one. See, I got 2 of them there. That takes care of all my Commodore 64 stuff. So that's one of them there. And then I got a one that's like a half size. So that'll be on the end. I'll show you exactly when I put it. So half size, it should be, I don't know, roughly about to there, that piece, which is perfect. So these 2 are gonna go over here. Let me show you. And as you can see, those are all my Xbox 360 original PS2 PS1 games, and you can see it's overflowing at the top there. This needs to be sorted out. So that other cupboard is going to go over there. I hope it fits. It should be about that high. It should go like there. Should go something like that. And then that smaller one should be half size. It should go around about there. Bear in mind, I haven't measured any of this, but to me it looks like it's going to work. So I guess we're going to find out. Let's start putting this thing together.
Американская фирма Technology приступила к производству компьютеров «Персональный спутник».
So we just cleaned it all up and it looks pretty good now. Sitting really nicely here. Probably going to put handheld games on there, I'm thinking, or I'm just going to have a look at those boxes over there now. Look at all those wet wipes. Wow. Thanks Trinity for helping.
You're welcome.
So this is the next day. I've got a lot of things put up. As you can see over there, that's one of the smaller cabinets I've just put together. Put that together yesterday. And I'll show you some other stuff over here. And I'm busy putting together the big one just over there. I'll show you that now. And here's the one I bought off Facebook Marketplace. I put all my handheld games on there. So it looks pretty damn cool now. All of them. I got 3DS and DS stuff. Those are special editions. All the way down to there's a couple Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games in there. Not many, I've only got a couple. And these are all PSP games all over there. I've also got Vita games. I'm probably going to put the Vita games at the bottom there when I find them. They're in another little box. But overall, I think they look super cool. And here's the other little one I just built. So that's going to go in just a little bit, about probably there. The big one is going to come out about here somewhere. It's going to go there. That's it there. I'm busy building it. That's the top half. I'm almost finished with that. That's the back of it, obviously. And I've got all the other pieces there. I'm going to slap that together and put it there. Probably move this just in a little bit, which is cool. So then when you come around that corner, you're not having that thing jutting out there. There's a lot more space, even though there's tons of space. You know, it's nice to have it just a little bit in. And then I'm going to be moving, like I said the other day, a whole lot of those Xbox and PS1 and PS2 games, sort that out, spread them out onto there a little bit. And then I got those boxes still to go to unpack. And those Super Famicom games, those are all original, you know, classic boxes. Oh yeah, there's the PS Vita games, gotta put those there. And here's what the new ones look like now, pushed together. Looking pretty good. Got a little bit of space there, I might put something there, not really sure. My daughter's practice setup. As you can see, maybe a little bit of space wasted there. She had some fun. Anyway, this is the PS2 collection. Like, I'm trying to move it across just a little bit, so I got more space for all those 360 games to spread out over there. And then with whatever space I got left over here, I can fill out the rest. Here's all the PS2, Japanese PS2, my pitiful PS3 collection. Those are kind of like mech games and like inside vehicles. Pile of strategy games there. This is Star Wars games. And then it starts to go really mental. This is like action games. These two piles, just millions of them, as you can see. Just a crazy amount. Anyway, that's racing games all down there. These are fighting games, all these ones, and sports games, some more action games, more action games, two big piles of RPGs, compilations, running guns, first-person shooters, all those. And the pile just fell down. Awesome. So this place is starting to look like an absolute dump. As you can see, just stuff everywhere. I'm kind of spreading out the PS2 games now, as you can see. I've got all the PS2's games spread out. So I found some big box sets, I'll be displaying those nicely. So those are all extra, those are PS2, those are Japanese PS1, and those are English PS1. They're all into sections now. And I've got those two empty, and those are all PS2 stuff. And I've also got space, as you can see, so I can add to the collection. I got space all over, so which is good. And now I've got to tackle this big chunk over here. This is the Xbox original and 360 stuff. So I think I'm going to try and fit the Xbox original stuff here. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I think those are all Xbox original, all of that. So it's not going to be enough space. I might just leave those there and then just spread these out over here. Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet. Yeah, we're stuck in the corner here. We've kind of worked ourselves in so we can't move. We just got so many games everywhere. Look at all these. We're trying to sort the original Xbox. Hey, get that out of the way. Okay. And these are like racing games I'm busy sorting right now. I just did all the first-person shooters, and these are all fighting games. I've sorted those. I'm busy sorting out all the racing ones here quickly. Okay, so I've got most of the Xbox 360 and original stuff. I at least got them all sorted out, so they're in sections now, so it's easy to find stuff. Hi.
Hi.
It's more stuff. More stuff. More stuff. And more stuff. RPGs. And some stuff there. Racing games. Okay, this is later at night of the same day. Finally, we got this whole section done. It took a whole day to do everything. That stuff's not going to be there, it's just there for now. But it's kind of hard to get an angle on this because of the wall over there, so I can't really shoot it from that angle. Anyway, I put a whole lot of box stuff up there, special edition things and boxes of consoles. And down here, so see all those Genesis games. I've already got my Genesis games there. What those are loose cartridges. I hate having loose cartridges, so I just got universal boxes and printed some covers. So those are technically loose games. Those are loose Famicom as well. I put some boxes, and those are loose ones. There's a few loose ones there you can see. And yeah, let me show you closer. And I picked up this game, super cheap, 10 bucks. I want to play it. It looks super cool. It looks cheesy, but it says it's the world's first shark RPG, shark RPG, shark RPG, whatever. Looks great. That's my daughter's. And yeah, so this end one, you can see that's all Super Famicom box games, original boxes. I wish I could display that better. That might just be temporary. I'm still want to try and find a way to display those front facing somehow. Maybe over there or something. Anyway, it's there for now. This shelf over here is just a miscellaneous. I'll go through these when we do the next set of tours properly. Miscellaneous stuff, systems I've just got a small amount of games for. And those are those universal boxes I was talking about. All those too, those are all universal boxes. Those there, all those Genesis games, those are real boxes with Mega Drive games over there. And yeah, some more loose stuff over here. Yeah, all loose. What's this, Stormlord? Yeah, Stormlord. Those are Japanese Mega Drive games there. Found a few of my Lynx games, a few that I have left. And yeah, so it's the kind of box sets up there. And a whole bunch of other stuff. And yeah, it's looking pretty good, I like it. I got space everywhere for everything. So there's always room to grow. And yeah, I put the Atari stuff down here. And yeah, kind of like that. There's Karateka on the 7800. There's some 360 stuff. And PS2. More PS2 over there. Lots of room to grow. That's the old pitiful PS3 collection. And Xbox Original. And Xbox Original. And the rest of 360 stuff. As you can see, it's got lots of room there. I just put those Got a special editions just on display just to make it look cooler. And a little bit more up there. Those are RPGs and stuff, racing games. There's a big Bioshock. I got that at a thrift store for $5. It's got Bioshock 2 in there, plus the album on vinyl, the soundtrack album, and a whole bunch of other stuff in there. Can't believe I got that for $5. That's probably my best score ever at a garage sale. So that is Xbox 360 fighter sticks. Those things are really quality. It came with the game. I think it came with the game. I may be wrong on that. No, I don't think it came with the game. It just was the fighter stick. Yeah, I got that for $10 at a garage sale. So you can open it up, but I'll show that later. And Xbox One, 360. There's some special editions. Got the Hitman trilogy. PS2, you can see there. Grand Theft Auto trilogy, PS2, Dark Souls, Dead or Alive 5. On the end is like Quest for Fame. This is actually a Japanese exclusive. I mean, this game came out on PC, but it only came out on the PSX in Japan. I don't know why. It's in full English. It's just the original English PC game on the PlayStation. If you've never played this game, it features Aerosmith, and it's super cool. You try to start a band, and your goal is to open for Aerosmith. It's basically it's one of the first kind of music rhythm games. I absolutely love this thing. I did a video on it. I'll leave a link at the end. You can check that out if you're interested. So Facebook Marketplace is turning into my local place to find furniture, and I'm finding it for super cheap. I'm getting really cool stuff. See that over there? I just picked that up right now. And before we look at it, this is the Nintendo section right at the end. I just don't like it. It just looks a bit clunky. So that's where this comes in. So just picked this up. It was really cheap. It's one of those IKEA things. It's just a bit dusty. I have to clean it up a little bit. Got some shelves. So that over there is gonna go right over there, right there. And it's gonna clean up that whole Nintendo section because it's really been annoying me. It just looks like stuff piled on top of things. Having it in a shelf and organized just looks way better. I'm gonna take out those two shelves, and those shelves are gonna go probably above there, and then I can put my handheld systems on display over there and some other stuff. So I think that's the plan. And I don't usually do this kind of thing, like, change up stuff that I'm busy doing, because I just go for it, and the stuff I have planned, it always goes straight ahead. But this Nintendo section, just for me anyway, it just looks too clunky. And I think with this shelving, it's gonna look way cooler now. So I'm gonna get about to it, and you'll see what it looks like after I'm done. Okay, all the games are down. I just gotta take out these two shelves now. Now this room's become a big mess again. I'm not sure where I'm gonna put that, to be honest. And NES games, crazy. And here's the rest of the Nintendo stuff all over here. So N64, and Wii U, and massive amount of GameCube and Super Nintendo stuff. Okay, I just got those shelves down, dismantled, and if you look over here now, see, it kind of matches up now with all these other type of shelves. It looks like that. It looks pretty cool when you come down here. Yeah, and I like it. I gotta fill up some holes up there, but besides that, everything is pretty cool. A lot of space up there. So I just gotta grab all the games, sort them out, and put them on that shelf back there. Should look pretty cool when I'm done.
I'm going to save you the agony of watching all that, and we'll just cut to the next day, and then I'll be able to show you what it looks like afterwards. And this is what it looks like now. So much neater, so much better. Only thing is, I couldn't put the Super Nintendo games there, which is fine. I think that was too overcrowded anyway. So now I've got all those Nintendo games there. It's pretty much everything except the Super Nintendo stuff, and obviously Super Famicom. Okay, so we're just going to start off in my main editing room for this episode. It's starting to become pretty much a big mess right now because I've got so many videos on the go, and I'm doing putting a lot of little things together down here. And I've been working like 12-hour shifts, so the place is looking a bit dumpy, but we're going to sort it all out. Okay, that box, I'll tell you what that is now. That's another piece of furniture. We're going to slap that together. That's all the stuff that was in the corner there. I know it's a big dumping ground. That's the leftover movies of mine. I got some cool posters I want to frame. There's my Super Fuzz Terence Hill movie, and that's a shelf that was taken down over there, and probably going to take that one down too. So that is the magazine rack kind of thing. It's going to go over there. It's going to replace that. Hopefully it's going to fit there quite nicely. Put all my retro gamers and maybe some other stuff on there. That's all going out. As you can see, this whole room's a total mess right now. Hi! Hi! And look, there's just stuff everywhere. Busy working on my System 3 documentary right now. By the time this video comes out, that would have aired long ago. That's how far behind this is. That's gaming ideas for videos. Steal them if you want. Be my guest. I'm still going to make them. Yeah, this place is a dump. We're going to start sorting it out now. Okay, so now we're going to get that box over there and start putting this thing together. Okay, so that's what it looks like when it's complete. Pretty cool, and fits the retro gamers and general magazines really perfectly. If you look at this, how perfect is that? Perfect size, perfect. I guess we need to put a few more in there to keep them in. Okay, so now we got to get this stuff out of the corner. I'm not sure where this is going to go yet. This little cabinet thing. Not sure. There's all my burnt games and Baby Groot and a whole lot of trash hidden under there. Like I said, this room's getting a bit messy. Let's get this out of the way and then we can put this cool thing in its place. Okay, so we got that in the corner now. And that shelf is weird. That's I'm gonna have to take that out. I'm gonna leave that one and get some more of those smaller ones and probably put one over there and one over there to finish off this wall. So we're going to start getting the magazines and then figure out where this thing goes. And this is what it looks like roughly for now. Got the retro gamer set up there, and I've put like VHSs in here to kind of hold it all together. You can see that. So we can turn it around. We got stuff everywhere. Copies of everything. Haven't even got enough magazines down there. Maybe I'll put some old ones down there. Let's see, like that. It's pretty cool. It holds my entire retro gamer collection and still has tons of space at the bottom for a whole lot more stuff. I mean, look at all the space I got down here. So this is a bit of a wider shot so you can see it a little bit better, and I've got to fill those little holes up top there, and then like I said, I'm going to put maybe another little shelf over there and maybe one more just over there, and put some big box PC games displayed there nicely.
And yeah, it's going to be right there. This place is looking like a dump. Hi. And look at this place. It looks terrible.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it does. And welcome to episode number 9 of the Games Room Under Construction. I'm Bastich B for 64K. So in this episode we got a few minor upgrades. Finally get all my books. They were all upstairs. I bring them down and I set up my bookshelf in my office here, so I have access to all that stuff. And it's also cool having all that stuff down here now. It just feels more part of like the whole pop culture vibe that's on this level. Also my retro PC corner starts to get sorted out, and there's a few other small updates all over the place. So let's jump on into the episode.
The following took place between April 1st and April 21st.
So haven't done one of these big walkthroughs in a while. As you can see, I've got these lights set up on here. This is pretty cool. I can make it glow whatever color. It's really nice to come down here at night and have that on. Still working on it though. And you can see there's been quite a lot of updates going on here. It's starting to really fill itself out. Okay, let's have a look at this little area here. So this is kind of like a fun little area. This was a piece taken from my Nintendo section. We'll get to that shortly. It was at the bottom there. That Nintendo section looked horrible. I hated it, and I've redone it. You've probably seen it already, but this is the full run through of where I am now, so I'll just explain it. There's the bottom piece. That's filled with a whole lot of games that I've had in a few of the boxes left over that I just haven't been able to put anywhere, and now they're finally out. And I've put the little gumball machine there. My daughter loves that thing. Every time she finds 25 cents, we put it in, she gets a gumball. Those are some of my figures. I've put them over here. They were on the other area. Just put them here. They're looking pretty cool. Those are like retro kind of film noir styled Nintendo posters. They're done by fans. I think they look absolutely brilliant. That's Twilight Girl and New Lincoln Mystery. If you can figure that out, it's obviously Zelda. It's a very, it's like Zelda if it was in the 1930s. And this one as well, this is the Bounty Hunter. This is obviously No Man Was As Deadly. That's obviously Metroid if it was done in like a 1950s style. I think those are super cool. That's Yoko from Gurren Lagann, a really cool anime. And that's obviously Poison from Final Fight. And there's the records, you've seen those before, I haven't changed those out yet. So at the bottom here, I've got my Super Nintendo collection. I didn't know those were down the other area, just stuffed up top there. You couldn't really see them. Now you can actually see them. 99.9% of my Super Nintendo collection is loose games. This is the only one I actually have a boxed version. I'm not a massive Super Nintendo collector, that's why I don't really care too much. But these universal game cases are pretty cool. I just printed out the covers, and it's nice to have them on a shelf like this. And you can see these are just loose games, just like that. And just put them in there, and that's it. It just makes your collection look a little bit more fancy. And over here, these are also loose Genesis games. All these things on here are loose. Made universal game cases for all these ones, all those ones down there. Stormlord doesn't have one. I couldn't find a cover at the time to do that. So this is the same kind of thing, universal game cases. It's a loose copy of Road Rash I had. Now it's got like a box and a cover. I don't know, it looks pretty cool, I think. And here is a whole bunch. These are cassette holders. I found them at a thrift store, but they work really well for Famicom games. This is like Famicom games here. There we are. As you can see, a whole ton of them. We've got some more over there. Some Xevious and a whole bunch of stuff, Dragon Quest and whatever. I think there's some Genesis, those are Mega Drive games, Airwolf and Shinobi 2 and some other stuff. Oops, that's some just Genesis stuff. And some more Famicom. I just spread them out a little bit. They can hold a lot more in there, so that's where I'm putting the really, really loose stuff. That Stormlord is one of those weird Genesis carts that are too big. So it doesn't really go anywhere, so let's put it there for now. And let's turn around here. Now I've added a few little trinkets to these shelves, not much. I'm starting to find a lot of my little toys. I got the genie from Aladdin, that kind of thing. And I got a little Gundam sitting on top there by the satin stuff. Just lots of little things I'm busy adding. Found that Commodore mouse. Don't even remember where I got that from, but anyway, got that. And let's go around here. And I put up my Blade Runner Japanese poster up there. Framed it. And yeah, I think that looks really cool. And over here, what this is another shelf I got. I had it in the other room. I'll show you where I took them out. Changed things up a little bit. And that's like a screen. I'm actually going to put the screen on that window there. It'll make it so I can still see out perfectly. Other people won't be able to see in. But more importantly, it blocks out the sun rays from really damaging anything over time. That's the main reason. I don't like having a dungeony place, but you know, it just helps eliminate that, which is pretty cool. So I'm gonna put that up. I've been procrastinating about doing that for probably a month, so maybe that'll happen today. Highly doubtful. And over here, this is all my loose PC games. You saw them in another episode, I think. Those are just jewel case ones and that. So, like I said before, I'm getting those shelves pretty soon. Put them up there. Put the rest of my loose PC games there. Maybe one or two big box ones will go over there to flesh it out. I've still got at least 6 or 7 massive tubs full of big box PC games, and there's no way they're ever going to all be displayed in any lifetime. So I'm thinking I might be selling some of those and maybe just keep the ones I really, really, really want, and then swap them out on the shelf every once in a while to give it a bit of variety. So we'll see about that. This area's, I've added a lot of little things all over the place here. We'll be going through that all properly when we do the massive tours and stuff like that. And lots of new VHS, Romancing the Stone there, and Smokey and the Bandit. And I found my Blu-ray collection. Like I said before, I've got rid of 90% of my movies, but I've kept some of my real favorites, you know, like Hard Boiled and My Name is Nobody and Battle Royale, stuff like that. Some more VHS there. I found these cool VHS cassette rack things at the thrift store as well. I think they look really nice. I got a few of them. Here's another one over here. You can see there. It holds the cassettes really well. Yeah, I found some cool ones. Navy SEALs, anybody? And it's a lot of little added figures up there. And over here, as you can see that's a little TV VHS combo. It's so nice and cool. And let me show you this thing when it's turned on. And I just slapped in Romancing the Stone. As you can see, it is super cool. I've turned the sound down so I don't get copyright striked. And I've had that. I'm going to have that sitting up there, and it can be playing in the background. You can also watch VHS movies on it, which I think is really cool. Also got another VHS player down there, and it plays through the Commodore 64 monitor. Here's my Laserdisc that plays through there. So I've got all the retroness all set up here. And so down here, I've added a few little trinkets into the display cabinet. Found a few more Famicom games like Bomberman 2 and Elevator Action over there, and a few others. And down here I've added a few more things to the Metal Gear section. I found my Metal Gear NES game, and I found the other horrible NES game, Snake's Revenge. Can't really see it there. it's in there. So a few other weird things. And this is the handheld section. It's fully complete now. You can see, pretty cool. I've got all my handheld games here now. Everything, I've sorted them all out into order, so they're all in some sort of logical game categories. Up here, I've found a whole bunch of my Game Gear boxed ones. That's up there too. The Lynx stuff, even though I don't even have a Lynx anymore. Damn it. And up top here, I've put all my handheld systems, at least the main ones I mess around with. Got the 3DS here, and I got Game Boy Color, Vita, PSP, Neo Geo Pocket Color, and I've got a DS down there, hidden behind there. So I think that's pretty cool. I'm putting a kind of a poster over there. I'm getting it framed, probably today actually. It's actually of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, the Atari Lynx version. I wanted to have it up with the handheld stuff. So that's going to be up there. It's going to be obviously ironed out and it'll look pretty cool up there. And I picked up this game the other day, Need for Speed Payback. Haven't tried it out yet. It looked pretty fun. I like to have a smash at a good old racing game every once in a while. And over here, I've redone this little section since the last episode. I keep on changing these little things, but it's working out for the better. As you can see here, this is just kind of like movies. This is mostly anime over here, or kaiju kind of movies. It's a Bruce Lee little poster. You can see Akira, Robotech, a whole bunch of cool anime that I really like. Baby Dreads, making sure nobody steals any of that. And some weird movies that don't fit in anywhere, like some Wes Anderson stuff. Some Army of Darkness, Evil Dead 2, some Troma stuff, and then I've got some my kaiju collection, Godzilla collections, and Ultraman and all that nonsense. Kung Fury, that's my original version of it. I was one of the Kickstarters, so technically I'm a producer of Kung Fury. Anyway, and that's still the same. That's my Super Famicom Box of Shame. So there's all my box Super Famicom. And here is at least another, goodness me, at least 50 loose carts. There's like everything in here. Rock and Roll Racing, yeah. Played that the other day actually to test it out. And so, yeah, I don't know where that's gonna go. Still trying to figure it out. Trying to display Super Famicom stuff for whatever reason is proving to be very difficult. And I put a few more trinkets up there. That top part is displayed terribly. I'm gonna have to redo it. And yeah, it's a work in progress, so ignore that. You've seen all this in previous episodes. It's all Xbox and PS2 stuff. And I also showed this Nintendo section. I'll show it again quickly. So I've added a few other little things on there. You got a Game Boy Pocket over there, stuff like that. Maniac Mansion. And yeah, all NES, and you got GameCube and Wii stuff down there. And some tiny little bit of Wii U stuff. Yeah, I like that. I like the Nintendo section now. And over here, this section is a nothing. What I'm actually planning to do is get another one of these IKEA shelves, but say nice and thin. And I want to put it right over there. I'll go up there. And I can put anything on there because I've mainly got most of my games out that I'm going to be displaying, so it can be an extra storage. So we'll see how that goes. And you saw this on a previous episode. Here's a little bit more complete. This is my magazine rack. All my retro gamers are on here. Found a whole bunch of my pops. And I've used VHSs to hold everything together here, as you can see. And you can turn this around and it's just magazines everywhere and VHSs, everything being held up together like that. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I got tons of space. I haven't even, I've used 2 racks and I've still got 2 at the bottom for magazines. I've got lots of magazines in that other room. I might put the Nintendo Powers in here because I've got quite a lot of them, and then I'll still have space for retro gamers to grow, so I think that's the plan. And this is the book I was talking about. I don't know if I showed it in the last episode. It's actually an archive of all the retro games I got. So what I did was go through every single issue, which took forever, and I wrote down articles which I can use later for reference guide. So if I want just like specific information about, you know, Resident Evil 2 or Rygar or, you know, Road Rash or whatever, I can have a look and I can see Retro Gamer number 166 has got Road Rash information about it. I've got the whole alphabet here. So that's my little archive. It's going to add a whole lot of more information to each episode, I think, because I use online. I use my own knowledge, I use online. Now I can use all these retro gamers that I have tons of information in. It's going to make the videos better and more informative in the end. Got to take out those plugs because I took out that shelf. I used it to put my handhelds on, and actually I took out 2 shelves. As you can see, there's another one over there to put that in its place. The cupboard thing that was there is over there now. I got drawers, I can put stuff in it, and those are both a mess. I need to sort them out. And I got some lighting, some more LED lighting. I'm going to be putting them up. Not sure if I'm putting it up in this room or the other one yet, who knows. And I was listening to some Japanese city pop. I turned it down so I don't get copyright struck. I like to listen to that while I'm editing or something. I've replaced all the Super Famicom games on these shelves with VHSs because the Super Famicom have got a place for them now. As you can see, like, you know, the Darkman, Robocop, Black Green, Johnny Mnemonic. What? Shut up, Siri. Anyway, and I found Repo Man the other day, super cool. Whole bunch over there. And busy working on the System 3 documentary. This is, oh god, this thing's a beast. It's killing me, but I love it. And I've got a whole lot of videos that are actually 80% complete right now, and I can't finish them and upload them to YouTube because I'm waiting for people to send me back interview material. So all the videos have interviews that I've got with like either developers or programmers or whatever, which I appreciate 100%, and it makes the videos so much better. But at the same time, I have to kind of wait to get them back, and I can't really pressurize these people because they're doing it, you know, for nothing. And so I just have to be patient, and which is not my strong suit when it comes to making videos. I usually crack them out like super quick because I have very, very limited time. So it's just done by, you know, I just have to do it that way. Anyway, so I'm just exercising some patience and I'm working on other stuff while I have all these other incomplete videos just waiting to be finished. My board of videos to be made, I don't even want to look at that anymore. It's too much because I keep adding to it and there's so many videos I can make. It's ridiculous. This shelf, as I've said in previous videos, just this specific one, I hate it. It's displayed so badly. It just looks like garbage. Those two actually look pretty cool. It looks neat and cool. This one, I don't know, it's just a mess. I even took off one of the games over there. I put it up there. Now I got 2 classic point and click adventure games together. Thimbleweed Park, a new one, and Curse of Monkey Island, an old one. Yeah, I'm gonna redo this. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but it's gonna look way better. And there's a whole lot of my burnt games. Haven't decided where I'm putting that. Still a mess down there. Got another mess over there. Still sorting stuff out. So we just took a trip to IKEA, and I've got a few pieces of furniture. Just gonna start finishing out this room. Over here is this kind of cupboard thing. It's the same as one of those. See the one at the end there, my Nintendo one. So this one I'm going to be using for books. This wasn't my original plan, but I think it's going to work out quite well. So I'm going to put this one together, and this one is going to go down here. Excuse the mess. And it's going to go over here like that kind of thing. I'm going to put all my books here, pretty much all my gaming books. I've got tons of graphic novels and just various other cool books that I want to put here. They're all upstairs at the moment in a big pile, and I want to bring as much of them down here and fill it out as possible. And then I got the rest of the small shelves. I'll show you those now. I'm going to put them over here, 1, 2, 3, and one more over there to finish that area off. And I'll show you those ones. They are down here. I got 4 of them, so that's going to take care of that whole room basically. This area here I'm getting ready. I wanted to buy some stuff at IKEA, shelves for year 2. That's the only thing I didn't get today because there was nothing that really fits here. You're probably thinking, oh, that's easy to find, but it's not. It's kind of a weird size, and it's got to go out to about here and not more than that. The reason is there's actually a kind of electricity box behind you. It's kind of hidden. So you go like this, and you see. So I want to have access to that without restricting it. And if I have a shelf that goes all the way to the end, then that little door there can't open. So I need to have access to that in case I need to reset something. So that's why I need, shelves that go like that, somewhere in the middle. And I'm gonna go look tomorrow actually, so I might have some in the next little update. We'll see. And just over here, I also got another picture frame. So this one is gonna be used for my Bill and Ted poster, which I said earlier, it's gonna go right over there. That should fill out that area quite nicely. Obviously want to put lighting in this whole place at some point, but that's not a worry now. I'm going to get that, take care of that. And you've already seen this one, my Space Channel 5 framed picture there. Looks pretty good. I like it. Fits in quite well with that whole piece. So I'm going to start looking a few things over here, and then I'm going to get started putting all these little bits and pieces together. So here's how the Bill and Ted poster looks now. Looks pretty cool up there. That's the original Atari Lynx one. That came in the box for the Atari Lynx game. That's why I put it with the handheld section. It fills out that corner quite well, I think. And I just came back from going out, and like I said, I managed to find 3 of these floating shelf things, and they fit perfectly in that corner, finally. And I haven't put them up yet, obviously, but this is how these ones are going to go. And let's see, get it in like that. And I'm going to probably have that low like that. 1, 2, 3. Then I can finally start putting all these will go on the shelf like that, and sitting like that. And yeah, a whole whack load of those. I got CD covers here, brand new ones. Oops, brand new ones. And as I'm going along, I'm kind of replacing the ones that are, have broken covers and all that. So all the games that are going to be up there will look super cool right next to the other PC ones. My daughter Trinity just wanted to show her puppy.
It's a stuffy wuffy.
Stuffy Wuffy.
That's a stuffed animal.
Okay, and here is the shelf, and I didn't know it actually came with every attachment, which is kind of cool. I just went and bought a whole bunch of extra ones there, but whatever, I got extras. So let's start putting these up. Okay, so I just got the first one all measured out, and I drilled the basic holes. Gonna put these wall plug things in, and then we'll screw it all in and see how the first one looks.
This puppy's going to be helping us work today. It's your snuggery. I'm showing them around the room with the turning it. I'm turning it around a lot so then they can see what's around here. They're going to be exploded when they shoot a whisper. Yeah. I'll tell them. The drill of Daddy's using is running out of batteries right now. on the big one yet. We just started building on the little one right now.
Out of batteries. Okay, so I got a little bit of charge here, so we're gonna try this again. This is proving to be very difficult to do. Batteries keeps on running out. That wall is much harder than I thought it was. The size of this thing is not right. So these wall shells are turning out to be way harder than anything else I've had to do so far. I can't believe it. It's so simple. Let me show you what I've done here. So I didn't think I'd have to use all these kind of studs, but I've had to put it all in here to make this secure. It just felt weird. It was very loose and didn't feel secure. Like if I put a whole bunch of CDs on there, it'll probably fall down. So I've had to use everything. They didn't even provide enough of those wall plugs, so I had to use a whole bunch of my own. I'm going to use it for every little piece there and going to put it on and see how it works. This place is starting to look like, you know, some sort of nuclear fallout shelter. It's such a mess, such a dump. Anyway, that was the hardest shelf I've ever had to put up on any time. I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, I've got the first one up, so the next two are gonna be much easier, but this is taking way longer than I thought. I still want to put that thing together. I think I'm just gonna stop this now and go do that because this is really annoying me. What do you think of this shelf?
Good.
Let's take this through the other room. I got no more space here to actually build stuff. Okay, let's go.
Okay, I'm in the way.
Oh, thanks for the camera assistance.
You walked.
Ah, you got your puppy in the way here.
I'll move that in a second.
Okay, we're gonna put this together in this room. It's the only room I've got space in. Ugh. Okay, so we just finally got that little cupboard together where I'm going to put all the books. I'll show you what it looks like. I haven't put the shelves in yet. And that's what it looks like. It's going to be in that little corner over there. And I'll put some of these like regular shelves, the smaller ones, one over there and one over here on this side of the wall. And then if you look over here, I'm probably going to put, as you walk in here, put some posters over there, some nice framed pictures. And those shelves will be up there too, and put some more games up top. And yeah, hi! Okay, so this is the next day. I kind of got really tired doing that other stuff, and I just quit and did the rest of it that evening. It was just a bit too much. I've moved all my Nintendo Powers, all that whole collection of magazines off that shelf. I'm probably going to put some games over there. I've got a whole bunch of loose Super Famicom games. I don't know where to display them or how to display them. If anybody has an idea of what I can use to display them nicely, just leave a comment. I'll show you what I mean. So this is still one of these boxes that are still left. Kind of want to get these kind of Super Famicom games and kind of have them kind of tiered. Like that kind of thing. Let me show you. Kind of like that, and then another one behind that, another one behind that. That kind of vibe. I don't know what I could use. I bought this makeup, kind of like a makeup thing where a woman keeps all her makeup stuff on it, and it has like tiers like that, but it can only fit two next to each other, and it's just not big enough. It needs to be quite large. Maybe I can display it over in this corner here, something, and put them all tiered. Not really sure if anybody has any ideas. And let's go over to what I was working on yesterday. And here's the reveal. Pretty cool, don't you think? Anyway, I decided to put some big box PC games up there, PC and Amiga, and you got like Second Samurai, Chamber of the Sun, Mutant Priestess. That game goes under the name Cult, I believe, in the UK. Anyway, that's the US name, Elite Plus. And I got all my loose PC games. These are ones I've picked up in thrift stores over the years. I've got just tons of them. Little Dalek there, and I got my Blade Runner car. And yeah, all of these is just Broken Swords, Police Quest, Dark Forces, Interstate 76, Phantasmagoria, etc, etc. And yeah, I've also got this. This has got a whole bunch of other ones in there as well. So I think that if you take a far look at this one, I think it looks quite cool. It matches in with these other bookshelves too. So now I've got my big box PC games there, and then I've got the loose ones. And unfortunately, I've still got about 5 tubs full of big box PC games that I can't even have on display. But there's nothing I can do about that. Got some Japanese chirashis. If you don't know what those are kind of pamphlets they give out when you go to the cinema for movies. So you get like basically they're mini posters. So that's the good, the bad, and the weird. Excellent Western. And this is Sukiyaki Western Django, another excellent Western. Highly recommend checking those out. And I put some stuff up there, as you can see, with some VHS's. Good old Firewalker, what a piece of trash that movie is, but anyway. And this is what that looks like, my bookshelf now. It looks pretty cool. It's got a ton of cool stuff on there. I put these up everywhere, as you can see. Yeah, there's a closer look. Those are all like kind of novels, Star Wars, Dungeons and Dragons, Star Trek, William Gibson novels, X-Files, Hobbits, and Lord of the Rings, etc. This is mainly manga, mainly. A lot of these books on this shelf, and on all these shelves actually, I would say most of these are being signed by the original artists or writers, or a combination of both actually. There's a lot here that are a lot of these books I got at conventions, so I got the opportunity to meet these people and got them all signed. So there's a ton in here that are signed. There's just a massive collection of graphic novels and just stuff I really enjoy. Those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collections are awesome. Tank Girl, Cuphead, I got that the other day. Wes Anderson movies, love that guy's movies. This is my 2080 selection, tons of cool stuff in there. This one, for example, this is Slain. I got it signed by Simon Bisley, the artist, so that was a few years ago, pretty cool. There's more mix of stuff there. This is more graphic novels and all that kind of stuff, and art books, lots of cool stuff here. And more stuff down there, my Tintin collection, and H.P. Lovecraft, and Douglas Adams, and some biographies on the end, Bruce Campbell, Leonard Nimoy. And over here now, there's my magazine rack, and if you look up, I've got those 3 up there now. So that completes that little corner. I think it looks pretty cool again. And as you can see, I'm patching all the walls where I've taken out stuff. I just did that right now. I've got to leave it to dry. I've done some over there. And if I go over this angle, you can see I've taken out that big shelf over there, which I really hated, and I commented on it every time. It was too big and it stuck out too far. If you look over here in this angle, it kind of stuck out like right out to about here. It was just weird, and I don't like piling things on top of it, so I'm actually going to get another one of these thin ones and just display some stuff simply right above there. So it'll be, around there somewhere. So that'll complete that area, and I've got some more of my Chirashis. That's Army of Darkness, that's a Japanese poster. It's called Mr. Supermarket or something like that, ridiculous, awesome. And that's for Glorious Bastards. And that Zangief, real Soviet damage. This is super cool. I got this at a convention, this girl did it, and she signed it there. She made like Street Fighter characters into different things. This is like if Zangief from Street Fighter was like a giant mech robot. I just think it's super cool. Such good artwork.
Hey, Bastich B here for 64K, and welcome finally to the big games room tour. And as you can see, the room is finally finished. I can finally show it to you. It's taken about 1.5 years to complete. Didn't really feel that long. I was just chipping away at it. The whole process has been covered in the Under Construction series, right from episode 1 right up to episode 9. So if you want to see this whole process, how I started from nothing to this, then please check those out. So this is going to be an overall tour of all the sections. I'll show you everything is set up and how it's set up and why I set it up that way. In future episodes, they'll be called section tours, and what I'll be doing, I'll be going through each of these sections, like say the Commodore 64 area or the Sega area, and I'll be going through every single game I have meticulously so you get to see every single one, but those will be future episodes. For now, this is just going to be an overall tour. And that's about enough of the explanations. Let's get on with the tour.
The Games Room Tour 2022.
And this is basically what I call the entrance area. Okay, so let's start off with some of the posters up there. I've got those all framed. I'm slowly putting more and more down, filling up the area. I'm kind of taking my time. I don't want to rush it. Just whenever I get the right frame for the right poster, I'm putting it up. A Road Rash from the PC version. I got Parappa the Rapper from the original PlayStation version. That poster that came with it. I got Golden Axe, Nom 75, Dracula movie. Here is Space Channel 5, the Ooh La La poster for the Sega Dreamcast. I got this in the early 2000s. I had a friend that worked at Electronic Boutique. Electronic Boutique is also known as GameStop. It's just simply known as that in Canada. I don't know if it's known as Electronic Boutique anywhere else in the world, but it is what it is. Anyway, so I got that because he worked there and he managed to get that for me. It was like a promotional poster. Also got the Echo the Dolphin one that came for the Dreamcast, which is pretty cool. You can see I've put these LEDs in here, going all the way up there. You can have them change different colors and all that kind of stuff. I just like it for the entrance. And let's swing on over to here. Here are some album covers, and not just album covers, but actually albums for soundtracks for video games. And we got Streets of Rage, we got Snatcher, Golden Axe 1 and 2, and obviously The Last Ninja 2, one of the greatest soundtracks to a video game ever made. And so I haven't just simply framed these, and you know, I don't really like that kind of idea, framing an album and then you don't have access to it. Then it just becomes an art piece. It's not really usable. So I got these frames that you click the top here and they actually open. And you can take them and swap them out and put another one. So basically it's just like a cool storage unit for them, and it makes them into an art piece, but you can still have access to them to use them. So those are just the ones I got up now. I've obviously got lots of others. And up there, just some VHSs I put up there, you know, to add a little bit of spice to the room. A whole bunch of ones. Battle of the Planets, Stripes, Blue Thunder. I've talked about that a million times on the channel.
And I've just stuck those up there. If I want to watch them, they can simply be pulled off very slightly and the VHS comes out and I can watch it. Nothing in this room has been designed so they've, I don't have access to the actual thing that I want to use. Here's a few little mini posters I've got printed up recently. A few games that I really like, Night Trap, Space Harrier, and It Came from the Desert. I just like those little frames. And if you look to the side here, I recently got this. I'm actually going to be filling these up with soundtracks to games. But in the meantime, I've just put some books that I found in thrift stores and stuff, or that I own, that I didn't have any place for now. This is actually reserved for really games overspill, like when I've had too many, I'll be putting them over here. But for now, these books will be here. The books are all basically adaptations of movies, like The Abyss, you got War Games, Altered States, there's just tons of them. Jurassic Park, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the original Batman movie, that kind of thing. This little middle piece, this is my daughter's gumball machine. Whenever I got change, I've mentioned this in previous episodes, I give her some, a quarter and she has a gumball, she loves it. And over there, I got a couple of figures. This is Poison from Final Fight, and this is Yoko from an anime called Gurren Lagann. I really love that show. And I got some Famicom games on the side there on display. I got these little stands of Etsy, you can see there. They got the printed family computer, I really love that. And I put a few games on here, just interesting games like Ultima, Mario 3, Predator, Ghosts and Goblins, Xevious, Galaxian, whatever. It's just a bunch that have really nice, cool covers. So let's look at what's down below. Okay, so this little section's a little bit hard to film because it's so low, so I have to get down here. So here's a little bit of games overspill from the main section, which you're going to start seeing. Let's start off with this little bit of a Sega Master System selection. I've got a Sega section we're going to have a look at next, but this just didn't have space, so here's where the Master System games go. I've also got a couple of 32X games here, like Star Wars and Virtua Racing and stuff like that. 90% of these, actually almost all of these Master System games are the originals with manuals and all that. I've got a couple where I made my own Universal boxes and printed a cover because I had them loose. A couple other loose ones, I got R-Type and Altered Beast. I'll highlight two games from this little section. This one I picked up the other day. This is Ultima on the Sega Master System. This is super cool. I managed to trade in a whole bunch of trashy games and got store credit and got this. It's got the full manual, full maps and everything, all minty fresh. So I was really happy to get this game for like a really good price, especially considering all the trash I traded in at the shop. Another game from the Master System selection, Phantasy Star, the original one. This is the Japanese version. Really happy to get this too. I met a guy on Craigslist many years ago and he was selling import games. I'll talk about that later. And this was one of them, and he had just come back from Japan. I think I got this for about $15 off him. This is the gold cartridge version. This thing's worth obviously a lot more than that. Don't ask me how much. I don't really care about prices of games, but I'm just happy to have this because it's just super cool. And if you look over here, this little selection here, this is my Super Nintendo selection. I'm not a massive Super Nintendo fan. I never had one growing up, so I've kind of collected it just sporadically in retrospect, but I found a bunch of really cool games. All of these were found for super cheap, like mainly thrift stores and at conventions. I only buy cheap games because I'm cheap, so if it was cheap then I got it. This one I actually found at a marketplace. You can see one of my old thrifting episodes. I actually found this. This is the only Super Nintendo game that I actually got in a real box. This is obviously Arkanoid, the second one, Revenge of Doe. And yeah, I really like this. There's still quite a lot of games here, as you can see. Move this out the way. There's all fighting games, scrolling beat 'em ups, some shoot 'em ups there. And I've also got a whole lot down here, some RPGs and all that kind of stuff. And down here I've got a cassette holder I found in some thrift stores. There's two cassette holders and they fit perfectly for old cartridge games. So I'll show you. These are just a bunch of loose games. These are loose Mega Drive games. This is Shinobi 2. This is loose Famicom games. There we are. Harlad. Some more over here, as you can see. Just tons of them. And some loose Genesis games here. Just haven't had time to make some covers for them. That's Revenge of Shinobi there.
Okay, so that's this whole area done. I've also got this storage cupboard over here with a lot of stuff in it, but I'll go over all that in future section tours. Also want to show you these little shurikens I got stuck in the wall. I got 2 of them over here. They're for hanging hats and jackets. I've had them for a while. They're pretty cool though.
And so this is the first part of the games part of the games room. This section I call the Sega section. Okay, so let's start checking this section out. Let's start at the top. At the top there I've got a marquee for Choplifter, the arcade game. I've got a couple of box systems. That's a Dreamcast. There is a Dreamcast in there. I've got a couple of spare ones. There's a real Genesis in there. I've got that little Genesis Mini. I found that Sonic the Hedgehog graphic novel in a thrift store recently. It's pretty cool. Over here, I'll just show you a quick little thing here. These are 3 framed comic books I've got here. These are just random. I've got a pretty big comic book collection. That's just one of the issues of Tomb Raider comic book where it was released by Top Cow. They did an excellent series on Tomb Raider if you're ever interested. They were in the early 2000s. Check those out. This is Lobo. This is issue number 1. This was a re-release for South Africa. I got it at the time, and it's pretty weird for DC to re-release stuff, especially in another country. Anyway, I got this. I'm a big fan of this character. Over here is a 70s Spider-Man comic. That's a 1977. I've got much older comics, but I just love this cover and everything about it. It's super cool. And back to the Sega stuff. So the top shelf here, as you can see, is just a Dreamcast all over the place. All these are Japanese import Dreamcast games. All these. There's a Biohazard Code Veronica, that's Resident Evil. And over here is all American games, US releases. All there, all those. And these little figures, I got a little Phantasy Star Online and Chun-Li and Sakura from Street Fighter. So just like all of you guys you've probably had collections and sold them and regretted it, just like I have. And my Dreamcast collection was sold many years ago. This I got in probably 2010, 11, 12, around that period. I got all of these games. Most of these Japanese import games I actually got from one guy, a lot of them at least. He was a guy that came back from Japan. I mentioned him earlier. I met him on Craigslist, and he had tons of games he bought when he was working in Japan. He was working as a teacher, and I bought, I would say, 80% of these games from him. And there was a lot of games that are worth a lot of money now. I got these all for roughly $5 and $10 each. So that was a super bonus. Even the really special edition ones like the Resident Evil and all that kind of stuff. Also got this really awesome version of D2. It's one of my favorite games. Super cool. I'm so glad I got this. And all this American stuff or US stuff I got about 80% of it in one go, which was amazing. I paid a lot of money. I think it was about $1,000. I got all these games. I got multiple Dreamcasts, every single peripheral you can ever imagine, arcade sticks, the works, magazines. It was just a massive Dreamcast haul this guy just decided to sell. And I got it, and I was just had the money at the time, and everything just worked out. I've added obviously a bunch of Dreamcast games since then to this collection. Probably my favorite one that I added about 6 months ago was this Holy Grail, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Super hard game to find, super expensive. This was another game, just like the Ultimate game down there, that I actually traded in a whole bunch of trash to a video game store, and I was able to get store credit, and I picked this up. And the second shelf here is all Sega Saturn. That's my measly Sega Saturn US collection. It's pitiful, I know. I used to have a massive collection. Now this is all I got. It's really hard to come across these games. Sega Rally is obviously my favorite here. And the rest are all Japanese releases. A lot of these were actually games I bought when I first came to Canada in the late 90s, early 2000s. I just whenever I sold off collections, I kind of just kept the Saturn stuff. I don't know why. I just love collecting Saturn import games. So a lot of these are still my originals. They never got sold, and I've added a few over the years. A lot of these boxed ones, Enemy Zero, I got that at convention. All these fighting games, X-Men vs Street Fighter, Police and Noughts, all that kind of stuff. That's Sarah from Virtua Fighter. That little bug thing from Sonic the Hedgehog. Little Gundam over there. The stuff I like the most from this collection is probably my fighting game collection. I'm a massive fan of Saturn fighting games, and you can see I've got some pretty decent ones in here. A lot of the ones I really just love. A lot of Capcom and Sega stuff, and these are mainly RPGs and action games. It's a massive mixture of stuff in there. I've got all the Panzer Dragoon games over there, and obviously more fighting games over here. Groove on Fight, that's a really good underrated Atlas game. Okay, I have to take a step down again, so this next section is Sega CD and Mega CD, all up there, and over here is all Sega Genesis games, and there's more down below, and then Mega Drive. We'll get to those. I'll have to lie on the ground. So let's have a look at these Sega CD and Mega CD games. Okay, so the Sega CD or Mega CD was really important for me in the early 90s. I absolutely love this system. I'm a big fan of FMV or full motion video games. I know a lot of people aren't. I don't really care. I absolutely love them. And I got tons of them and a bunch of other awesome games too. One of my favorite games though has to be Road Avenger. This is also known as Road Blaster in the arcades. This was a game released by Data East back in the day on Laserdisc, and yeah, I absolutely love this Sega CD version of it. It's absolutely awesome. Played the heck out of this back in the day. This corner over here is pretty much all just Mega CD games. I got Wing Commander, Ernest Evans, a whole bunch of cool stuff, RPGs, more stuff over here, little Gundam figure. And this is Snatcher. This is one of the very, very rare repros I've actually got. I don't really collect repros. I got nothing against them. This is one I bought off Etsy because I'm never actually ever going to buy this game. It's just too ridiculously expensive. So I just wanted to play it. And yeah, so I got that. These were loose games. I basically just printed covers for them into DVD cases like that, you know, just so I can have them to put on the shelf. And all these ones, of course, I've just collected over the years randomly. Sonic CD, super cool game. I got the 2 limited run releases of this is Rebel Assault limited run. I love the fact that they did these Sega CD games, Monkey Island there, and obviously a bunch of FMV games. Midnight Raiders, anybody? Love that game, it's so bad, it's so good. Supreme Warrior, NXS, like all that kind of trash, love it. Sega CD, I absolutely love that system, I don't care what anybody says. And let's go down to this one. This is the Sega Genesis shelf. Actually, it's got 2 shelves, both of these, this one and this one. This shelf though is 100% original games in original boxes. These are all original games, obviously. Just some of them, a whole bunch of them, I've put universal game cases on because they were just loose games. Pretty much all those there and those there. These are all still original cases. So yeah, there's so many games. I got this recently, Truxton on the Genesis. It's a special edition. I think it's released by Retrobit. Retrobit there, super cool. There's a lot of games here, so many favorites. Absolutely love this system. This was the system I basically upgraded from a Commodore 64. I went to a Mega Drive. I didn't have a Genesis. I lived in South Africa, so everything was PAL, so I had a Mega Drive. But these are games I've collected since being in Canada. There's Sonic and Knuckles over there. Got a whole bunch of the EA big box stuff. I love those. The RPGs were absolutely excellent. Might and Magic, Buck Rogers, Rings of Power, Starflight. I've got Shining Force games over there. A whole bunch of action games. Aladdin, love it. Fighting games, Street Fighter, Championship Edition, you know, a whole bunch of stuff there. More crazy stuff like strategy games. And we go down to the second layer of Genesis stuff. Like I said, these are all loose games. I just printed covers for them, all those ones there. I think these covers come out pretty well if you have a look at it. So this is what it looks like. And there. Again, it's just a big mixture of games, action games and all that kind of stuff. Over here is, those are all original ones. I got Battletech and Altered Beast and all that kind of nonsense. I picked up this Toe Jam and Earl also, probably about 6 months ago at a garage sale, fully complete with manual and everything. And yeah, I have to go down even further. This is as low as I can possibly get. So these are all Japanese Mega Drive games. Again, these are games I got from that dude who brought all these Japanese games back from when he worked in Japan. I got most of these for between $5 and $10 each. Again, this was a time in probably about 2011, 2010. A lot of these games that you see in this room were worthless back then, at least online. The prices are insane now. You could never find these kind of deals. Well, you can always find deals, you just got to be lucky, but that was just almost like a 1 in a million shot. So I got, I would say 80% of these games I got from that dude again. So I'll show you some of the cool stuff. As you can see, just a whole lot of everything here. I got RPGs, Golden Axe 3, Fatal Fury. I got all the Phantasy Star games. I got the Shining Force games, Rambo, Rocket Knight Adventures, just a whole bunch of awesome arcade games. I got the Batman game over there for the original Mega Drive one. Some of my favorites here are the Phantasy Star games. I mean, just look at that artwork compared to the North American artwork. It's so much better, and that applies to pretty much all these games. I really love this small little clamshell version of Batman. Look how small this is. It's like a case for a Famicom game. I'm guessing this is what they were going to use for Mega Drive games in Japan, or Sunsoft decided to use them, but anyway, it's super cool. It's so small. I really like the look of it. One of the weirdest games here, though, is this one. I just had to get this at a convention. I think this was called Mahjong Cop, if I'm correct. It's basically just a Mahjong game, but the artwork is insane. I mean, that's freaking Clint Eastwood playing Mahjong. Why? I don't know. If you look at the characters you go up against, this is crazy. You got some wrestler dude there. You got RoboCop. I mean, what the hell? Look, you got Arnold here. You got a Bumblebee dude. I don't know what's going on here, but it's the coolest, licensing or non-licensing I've ever seen. You can get away with that still in the 90s by just blatantly doing stuff like this. But I just love it.
So that's a basic look at the Sega section, and it obviously spilled over a little bit over there with the Master System stuff. So now let's go into the area that I'm sure most of you guys want to see.
So let's start taking a closer look at the C64 section. So a lot of this collection we're about to look at all over here. This was 50% of it is probably my original Commodore 64 games from when I was a kid. I kept them. That's the only collection I've ever kept fully intact. So there's about 50% of these games here from that time, from the 80s. And the rest of them I picked up in the early 2000s to about 2010 when Commodore 64 games on eBay were absolutely worthless. I got so many games for such good deals, especially bulk deals. I was just buying them like crazy. You couldn't believe how cheap these were. These games are nowhere near this price at this point. It'll be very difficult to get a collection like this, but I was just lucky at the time. I didn't realize how cheap they were, and I wish I'd bought more. So let's have a look at them. This top shelf here just has a Commodore 64 up there, fully boxed, another one. Those ones don't work. They got issues with them. That one's got some video issue, that's some audio issue. No big deals, but I'm not a repair guy, so I don't know how to fix them. Over here, Spirit in the Stones, I picked that up a few months ago. You can see one of my Opening the Shinies episode, I got that. Some Dungeons & Dragons. C64 Mini. This music keyboard I picked up at a convention in Seattle. I paid $15 for it. I thought it was a good deal. I bought a few Commodore 64 things from them for dirt cheap. It's some soundtracks, some SID soundtracks from the Retro Gamer issues. Commodore mouse over there. So let's go to this top shelf on this side, not that side. So these are a lot of clamshell games. A lot of these are original ones from back in the day that I originally owned. I got some cartridge games over here. I got 2 Epix Foslo cartridges. I don't know why. I think I got one of them in a bundle, Attack of the Mutant Camels. And my favorite one here is a very nostalgic one. This I got for my birthday in, I think, 1986. I got this. This is Ghosts and Goblins, the Commodore 64 version. This is the original tape that I got for my birthday. There's a lot of other cool stuff. That's also a game from back in the day. My original Spy vs. Spy, the third one, Antarctic and Rambo over there. I've collected a lot of other stuff also over the last few years that I've been adding to the collection. Way of the Exploding Fist was the first game I ever bought on the Commodore 64, so that's pretty nostalgic. So let's go down to this big hulking selection. And like I said earlier, a lot of these are actually my original ones from the 80s. I would say if there's 50-50 here. I've collected quite a few over the last couple of years, and I've been adding them to fill out the collection. There's nothing really specific here I want to highlight besides this one over here. This is my all-time favorite game of all time. This is The Last Ninja, double cassette, obviously Commodore 64. This I got for my birthday in 1987. This was the year after I got Ghosts and Goblins, so this is the original version, and super happy to still have that. There's tons of other awesome games in here I'd absolutely love. Samurai Warrior. There's a collection. There's a lot of bad games in here as well, obviously. I'm not gonna. Summer Games 2, super cool. Desert Fox, awesome. Jailbreak. This is one of the worst Commodore 64 arcade conversions of all time. I had the misfortune of buying this when I was a kid, and I absolutely hated it. It's a terrible game. The arcade game is frustrating and hard as hell, but at least it's like a decent game. This Commodore 64 version should be avoided at all costs. That's no example of Commodore 64 arcade conversions. There's some really awesome ones. I got a few videos on them. Beachhead 2, great 2-player game. Infiltrator, absolutely love that. Operation Wolf's an excellent example of a arcade conversion. Fist 2, a whole bunch of other stuff, California games. So that's a pretty hefty amount of games over there. Let's go down here a little bit. This selection, if you lived in North America, this is kind of a lot of the games came in these album covers, which I absolutely love. I'd never seen them before coming to North America. I mean, just look how cool these are. They're not as big as albums or vinyl albums. They're a little bit smaller, but they're just really classy. I just love the way they are. You can a lot of them you can actually open up like that. You can see you got the disc, and you got some cool artwork. The 2 companies in North America that mainly used these were Electronic Arts and Accolade. They did a lot of them. Activision also, Infocom, but I mean those 2 did most of them. Just look at these. These are just beautiful. And I love that they don't take up a lot of space, and they're also just filled with the way they designed. They also show the programmers, every one of them, with Electronic Arts ones, which I thought is pretty cool. They never ever give the programmers the light of day back then. These also, I picked up most of these off eBay, and I picked up a couple from conventions for dirt cheap. A little DeLorean over there. There's just a few other random games. Some good ones there. Overlord, that's actually called Supremacy in Europe. You'll probably know that game. An excellent strategy game. I've actually got a video out on that. The re-release, the 30th anniversary, so check that out. Okay, dropping down again to lower levels. This whole shelf is RPG and strategy games, and below that is a lot of arcade conversions and arcadey games. So let's first check out these ones. This is by far my favorite section of the Commodore section, at least. Massive fan of RPG games, especially back in the day. I don't really have time to play them anymore, but I still love them. Sentinel Worlds. I spent so much time playing this game. I wish they followed it up with the, a direct sequel. It says Sentinel Worlds 1 there. They never got to make it. They got to make another game that from the same guys in the same vein, but it wasn't a continuation of this, which is unfortunate. So I never got to see the rest of the story. I got some Temple of Apshai here. There's a bunch of Origin games, Space Rogue, one of my all-time favorites, some Ultima, Mars Saga, super cool. Here's some the Gold Box Dungeons and Dragons games, whole bunch of them there. These two, Neuromancer, Bard's Tale 2, excellent stuff. I got a whole bunch of SSI games there, Gemstone Warrior, Questron 2, Road War 2000, super cool games. This is one of my favorite ones on the C64, Buck Rogers, Countdown to Doomsday. This is done by SSR. It's like on the Dungeons and Dragons kind of deals. The TSR was done based on one of their board games. This game's absolutely excellent. And here we are again, back on the floor. So this is more arcadey kind of stuff, and some compilations and things like that. Lots of cool games down here. That's Creatures, Bartholomew. What an excellent game. And let me show you a closer look at all this. Okay, there's a whole bunch of Cosmi games there. Some excellent stuff. Aztec Challenge, that's my original version of Last Ninja 2 from back in the day. Barbarian games. Those Solid Golds are absolutely excellent compilations. More games here. One of my favorites of all time, Possible Mission. I haven't really mentioned this, but I would say like half my collection is PAL European Commodore 64 games, and half of them are kind of NTSC. That's just the way it's happened, and it's just the way I've been collecting them. Okay, so that was this section of C64 games. Let's go on to this big one over here. Okay, so let's go to the first shelf. Got a little Skeletor here to keep up the 80s vibe. Yeah. Over here there's a whole bunch of games by Access. This is such an underrated company. I definitely need to do a documentary of them in the future. There's so many great games. Mean Streets is probably my favorite. That's one of my favorite Commodore 64 games ever. Over here it's just a random selection of games. Captain Blood, cool game. Willow, one of the worst movie license games on the C64 ever. Unfortunately, I absolutely love that movie. Game is horrendous. Don't play it. Anyway, here's some more random stuff. The Pawn, super cool typing text adventure game, graphic text adventure game. Some more Cosmi stuff. This is a stunt track racer. That's what it's called in North America. If you live here, you know that. But to all us other guys overseas, we used to, we know this game as stunt car racer, not stunt track racer. But anyway, it's an excellent game. I did a podcast on it recently, if you want to listen to that. And this next shelf down, right in the middle here, you just got an overdose of Epic stuff. I love Epics. I don't own a lot of their games, to be honest. I got these North American versions, and I've got a bunch of the tape ones, the PAL ones, like Summer Games and California Games. I wish I had some more of them, but anyway. Over here, Cinemaware, one of the best companies ever from the 80s. I got Defender of the Crown, Three Stooges, and Rocket Ranger, all on the C64. I've got some more of them on the Amiga and PC. I'll get to those pretty shortly, and I'll show you what the rest of them are. And on this side is just a whole bunch of games by Accolade. It's another company I did a documentary for, if you want to check that out. It was the first documentary I ever did. It's probably pretty bad now. I haven't watched it since I made it, like 2 years ago when I first started the channel. Actually, don't watch it. It's probably bad, but these are some brilliant games as well. Apollo 18, excellent. The Train, absolutely love that game. Action Simulation, if you've never played it before. And let's go down to the next level here. Over here is a whole bunch of Microprose games. I don't need to explain what Microprose are. They're a simulation company back in the day. They just made some of the best games ever, and I mean ever. Airborne Ranger, I've got 2 copies. I've got 3 copies of that. They're all different versions. I'm not a person that collects different versions. I just happen to get these at different times, and I forgot I actually had one of them, and etc. Anyway, so I got 3 completely different versions of Airborne Ranger, Stealth Fighter Pirates, Red Storm Rising. I got 2 of them. That's my original one from when I was a kid. The tape version of Red Storm Rising. Yes, the disc version from the North American version. And Microprose Soccer and F-15 Strike Eagle Gunship, all classics. And on this side is a lot of kind of arcadey stuff. These are games released by Data East, at least in the North America. Most of these were released by Ocean and other companies in overseas, or Elite. Anyway, got Commando, Batman Cat Crusader, Platoon, a whole bunch of other cool stuff here. Some Activision games releases. Predator, I love it. Power Drift and Die Hard. Die Hard's become a really hard game to get on the C64. When I got this, I didn't realize how hard it was to find, but trying to find it now, it's an absolute nightmare. Anyway, it's a pretty good game. Okay, we're going down again, and over here is another 2 more shelves of Commodore 64 stuff. This is a lot of like single cassette games, like these little single cassettes like that. That's Eyeball. If you're not familiar with the UK PAL format, they mainly use cassette, so that's what most of these games are down here, cassette versions. Over here I've got the C64 Mini. So this was actually, I absolutely love this thing, and if you're a purist you probably hate me for saying that, but I don't really care. I've got a real C64 and I use it all the time, but this was actually responsible for helping me get this channel made. In the beginning I was using VAS to record stuff, and until I got this though, even though this doesn't have a working keyboard, this felt like I actually had a Commodore 64 again. I know it sounds dumb, but it really did. And my real 64 was all packed away in boxes. I didn't have any studio, I didn't have any place to shoot videos properly. It was really confined to one little corner. So this was the only C64 kind of thing I had, and I really owe a lot to this thing for getting this channel up to where it is. So I'll be forever grateful for these guys that made the C64 Mini, the retro games guys, and really looking forward to that Amiga one. But anyway, it's a cool little system. Okay, so let's take a closer look at this shelf. Got DeLorean over there, some more compilations, Saboteur 2 there, and more compilations. Max Headroom, I got that recently. Grazor, I'm happy to have that. That's Contra if you're not sure about that. This is Staff of Karnath. Absolutely love this. Everything by Ultimate back in the 80s. Ultimate Play the Game. I just love their stuff. I just love this kind of box. It's like all old. They did that on purpose to make it look like some sort of relic. Ultimate just make cool games. This isn't like an isometric kind of action adventure game if you don't know. There's just a whole lot of cassette games, single cassettes. Rockstar Ate My Hamster, love it. Commando, that's the original one I got. This is the second game I ever bought. This is the original Bruce Lee I got in probably 1985. One of my favorite games on the system. And again, we're back on the floor for some more gaming. There's a whole bunch more games. This is the last bunch of the Commodore 64 games we're going to have a look at. These are a lot of games that are in weird boxes, so they're hard to like store. This is Spy vs. Spy, the original version. Favorite of mine, especially me and my friends. This is a weird game. This is Indiana Jones and the Lost Kingdom. It's made by Mindscape, as far as I remember. Yeah, Mindscape. It's kind of a janky game. I don't even know what to say about it. I just love it because it's Indiana Jones. Anything Indiana Jones I love, even if it's bad. But this is a strange, just got one of these weird kind of album cover kind of deals. Got the game over there, this big instruction manual. More games over there, Flight Simulator, Kari Warriors. This is my original one, made by Elite. That's the UK version. That's the one you should play. Do not play the North American version. It's horrendous, okay? And there's some more games. That's the original John Madden football. It's Commodore 64 one. And just a whole bunch of random stuff here. War in Middle Earth, super cool. Shadowfire, got that recently. And this is the cartridge version of RoboCop 2. Don't often come across cartridge versions of Commodore 64 games, especially the ones from the early 90s. I was happy to get this one really cheap on eBay a couple of years ago, so that's cool. Okay, so here we are, finally at the big box PC game and Amiga section. Okay, let's start with that top shelf. As you can see, I'm a big Star Trek fan. I'm much more of a Star Trek guy over Star Wars any day. A compilation I got on eBay from some dude with a whole bunch of other Microprose games. That cool Aliens game, it's pretty rare, it's hard to find that one. It's like a point-and-click adventure kind of thing. And got a Myst, I found it in a thrift store, commemorative edition, Another World. Let's go down to this first shelf. This first shelf is awesome, I absolutely love it. Obviously, it's got Star Trek games. Most of these are really awesome point-and-click adventure, first person. You got like kind of FMV games. Over here in the middle, these are games made by the company called Dynamics. If you know old PC games, you'll know how cool these guys were. Heart of China, Rise of the Dragon, and they made excellent simulations. Over here is more Access games. You've seen my C64 Access games over there. These are PC ones. This Lynx I actually found at a thrift store recently with the expansion pack. One of the best golf games ever made. I got the PC version of Mean Streets, Crime Wave, and some of the Tex Murphy games. I wish I had more of them in big box version, but anyway, maybe I will get them in the future. The second shelf has more gold, well, at least what I call gold. Stuff made by Origin Systems that Richard Garriott set up in the early to mid 80s, that period. And I got some Wing Commander games over here. Wing Commander 3, absolutely love that. Got the Ultima collection, some other Ultima games here. Strike Commander, Privateer, Bad Blood. These are all like RPGs and kind of simulation kind of games, space simulators. And over here we got some game by Interplay. This is called Stonekeep. It's got this really weird kind of cover here. Here it is. It's like a pyramid with a hologram on it. This is like a dungeon crawler if you're not familiar with it. And next to that is a couple games made by Bethesda. This is back in the day when they were kind of an unknown company. It's a pretty cool first-person kind of game. And I got the other Terminator game there too, Terminator Rampage. And this is a shelf that probably most of you guys will absolutely love. This is games made by Lucasfilm. Although I haven't really mentioned it, but 50% of these games are Amiga games and 50% of them are probably PC. There's more PC than Amiga versions, but there's a lot of Amiga games in here. As you can see, I got Amiga Battlehawks, Amiga Their Finest Hour, Secret Weapons of Luftwaffe is the PC version. And as you can see, LucasArts, just tons of their point-and-click adventure games. And here's a whole bunch of the Star Wars games. A lot of these I found at thrift stores. I bought a couple of them online, but most of them I've just been lucky, to be honest. One of my favorite games here, Full Throttle. This actually made me buy a CD-ROM drive for my PC, this game alone, and it's totally worth it. It's one of the best point-and-click adventure games I've ever played. Absolutely flawless. This game over here, Galaxy, this isn't Lucasfilm, it just happened to be here. There's no other place to put it. I just love this little box. It's a PC game, it came out on Steam also, Galaxy. This is just a physical release by IndieBox before they went bust. Anyway, I just love it. It comes with a figure as well, I like that. And we're going to drop down a level over here. This is all RPG games and kind of strategy, RPGs, etc, etc. Tons of Might and Magic games here and Wizardry. Just love all these kind of things. Lots of games by SSR and New World Computing and stuff like that. Over here is more Cinemaware games. Like I mentioned, I got the Rocket Ranger, Three Stooges, and Defender of the Crown on C64, and on Amiga I've got Sinbad and the Throne of the Falcons and Lord of the Rising Sun. This is such a cool game if you've never played it before. This is basically Defender of the Crown but set in Japan. And then I've got a whole bunch of Dungeons and Dragons stuff here. This is some more gold box stuff. Some of these weren't on the C64, so I got the PC versions of them. Got the Eye of the Beholder 1, 2, and 3, which is cool. Lands of Lore. Down here some more Dungeons and Dragons stuff. And yeah, we are going down all again. So this section over here, this is Microprose games. And at the bottom here is all Sierra games. Let's take a closer look at these ones. Again, Microprose just knocking out the simulations like crazy. So many good ones here. F-19 Stealth Fighter is probably my favorite. One of these copies is the Amiga version and one is the PC version. I'm not, like I said earlier, I'm not into collecting different versions of games. I just happened to come across the other version at some point as part of a bundle, so I just kept it. So I got two different versions. And over here is more Microprose stuff. A lot of racing games, Jeff Cramon game, Excellent Racing game, that Grand Prix. I got a Covert Action by Sid Meier, a whole bunch of other stuff here, Silent Service 2, Pirates Gold, what a cool game, XCOM, Terror from the Deep. If you played this one, it's a super cool strategy game, turn-based strategy game. And here we are again, lying on the ground. This is actually kind of comfortable. So these are just mixtures of like Leather Suit Larry, Police Quest, King's Quest, that kind of stuff. All the stuff that Sierra did the best. Some Police Quest games there. Got a whole bunch of Leather Suit Larry games. Got this cool collection. Over here, some more King's Quest stuff. There's a lot of games I'm missing from Sierra. I definitely don't have a complete collection by any means, but these are just ones I've come across. Codename Arsman, that has to be one of the most annoying games I've ever played in my life. But anyway, some Space Quest stuff, which I absolutely love. Quest for Glory, I got Phantasmagoria. These Space Quest games are just epic. I just love the artwork on these two. Here's Roger Wilker. This is the re-release of the original Space Quest. They redid it, I believe, in VGA, just to make them look super cool. Okay, so that's the bulk of the big box PC stuff here. There's still a few more over here in this corner. This section here, I'll tilt the camera down and show you what it looks like. This is what I call the retro computing corner.
So in this retro computing corner, I got a Commodore 64 and an Amiga 500. Also got some old bootleg discs down there. I've got a Laserdisc player over here, which is linked up to my Commodore 64 monitor to watch some old movies. I've got a 90s PC for playing CD-ROM and old disc games. And over here is kind of the rest of the big box PC stuff and loose games. So let's start having a look at them.
So at the top of the shelf over here, got a few more big box PC games. Elite Plus, Chamber of the Psy Mutant Priestess, I believe that goes under the name Cult in the UK, and Second Samurai, awesome action game. And the second shelf here, I got the Seventh Guest, and these are all just loose PC games. A lot of these I picked up in thrift stores. Actually, all of them I did for like about $1 each, or even less than that, 50 cents. I'm really happy to have those. Those are fun to try out in my old PC over here. And on this shelf, a little car from Blade Runner there. Lots of games here. Lots of classic good ones. And got Batman there. And then I got the 11th Hour, the sequel to the Seventh Guest. And some PC CD-ROM stuff, that horrible Rambo game, I just love it. Last Ninja Trilogy, I've got that on. That came on one of the first issues of Retro Gamer. It might have been the first issue, I don't remember. Little Dalek there. There's a whole bunch of more. There's a lot of Sierra stuff mixed in there, point-and-click adventure games. So I have got a few other Sierra games, just not the full big box versions of them. So I like that little corner over there. That's a poster for Blade Runner. That's the Japanese version. I think that's super cool, how to frame that. Here's the PC. If you're interested in what type of PC, it's a compact Presario CDS 520. It's a decent little PC from the mid-90s, and oh yeah, I've also got some more loose games back here in this box, but I'm not going to open all that. This little light I got at a thrift store also. It's pretty cool. I have it over there. Lights up this little area. And like I said over here, this is a Laserdisc player.
Is the thing recording?
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Look out! My daughter comes and throws on a Laserdisc every once in a while. Here we are.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
We're watching.
With the hospitality of the palace.
We have a little sit down here and watch and play. We also come and play PC games over here. Manhunter.
Show them.
We grab something off the shelf, anything random, throw it in and see what happens. It blew up. Pretty fun. This is a whole lot of bootleg games. These are all Amiga games. A whole bunch of bootlegs there. And below is the keyboard and mouse, obviously. And below that, Commodore 64 bootleg games for crazy. These are most of my games from back in the day when I was a kid. This is probably like half the collection. I don't know what happened to the other ones. I lent them to people and they never gave them back. Don't lend your games to people. Don't. They never return them. just a word of warning, there's some original games here, loose ones that I've picked up over the years, but most of it is just bootlegs. Over here is some more mainly original games. Over here, a lot of Amiga demos from different magazines. There's selection, some PC stuff here. Raptor, it's a cool shoot 'em up. This is more Amiga stuff. Got some Cinemaware game, SDR and stuff like that. That's just another little box there. Keep it over there. Throw them in and try them out every once in a while. And over here, I've got an Amiga 500 set up. And everything is set up here that I can just switch them on and they come on to the monitor perfectly. Everything is designed just to work. This, if I put this on, it plays through this monitor, the C64 one. So that's that. That's the Amiga setup. I got a C64. This is an NTSC C64. That's just because I live in North America, and this is just one I happened to find. And it works pretty well. Got the disk drive there. I just loaded up with exploding fist.
No.
Oh. What?
Ouchie.
I got you. Whoa! What kind of craziness is that? And up there we got some Stay Puft and Patrick. And if you look behind you, that's my connection. I just switch the switch and it jumps between Amiga, C64 and Laserdisc, all played over here. The only thing I want to get for this corner is a nice big pillow, like this big square one, so me and my daughter can sit here and be more comfortable. As we are now, we just grab a pillow off here and put them down, but it's kind of janky. But this little corner, I just love it. It just feels like very, it feels old school, like when you used to like take your computer, like a C64, and hook it up to your TV in your lounge as a kid, or even have the PC like sitting off to the side, and people used to play games while other people watch TV. This whole corner is just about messing around with games, just throwing anything in and just having some fun. And let's move on to the next area. This section over here is what I call the pop culture section. So this area has way too much stuff for me to go through, honestly. So this is definitely going to be something we're going to be looking at in the section tours. There's some cool VHS up there. There's just way too much stuff. It's a big mixture of, that's one of my favorite collections of Blur albums. That's my favorite band, by the way. Anyway, let's get on with it. There's so much stuff here. It's all just a big mixture of games, comic books, VHSs, anime, just everything you can possibly think of. This will definitely be covered in the section tours in a lot more detail. That's my Laserdisc collection. All of those are found at thrift stores as well. Some really cool books, some bitmap book stuff, awesome stuff, Evil Dead 2, VHSs, Tank Girl, movies, sticker collections, Dick Tracy, Rocketeer, more albums, video game albums, Centipede, the board game, who knew? There's just so much stuff here. I really want to show you all the little details here on these shelves. There's just so many cool stuff that I've collected, but we'll leave those for one of the section tours, the pop culture section tour. This tour is overall more just about games overall, so let's continue on. And over here in this corner is my modern game selection, so let's check that out. Okay, the section first up here is the Xbox One stuff. There's also Xbox Series X stuff, some new stuff that I haven't got to play yet, but most of these games I've played and I've enjoyed. I don't have that much time to play modern games that much anymore, but 90% of these games were picked up for dirt cheap, like 10 to 20 bucks. None of these, or almost none of these, are bought original, like full price games. I just don't do that anymore. It's just insane to do that. And yeah, some more down here, mixture of RPGs and first person shooters and that kind of stuff. The next modern section is the PS4. I'm kind of embarrassed with this PS4 collection. I think I've got a lot of really cool games, but I've hardly played any of them. It's just a system I just never seem to have time for, which is a bit of a shame. There's a lot of good series on this system. The Yakuza, Fist of North Star, I love that. Whole bunch of RPGs, yeah, Sakura Wars, awesome. Persona 5 is excellent. And a whole bunch of other stuff here. I don't usually go for the big AAA titles, so as you can see there's a lot of weird stuff in here. I find that way more interesting to collect for. And the last of the modern stuff is the Switch section. I just got that Shin Megami Tensei game recently, been enjoying that. I got the shoot 'em up collection. There's some more of the stuff over there, just a whole bunch. Again, I would say 80% of these games I didn't buy full price. That I actually bought full price because I think it's worth it. But and this one, all the other ones were bought at garage sales and flea markets and stuff like that for mainly like $5 to $10 each. And down below is my little Attack on Titan pillow. This is actually a placeholder. I can put more games over here, so there's actually room to expand. It's one of the parts in the room where there is actually room to expand, which is amazing. My Ghostbusters popcorn from when I watch Ghostbusters Afterlife. And we're finished with the modern section. Over here is my glass cabinet I got from IKEA. If you watched the original series, all 9 episodes, you'll know I talked about getting this thing so much until I eventually got it. Let's take a closer look at it. So at the top there is a board game. That's the Goonies. I haven't played it yet. I got it for Christmas. And I got this little VHS combo here. I picked this up off Facebook Marketplace for the grand total of $0. I picked it up for free. Super cool. Put it up there. Have VHS movies playing all the time. Hello Kitty, why not? So this has just a whole bunch of collections of stuff that I like. This is Twin Peaks. This is a whole bunch of boxed Famicom games, and this is a whole bunch of Metal Gear stuff. So let's take a little bit of a closer look at these things. Okay, so this is my Twin Peaks collection. I'm a massive fan of the TV series and David Lynch stuff in general. I got the Laserdisc for the original pilot. This is a vinyl soundtrack for the recent series that came out a few years ago. This is the original series. Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. I got some figures. I got Agent Cooper there, Laura Palmer, Bob, and the weird log lady. This is actually a cup I got from when I went to the actual diner where they filmed Twin Peaks and the actual little town. You can see that in an episode of Loot and Booty. Just check that out if you're interested. I also got that little matchbook. And I got the soundtrack on CD. Almost all the stuff besides those things that I bought. And that I found in thrift stores. Amazing, but that's what happens. You never know what you're going to find. And this level, nothing here was found in thrift stores. So most of this was bought online. This was bought when Famicom box games were worthless, and I was lucky enough to get all these super gems, and a bunch of them I picked up at conventions. There's just Famicom here. That's got Kung Fu Master or Spartan X, whatever you want to call it. And here's a whole bunch of other stuff. Times of Law, that's pretty cool. I got Akira. And just whole Goonies, a whole bunch of stuff. Lagrange Point, that's a really cool RPG. I got Maniac Mansion, the Japanese. These are all the Japanese versions, obviously, by the way. Wizardry, I got Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, Deep Dungeon, all stuff like that. So I just put these aren't all my boxed ones, but this is most of them. So I just love the box art, and the games are pretty cool. And down here's my Metal Gear Solid collection. I'm not some sort of crazy Metal Gear fan, although it definitely looks like it by all this. I love this series, but I'm not a collector of any specific series. Again, this is stuff that just came together. These PSP games I found in thrift stores. This I picked up at a convention, the Famicom Metal Gear. Those PS2s, I got every single version of it somehow over just collecting stuff at thrift stores. I ended up getting all of them. It's crazy. I got Phantom Pain and all that. Snake's Revenge, what a horrible game. Got the 360 collection back there, the NES version. And over there, if you want to see this is David Hayter himself, the voice of Snake. I got to meet him. He signed my Xbox 360 collection over there. I'm not going to open it up and show you, but he signed it, so that was pretty cool. He was a nice guy. Another thing, I've got the strategy guide for Metal Gear Solid 2. I've never actually told this story before, but yeah, it's like a good time to tell it. I just didn't think anybody would believe me, but I'll tell the story right now. So in the early 2000s, Konami was having a competition, not really competition, they had a kind of a thing where you could write in and submit your name and your stats, like your when you were born, where you were born, just your blood type, all this kind of stuff, you know, typical Japanese stuff you see in RPGs and that. And they wanted you to submit your name. You could if you wanted to, and you might have a chance to become a character in a game. And they didn't specifically say what it was. And then a few months later, they said it was going to be for Metal Gear Solid 2. So I submitted my name and my stats, like, you know, when I was born, birth date, country, South Africa, all that kind of nonsense. And I sent it off, and didn't hear anything, didn't know what was happening. And a few months later, I got a message from Konami. I didn't keep the email because I didn't think of it at the time. Pretty dumb, but anyway, I had been selected to be part of Metal Gear Solid 2, so I actually am in the game. If you don't believe me, I don't really care. But if you collect all the dog tags in the game, you'll come across my name, where I was born, my birth date and everything. It's in one of the dog tags. You can find it if you want. It's in there. It's in the game. Unfortunately, the strategy guide doesn't give you a list of all the people that are in the dog tags. I really was annoyed by that when I bought that. I thought it was going to be in there, but it's not. But I'm in the game, so who cares anyway? I guess they thought my name was kind of weird, and you know, because I was from South Africa, I might have seen like a terrorist or something like that. That's why I got included in one of the bad guys. Anyway, so check that out if you want to. If you believe me, cool. If you don't, I couldn't care less. And now let's move on over to the handheld section. Okay, we'll start off with this Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure poster. That's from the Atari Lynx version. I used to have a box version of the game. I don't know what happened to it, but I kept the poster, just like I did in some of that other stuff. So I framed it recently to add to the kind of handheld section. These are all my handhelds I've got. I'm not a crazy handheld guy. I got a 3DS, love that system, played so many games on it. PSP, I got a Vita, super underrated. Game Boy Color over there, and a Neo Geo Pocket Color. Fantastic system. I love all of these, but the Neo Geo, the Vita, and the kind of 3DS, I played those so much. I wish I had more time to play handhelds, but anyway. This first section over here, this is more like kind of bigger box stuff. I got some Atari Lynx games. I don't have a Lynx, unfortunately. I used to have one. I sold it. Very foolish. Would like to get one again so I can play those. It's a whole bunch of RPGs, just stuff I like. I got Shining Soul, the Game Boy Advance. This is a Japanese version. I got Corpse Party there on 3DS. Yeah, some Shin Megami and Persona games. Like I've said, I'm a massive fan of this series if you've been watching the channel. I absolutely love those. I've completed most of those games. There's Persona Q, Labyrinth, and there's a bunch of Game Gear games, boxed ones. Believe it or not, I found all of these in a thrift store for a couple bucks each. They're all complete, and some of them are still sealed. Not that I'm keeping them sealed on purpose, I just don't have a Game Gear anymore to play them, so until I get a Game Gear, I'll just leave them sealed, and when I get one, I'll rip them open and play those games. And this handheld section is full of PSP, 3DS, DS games, Neo Geo Pocket stuff, Game Gear, PSP, Game Boy Advanced, Game Boy Color, more PSP stuff. I got Vita stuff down there, more Vita, Neo Geo stuff, just jacked up with things. I just love Neo Geo stuff though. I think this is one of the coolest handhelds ever made. The Vita is insanely underrated. It's got some excellent games. The PSP, I found all of these, I'll say 90% of the PSP games I found in thrift stores for a couple bucks each. That's how I was able to make this entire collection. I don't come across PSP games anymore in thrift stores. It's very, very rare. There was a time when you would just find these things everywhere. As far as 3DS goes, a lot of these I picked up at conventions, or the DS stuff also at conventions and thrift stores. I was pretty lucky on some of these games. All those box games, obviously, those bigger ones, I bought originals. Like I said, I don't buy
full price games very often, but games that I'm planning on playing all the way through, I'm definitely willing to put a little bit extra money into. Okay, so this is what I call the main gaming area. This is where we sit and play most of the modern games. I've got a whole bunch of big systems set up here. My daughter comes down, she plays Minecraft on my Xbox Series X. I've got a Switch set up, we play Mario Kart and all that kind of stuff. I've got a Wii U also set up, which doubles as a Wii, which is pretty useful. And I've also got a Sega Genesis, a Sega CD combo set up here as well to play some retro stuff on this awesome TV. I'll show you the systems over there. There's the Xbox Series X. There's my Mega Drive Sega CD combo with the big arcade stick. And there's my Switch and a Wii U, you can barely see over there. So this is the smart table. So what this thing is, it's basically a whole bunch of stuff. It links up with Bluetooth to the TV, and it's got massive speakers out each side over there, and at the front over here, and on this side, and it gives you super cool sound. It also doubles as a fridge. This is a fridge drawer. That's where I keep chocolate milks, obviously, great stuff, water, Gatorade, and these biscuit things we're always munching on. So that's pretty cool. Over here we got some drawers. This is where I just keep extra peripherals and controllers, and more down here, different ones for whatever system. Everything we got set up here. You control everything by this dashboard, and you can put on USB lights underneath. There's actually the green light under there. You can't see it now, but when all the lights are off, it glows underneath, so it's pretty cool. You can change the sound volume, set the time, all that kind of stuff. On the side of this thing is very useful. It's got a bunch of USB connections, can connect your phone or controllers to charge them. Yeah, I've got some charging. It's also got a massive plug in here, regular plug, which you can use. I'm plugging it so I can use this light. It's got one on each side. It's extremely useful when I'm making videos, so it acts as like a power deck as well. So that is pretty cool. And let's have a look up here. This is a whole bunch of pop culture stuff again. I'll go through this in more detail in the section tours. I got the Persona boxed edition over there, Hard Target, that's the UK version, the uncut version of that movie. The Ghostbusters sign here, Cobra on VHS. There's Streets of Rage, I got that printed off Etsy onto like a canvas, Supergirl. Up there's got a whole lot more games. That Art of Atari book is excellent. Got Fatal Fury 2 there, AES game. And I've got Star Trek Borg. And I've got another Fatal Fury game there. That's for the Sharp 6800. That's most of the stuff in the main gaming area. Let's move on over to this miscellaneous area right by the entrance. So these two areas over here is a little bit of a miscellaneous. I'll give you an idea of where this is. As you come down, we walked across and looked at all the games and went all the way around this room. But if you go back over here by the entrance and you go right over here, this is where this is. So what this is I've got a VHS player here. We can also watch VHS on here, movies. And I've got lots of minis set up here. I've got a Genesis Mini, I've got a PS1 Mini, and I've got a retro bit over here. This is for playing arcade games. We play them all on here. It's all linked up. You just turn on the system and it comes on. There's a bit of Dynamite Heady over there. Also got a bunch of VHSs here. You can grab these and slap them in over here and just watch it straight on here. As soon as it goes in, it just automatically picks it up and starts playing it.
Got it.
And on the shelf next to it, this is kind of like a little bit of a movie shelf, but it's more to do with anime and that kind of stuff. As you can see, got a Robotech Veritech Fighter here, a bunch of Ultraman series I'm busy collecting, and some Godzilla movies. Got a Power Ranger I found at a thrift store.
Some anime here, a whole bunch of cool stuff. Persona, like I said, I'm a big fan of that. Samurai Pizza Cats and Cowboy Bebop. And these are a little bit of a more obscure movies, like some Wes Anderson movies that I really like. I've got some Army of Darkness and Evil Dead and some Troma stuff, which I'm a big fan of. I've got Akira on Blu-ray, some Robotech collection, and Black Lagoon. There's a poster for Monaco GP, the original arcade game that came out in the late 70s. I got that printed because I really enjoyed when I was making the 70s documentary about arcades. I just love that poster. I think it looks super cool. And below the anime stuff is a random shelf. These are games that just don't have any place anywhere else. I've just got small collections of them. So I got some 3DO stuff, Demolition Man, Wing Commander, and a few other ones over there. I got a Jaguar CD. I got freaking Highlander. I don't even have a Jaguar CD, but I got this for super cheap at a convention, so why not? And I got some Intellivision stuff here. These were all found at thrift stores, and I'm pretty happy to have found those. It's amazing. They're all boxed. And yeah, some more Neo Geo stuff. I got some NBS carts, Puzzle Bobble, King of the Fighters 2003, Fatal Fury 3, which is pretty cool. I used to have an NVS arcade machine. That's a long story. It's very cool having arcade machines, but they are big and bulky, heavy, and hard to move around. And to be honest, the fact that it's gone is a bit of a relief. Over here, I got some Philips CDI games. I bought those online for super cheap. I'm glad I got them. As you can see, some Cinemaware stuff. And then squished into this corner is a couple of PCFX games. I really love the kind of boxes on these games. I bought these off eBay for super cheap. This is Battle Heat. And I don't have a system to play them on, but I just love the look of them, and I love collecting Japanese import games, so I got those. And this one is just a Sharp X6800 game. This is Deathbringer. Pretty cool as well. It's fully complete. I'm a sucker for Japanese RPG games. I just love trying them out. And then there's something a lot of you guys might be interested in. This is my boxed Super Famicom collection. I got quite a few games. I don't know how many, but there's a lot here. A lot of these I got from that dude that came back from Japan. Again, I got most of these for between $5 and $15 each. I got some super good deals. There's a ton of classic games in here. If you look carefully, I'm not going to go through them all. There's just a lot. There's way too many. Tons of Squaresoft games there. You know, got stuff like Front Mission. If you look here, these are boxed and they're in excellent condition. They've manuals, they got everything all complete. You know, here's Godzilla, that chunky fighting game, and I got an Ultima game here, False Prophet, also very cool to have, and many others. So I love collecting for this system, especially box games. I'm not a big fan of collecting loose Famicom, Super Famicom games, but if I can find boxed ones, I'm always on the lookout for cool titles. So because this section is actually in the hallway, it's kind of hard to film here. There's not a lot of space. It's just for walking through and picking up games. So we'll go section by section, just run down all of them, and then we'll get to the end, which is a completely different section down there. So I've got some box stuff at the top, if you can see there. I'm not going to go through all that. It's just a whole bunch of boxes. Most of them are empty. I've got the stuff outside and using them. So this first shelf, PS2 collection. I've got lots and lots of fighting games here, and here's some more, a whole bunch of them. 90% of these games I picked up in thrift stores. You can find PS2 games like crazy. They're getting a little bit rarer these days. I don't find them as often, but there's still quite a lot. These are all Japanese version games. I got those at conventions. Just really strange titles, or ones I'm just willing to mess around with. And if you go down to the next layer, this is more PS2 stuff. So here's like a bunch of shoot 'em up games, more like flight simulator kind of shoot 'em up kind of stuff. Here is a whole bunch of compilations. You can see there's a lot of really cool ones here. These are kind of like turn-based strategy kind of games. And over here I've got the whole selection of sports games. That's all the sports games I got for PS2, which is so minimal if you think about it. I'm not a big sports game fan. I've got some weird ones at the end there, some puzzly things. But yeah, I've got some Hot Shots Golf, Outlaw Tennis, SSX games, just ones I really like. There's a lot of cool games in here. There's too many to even talk about. Front Mission 4, super excellent. I love these collections. That Taito Legends one, the Namco Museum stuff, Metal Slug Anthology, gotta love it. Lots of other great games in here. And this next one down is the PSX collection. If you're not familiar with that, the PSX is what the PlayStation 1 was called in Japan. So these are all Japanese games. I picked up most of these also for super cheap. Got this cool collector's edition of Galarians, which is awesome. Got a lot of cool RPGs, as you can see. RPGs are pretty cheap if you buy the Japanese versions, because they're a dime a dozen in Japan. Got 1,000 arms there. My favorite Japanese title of all time, not Treasure Hunter. Is that the best title for a game you've ever heard? I always bring this one up, it's just hilarious. I've got other like cool stuff, you know, big ones like Clock Tower 2, Parasite Eve, and a whole bunch of Capcom stuff, tons and tons of Capcom stuff there, a lot of fighters, lots of strategy games over here, like, also got this like Street Fighter, the interactive movies. This is a Japan-only game as far as I know, as far as I remember anyway. It's super weird. It's part anime, part sort of fighting. It's bizarre. It was only released in Japan. So all these games, when we do the section tours, I'll be going through everything in a lot more detail, and we'll be checking out every single game. But for now, we're just going through this pretty quickly because there's just too many to cover. Let's go down to the next level. So this is the PS1 section. These are all North American PS1 games. 90% of these I picked up in thrift stores again. Some of them were at conventions, so I'd say 70% thrift store, 30% conventions for these ones. I don't think I bought any of these online. PS1 is pretty nostalgic for me. There's a lot of great titles. The Soviet and Nuclear Strike, I did a video on those dudes. Great selection of games, and it's a pretty big mix. I've got lots of arcade games, there's RPGs, there's a bit of everything. Star Ocean, absolutely love that game. I've got some of the big old box style stuff. This is pretty cool, this is unique. This is a Japanese game, I just didn't have a space up there. That's Quest for Fame, the Aerosmith game. This is an awesome rhythm game. This came out on PC in North America, but it was never released in it was never released on the PlayStation 1 here in outside of Japan, as far as I know. I don't know if it got a European release, but it comes with the pick and everything, so you can like strum like a guitar. This is one of the first rhythm games I ever played, music rhythm games I ever played. I played it on my PC originally. Lots of other cool stuff here. Die Hard trilogy, absolutely love that. Dino Crisis, Metal Gear, obviously. I got Luna Silver Star Story complete. That actually is complete. Lots of other cool stuff here. And it's back to lying on the floor again, and this is the Atari section. It's the only place I could put these. So a lot of these, I've got a lot of the original box games in the original boxes, which is kind of cool. Got those at conventions for dirt cheap. All these ones down here, these were all loose Atari games, just like this, just loose cartridges. And basically I just put them in universal boxes and printed covers to make them look cooler. So I've managed to pick up a lot of the good old classics that I used to have when I used to have Atari 2600 as a kid. So I'm pretty happy with this selection. As you can see, there's a lot of the big ones and the usual suspects. Got them for mostly pretty cheap at conventions. Here's some of the actual real box stuff, which is kind of nice. This is a 7800 version of Dig Dug. Also got Karateka, Tron, Yar's Revenge, and Phoenix. These games are in such nice condition. Again, got them for super cheap. Okay, so we just finished with this shelf over here. We're now moving on to this big section. This is a lot of Xbox 360, PS2 stuff. Okay, so let's check out this top shelf. This is all 360 games. all the way over there. So we've got a whole bunch of like kind of action adventure games, Assassin's Creed kind of stuff. These are all action kind of games, kind of like open world kind of things. And here we've got a whole bunch of first person shooters all over the place. Yes, I bought that. I know it's a piece of rubbish, but I bought it anyway. And here's a whole lot of Halo games and Far Cry and Fear and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a big fan of Battlefield games. These are just the ones I bought originally. Battlefield Bad Company 2 is super cool if you play it in single player. It's such a good single player game. Battlefield 3 is where my love of the series ended, so Hardline was completely different. It was a cop basically game. It's got nothing to do with Battlefield at all. But the games on the shelf I love the most are this little selection at the end here. These are all Japanese 360 exclusive games. A lot of them by Cave. You'll notice them if you're a shoot 'em up fan. I'll just show them quickly off here. And yeah, that's all of them. I got most of these, bought all of these on eBay back in the day when I actually had money and they weren't as expensive as they are now, and they were all at least 30 to 60 bucks each, so they weren't cheap, but I'm glad I got them when I got them because they're such a good selection of games. And let's go down to the next level here. This is more 360 stuff, another big chunk here. It's got some horror games here, lots of ones I really love. Deadly Premonition, absolutely love that game. These are more horror related. Resident Evil Revelations, the Dead Space series, some Silent Hill, Splatterhouse, super cool. Devil May Cry, Castlevania, Lords of Shadow, tons of good games there. This section is a little bit more like, more of these open world kind of action adventure games. As you can see, tons of them. Bloodstone, that's a super cool game. And Bioshock, Fallout, some Grand Theft Auto stuff. Over here is continuing on with the action stuff. You can see this is pretty Shadow of the Damned. Absolutely love this game, it's so underrated. Suda 51. Space Marine, that's also pretty great. And lots of other ones here. Vanquish, that's awesome. And over here we got some more. It just keeps on going. Bayonetta, one of my favorites of all time. And Stranglehold, super underrated. Tons of other good ones. This Captain America game is surprisingly good. Alan Wake, that's excellent, by Remedy. Way of the Samurai, really underrated as well. There's a lot of great games on the 360 if you've never used this system at all. There's a lot of gems you can find for really, really cheap, so it's a good sort of system to collect for. And let's go down to the next level. This is more PS2 games. There is a ton of them here. So over here we got more like, more action-y kind of games. That X-Files game is awesome. Primal, very underrated. Tons here. Destroy All Humans. Lots of other great games here. Up here we got more of the kind of action style games. Bear in mind, a lot of these games I found in thrift stores for absolutely nothing. I can't believe how lucky I was. And Red Dead Revolver, that's super cool. Shinobi, Okage, that's a good like kind of action RPG kind of thing. So is that Nightmare Before Christmas, the original Yakuza, and Scarface, gotta love it. Over here is a bunch of horror games, got quite a lot of them. Devil May Cry's, we got some The Thing, Clock Tower 3, super like Killer 7, awesome. Siren, Silent Hill 2, classic. These Evil Dead games are fun. The first Buffy the Vampire Slayer game is really good. This is the second one, unfortunately. I've got the first one on Xbox Original though. And over here, this is a whole bunch of more action games. Got some Tomb Raider stuff here. I do have Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, which is one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. I just got that as a reminder of how bad games can actually get. Winback, these are underrated. So those Headhunter games. There's a whole bunch of Onimusha. That's the Onimusha collections. There's another Grand Theft Auto trilogy collection up there. And this is the RPG and weird game shelf. I've got a lot of PS2 RPGs, as you can see. Trying to get down here so you can see a little bit better. Got the Xenosaga, got the whole thing. I got lots of Persona and Shin Megami Tensei games. Like I said earlier, I love those series. Some Wild Arms and Final Fantasy. Yeah, it's just tons and tons of good RPGs. The Shadowheart games are awesome. Monkey Island, I love it. And over here, more RPGs, Full Metal Alchemist, Star Ocean, Rogue Galaxy, you know, just endless all the way up there. Over here is a little bit, some James Bond games. These PS2 era James Bond games are really good as far as I'm concerned. They really captured the essence of the movies. Super Monkey Ball, Ape Escape, a bunch of weird games. Over there's leftover games. There's some, just like kind of action mascotty kind of things. You got Sly Cooper and Ratchet and Clank, stuff like that. Some Prince of Persia, the Getaway games, both those gangster ones, those British gangster games. Both of the true crime games also up there. So it's kind of a big mixture of games on this level. And we're down to the final level here, right at the bottom. This is more PS2 stuff, as you can see, all the way over there. And a little bit of PS3 in the corner. So yeah, we've got a bunch of racing games, and there's Outrun there, Coast to Coast. It's one of the best arcade racing games ever made. And you got Smuggler's Run and some Burnout games. Over here, we've got Midnight Club, Crazy Taxi, some Simpsons games, lots of other good ones. Over here, this is first-person shooters. I haven't got a lot of them. I'm not a huge fan of them. Just pick them up whenever I find something interesting. Time Splitters there is pretty great. No One Lives Forever. It's definitely not as good as the PC version, but still decent. Here's a Hitman trilogy I found not so long ago. Here's some more of the Medal of Honor and Brothers in Arms and all those kind of things. And over there's my pitiful PS3 collection. Anyway, these are a few games I've just come across over the years, which I thought were pretty cool. I just wanted to have them. Okay, so we just finished this shelf over here. Now we're just moving on to the final big section before we look over there. And on the top here, we've got 360 games all the way across there. So this is the RPG and racing section. As you can see, RPGs and strategy games. Operation Darkness, one of my favorites of all time. Tales of Vesperia, super excellent. Resonance of Fate is so underrated. And we've got more over here. These are more the common stuff like Dragon Age, Mass Effect, and that kind of stuff. And yeah, we've got some Dragon's Dogma, excellent. And the special edition of The Witcher 2. Absolutely love this game, so good. And over here, in this little area over here, this is all my Xbox 360 racing games. Got some Forza stuff here. Ridge Racer, Project Gotham, Sega Rally, Revo. I got some Forza Horizon up here, and some destruction game like Full Auto. Over here is just Need for Speed games, a whole bunch of them. And the next level down here is a whole bunch of kind of stranger games, a little bit of mix of everything. So we'll start off, some more of my shoot 'em up collection. This is Artemedius Excellent. And I got some more shoot 'em ups here. These are shoot 'em ups that were released in English. That's why I put them over here. All over here, Akai Katana, excellent game. Dodonpachi Resurrection. I think this was a PAL. Yeah, it's a PAL UK release. I had to import that one. But it still was released in English. And Raiden Fighters and all that. I might as well just start on this side. And over here, Dead or Alive 5. Killer is Dead. It's another Suda 51 game. That is super bizarre. I love that guy's games. And I got some compilations over there, which are always cool. He has a bit of kind of flight simulator kind of games or simulation games. These are a bunch of mech games. I love those mech games. Those Battle Station, Pacific and Midway are really good. These are strategy games, so Civilization Revolution is awesome. XCOM, Enemy Unknown, wow, what a great game. And over here, these are fighting games versus fighting games. I absolutely love these on the 360. Street Fighter vs. Tekken, super cool. Dead or Alive 4. I've got some Persona, Arena, King of Fighters, whole bunch of stuff. This is a steelbook case for Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Definitely not the best of the series, but anyway. And over here is my pitiful collection of sports games again. Not much. Probably the best one out here is probably Virtua Tennis 4. I absolutely love that. I played the hell out of it. Some okay stuff here. Now we're going to go down to the last 3 shelves. 1, 2, and 3. These are all Xbox original stuff. So I got a lot. Xbox original stuff again was just like PS2. I found them in thrift stores like crazy over the last 10 years, but they kind of become pretty rare recently to find out in the wild. They're definitely not as common. I still find them, but definitely not as common, especially all these kind of weird titles. Like, you're probably not going to be finding House of the Dead 3 in a thrift store anymore. I mean, you can always find anything in a thrift store, to be honest, but, you know, it's just not as common to find that now. So these are all kind of first-person shooters kind of games, all those ones. These are some more of them. As you can see, just a ton of titles here. All these Rainbow Six games. I don't think I'll ever actually play these. I've played a few of them. I might get rid of some of these because I have no real attachment to them. And down here I've got some Far Cry games and stuff like that. Next we go to the Versus section. A whole bunch of Versus games here. These I really love. Capcom vs SNK 2, super cool. Dead or Alive Ultimate, played that like crazy online. But some wrestling games are pretty good on this. Spark Out, that's pretty rare. I got that for super cheap. I don't think the guy knew what he had. Def Jam, those things are worth a lot. And here is the whole bunch of racing games, all the way down there and there. Reckless, I absolutely love that. My daughter was playing LA Rush the other day. Crazy Taxi 3. Some more Project Gotham, Midnight Run, Burnout. A lot of this stuff I've got on the PS2 as well, but the Xbox versions were actually better as far as I'm concerned. Some more Need for Speed games. There's actually quite a few games here that I don't have for the PS2, so that's why I got them on 360. Some Test Drive and some MotoGP stuff over here. And down to the next level. This is kind of like, you know, vehicle like flight simulators and kind of controlling mechs and that kind of thing. All those ones over there, some pretty cool titles. Those Mech Assault games are really good. Panzer Dragoon Auto, I love that. And these are some of these Bond games. I've got a few ones that I don't have on PS2, so that's always cool. Russia with Love, that's pretty good. Over here we got a whole bunch of Star Wars games. I'm not a massive Star Wars fan. Like I said earlier, I'm more of a Star Trek dude, but there's some pretty decent ones in here. And here's my pitiful Xbox kind of sports section, very small. Of course I got Outlaw Golf, some SSX, Amped. That's basically Microsoft's version of SSX, but just more realistic. And here is a whole bunch of compilations. There's some really good ones here. I love this Capcom Classics one. It's got so many good games. I mean, look at all those classic arcade games. And I got some more Taito Legends, Mega Man, Sonic Collection. I got some weird games here that don't fit in with anything. That Pirates, that Sid Meier one that released in the early 2000s based on the PC one. This Xbox version is extremely good. Totally recommend getting it. And here is a bunch of RPGs. These are action RPGs and traditional RPGs on the Xbox original. And you got all the big hitters. Morrowind, play that for hours, that game. I got this really bizarre Shin Megami Tensei game that was only released in Japan. It's called Nan. It's not a very common one to find. Pretty happy to have that. I got that for pretty cheap as well. And some more Kingdom Under Fire, Knights of the Old Republic, you know, all those kind of things. There's a little Grand Theft Auto corner with some Ninja Turtle games, TMNT, and yeah, these little box sets are really cool. It's got Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, very nice. And let's go down to the last level. This is really hard to film at. I'm kind of lying on my side. It's really hard to show you exactly how many games are down here. Trying to get a decent shot. Anyway, so we've got just a whole mix of stuff here. Metal Gear, Gun Valkyrie, it's really good. That 50-cent Bulletproof is cheesy fun. The 360 one's way better, Blood on the Sand. But anyway, and Rain of Fire, that's actually surprisingly good. Armed and Dangerous. There's the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer game, which is really cool. The sequel is kind of lame. Obscure, that's really good. Over here we got Robin Hood Defender of the Crown. That's the remake of Defender of the Crown, if you don't know. Fatal Frame 2, I got that from a game store recently. Again, I traded a whole bunch of trash and I got that. I got that and Spy vs. Spy. I remember getting both those at the same time. Those Evil Dead games are surprisingly fun. And a whole bunch of other stuff down here. Some pretty good titles. This pile over here, Cold Fear. This is a really good game. It's so underrated. If you ever come across this, you should check it out. It's like a Resident Evil kind of game set on a boat. And this Castlevania, Curse of Darkness is super cool. I definitely recommend that. They've got the Blinks games, those are fun. Those X-Men Legends are really good. The Suffering 1 and 2, both of those, awesome games. And there's some Tom Clancy stuff, many Splinter Cell and stuff like that. Got the 2 Blood Rain games, really good action games. Max Payne 1 and 2. The Lord of the Rings and Spider-Man, some more generic stuff, but still pretty good stuff.
So trying to film in this area was really difficult because I couldn't go back far enough. I've tried to show it as best as I can. I've got a bit of a better view here with this wide angle lens. Shooting the close-ups with a wide angle lens, however, looks absolutely terrible, so I try to avoid it. Anyway, let's move on to this end here.
And there's not a lot of space here, so just get past there, and this is obviously what I call the Nintendo section. Okay, so this Nintendo section's at the end of the hall here. As you can see, I got all NES games all down there. Those are all NES games, just a whole bunch of stuff. All these games I got for dirt cheap, between $5 and $10 each. I put them in universal game cases just to make them look cooler. They were all loose. I've got the Wii U, got a Mario little remote control up there. This is the Japanese version of Super Mario 64. I got that with a bundle when I traded a bunch of stuff with some dude. I was really happy to get that. Here's some more Famicom box games. I've got Legend of Kage, based on the arcade game. Here's a Thunderbirds game. Who knew they made that? I wasn't even aware. Let's go down to the first section here. This is N64 and Wii U and some leftover NES games. I got a lot of NES games. So the N64 was never a favorite system of mine. There's a handful of games which I really enjoyed. A lot of them are here. See some wrestling games there, a lot of good wrestling games actually. Star Wars Racer, obviously, that was a great game when it originally came out. Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, love that. Perfect Dark, great. I don't own one single N64 game besides that Japanese version that are actually in real boxes. These are all just universal game cases. These are all loose games I picked up, and I printed these out and put them in there. I just like it to have it on that, to have them on a shelf like that. And here's some more NES games. This is actually a real boxed NES game. I haven't got a lot of those. I've got mainly ones loose that are in universal game cases. Lots of good titles. Here's a good old Wii U section, not a lot, but these are all quality games nevertheless. It's kind of an underrated system. Deserved a lot more. Tokyo Mirage Sessions is excellent, so Xenoblade Chronicles X. And obviously Wind Waker, it's a tough game. I played that originally on GameCube. This is easier than that version for sure. Bayonetta 2, obviously, got to get that. If we go down to this next level, this is mainly just NES stuff. I've got a Game Boy Pocket there with the Game Boy camera that works perfectly. I've also got the printer with the link cables, so I got that for super cheap when they were selling a bunch of stuff at a game store, so I was lucky. This is an NES. Whenever you see a system on a shelf in my collection, that means it doesn't work. I would never put working systems on shelves. I don't like wasting that kind of thing, so this doesn't work, so I just put it on display. That's Maniac Mansion. I got that at a convention actually. That was a cool find. And it's a bunch of RPGs and action RPGs. Got more Ultimate action happening here. Ultimate Exodus. That's pretty cool. Lots of games hidden behind you if you want to see them quickly. A lot of good titles. A lot of stuff based on actually computer games that I played on my Commodore 64. That's the things I usually go for. I like to see the differences. Of course, I'm a Star Trek fan, so I've got this. This is a real boxed version. But got that at a game store in Calgary here in Alberta, so that's pretty cool. A whole bunch more of like RPG or action RPG kind of games. The next shelf down is definitely arcade games, arcade conversions. 90% of them are arcade games. So I got all, Gauntlet, Shinobi, Renegade, just Operation Wolf, Elevator Action, just tons of cool stuff. Gradius, super cool. Bionic Command is quite a good version of it, even though it's its own thing. Mappy Land, Narc, Double Dragon, a bit of everything here. Silkworm. Over here is a bunch of kind of like Mario related games, Mario 3, Super Mario Brothers, Punch Out, that kind of junk. And down below is my GameCube collection. This whole collection, not one of these games did I buy from an actual convention. All of these were found in thrift stores. These were found in about 2010 to about 2012. These games are just being unloaded into thrift stores, just like PS2 and Xbox original stuff, and I just picked them up for like basically $1 or $2 each. And these games are all worth a mint now. I don't really care how much. Again, I don't care how much they're worth. I'm just mentioning that I found these for dirt nothing. And unfortunately, you can't find GameCube games like this anymore. These are really hard to find. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's some good titles here, some average stuff. I still found one the other day. I found Killer 7, that's a good version on that. Luigi's Mansions, my daughter's favorite game on the GameCube. And there's a bunch of Mario related stuff, a whole bunch of cool stuff. These Rogue Leader and Rebel Strike, fantastic games. So these Resident Evil remakes, totally worth it. And some more, a little bit more generic GameCube stuff. Custom Robo, I don't remember where I found that. It was definitely a thrift store, I'm pretty sure. Here's a Japanese version of Tales of Symphonia. It's kind of cool the way they have like such small little boxes for these things. I mean, look how small it is compared to a regular box. It's almost like a Switch version, just fatter. There's Link's Crossbow. I found that in a thrift store as well. Here's some more NES games. Those are kind of like sports games. As usual, my sports game collection is very small. And the final part of the Nintendo section is the Wii selection. You're probably thinking, this is all just shovelware garbage. Surprisingly, there is a lot of good Wii games out there. You just got to really look for them and, do your homework. There's a couple of shovelware titles in here, definitely, but mostly these are pretty good titles. A lot of Mario stuff there, Monkey Ball, a whole bunch of some Metroid games. Over here we got No More Heroes 1 and 2 and those excellent Trauma Center games made by Atlas, Skycrawlers and Pandora's Tower, fantastic. That's Sakura Wars and Lost Story, those are all excellent. So there's a lot of good games. The Wii also has excellent selection of light gun games if you're interested, like House of the Dead collection over there, like 2 and 3, you got the Mad Dog McCree and Resident Evil. Super cool light gun games. And over here we got some compilations, the good old compilation selection, bunch of stuff. Zack and Wiki, super underrated. And these are a little bit more generic and easier to find games. And over there is just the rest of them. That Indiana Jones game is absolutely terrible, unfortunately, but it does have Fate of Atlantis, the point-and-click adventure game, as a hidden bonus on that disc, so that makes it totally worth buying just for that.
So this finishes off the Nintendo section. I have to shoot this with a wide-angle lens because I'm coming around this corner, as you can see. A whole lot of other stuff over here. Let's look at this first, and this is what I call basically the book section.
So before we have a look at all these books and stuff, let me just cut back to here again. And you can see the entrance, you can see it much better now. There's some games up top there. And these are movie posters and VHSs. I just made like a little display here. It's just a fun little way to introduce this section. And these posters, these little mini ones, these are called chirashis. These are Japanese movie posters that you get given when you go to the cinema. It's kind of like as a bonus for going to the cinema, I guess. You get these little collectible posters, and that's where all of these ones come from. Inland Empire, I'm a big David Lynch fan. You got George Romero's The Crazies. You got some VHS's, and you got Sukiyaki Western Django. Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, Lost in Translation, excellent movie. Invasion USA, absolute cheese, but I love it. The Good, the Bad, and the Weird, excellent. Young Guns, and David Lynch's Lost Highway. So it's just a whole bunch of ones that I've collected over the years. I put them on display there. So we'll start at the top. There's a few big box PC games and V on VHS, the original miniseries. Up top there is just a whole bunch of novels, just leftover stuff. These are all things I found in thrift stores for a couple dollars. A whole bunch of William Gibson novels, Douglas Adams, all that kind of stuff. A whole bunch of Star Wars and Dragonlance, Dungeons and Dragons stuff. So this first shelf here, this is just a whole bunch of manga. This is all obviously English manga that's been translated. Got Triange, I was busy reading that. I got up to 8, never finished it. I've got to finish it. Gunsmith Cats, again, I'm a big fan of this. I'm a big fan of Kenichi Sanada, his work. I just think his stuff is excellent. I actually got to meet him at a convention in Seattle, and I got him to sign this original Japanese version. There he is, Kenichi Sanada, 2014. Yeah, some more manga related stuff, although I have got some James Stacco stuff in here as well. Not really manga, but doesn't really fit in with anything else. It's just weird. Some more Kenichi Sanada. This is Cannon God X Axion. It's kind of a cool series. It never finished as far as I could figure out. I don't know whether it was just the English translation they never finished it, or the original Japanese version never finished. Who knows? I got some Ghost in the Shell, got the original Japanese version and the English translated version, which is pretty cool. This shelf has got a whole bunch of awesome stuff here. It's Teenage Mutant Ninja collections. These are just absolutely beautiful. You should definitely check these out if you're a fan. They're just done so well. Got a bunch of volumes of Tank Girl there. I found that Cuphead in a Chapters, which is like a bookstore over here in Canada. I was pretty happy to find this. A whole bunch of issues of Empowered by Adam Warren. I got those signed. Got the Wes Anderson collection of movies. I'm a big fan of his movies, so I had to get that. This is just a whole mixture of graphic novels and stuff like that. Almost all of these are signed. When I went to conventions, I got them signed by the artists, which is pretty cool, like Bruce Timm. And I got Gail Simone to sign the Batgirl. I got Brandon Graham to sign King City, all that kind of stuff. So that's a lot of cool stuff I'll never get rid of. And this next shelf has a ton of 2080 stuff. If you obviously, little baby Dredd there. Whole bunch of Judge Dredd volumes. I got some Rogue Trooper, which is fantastic as well. Nemesis the Warlock, Bad Company, ABC Warrior. All the usual suspects for 2080. Over here is a whole bunch of just random stuff. I got the first volume of Akira in English. I got this one actually signed by Stan Sakai, this Usagi Yojimbo. He's the creator of the whole series. There we are, Stan Sakai. I also got him to sign my Commodore 64 video game, which is pretty cool. I forgot to actually show that. Anyway, some more manga related stuff. High School of the Dead. This George Lucas book is actually really cool. Came out in the mid-90s. Happened to find it in a thrift store not so long ago. Really surprised because it's worth a lot of money, but got it for a few bucks, so awesome. This next shelf is just pure graphic novels and kind of art books. I got rid of most of my graphic novels because I'd read them all and I had just too many. It would have been like 4 of these shelving units just full of them, but I just got rid of them, traded them, and I got some other stuff. Tobin Spirit Guard, Ghostbusters, I think that's pretty cool. Over here is just obviously ones I've decided to keep. Saga, I've actually got the first issue signed, so that's pretty cool. And I just decided to keep these ones. I really like them. I've read most of them. Archie vs. Predator, got to keep that. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of art books. These are all fantastic. This Master of the Universe one is awesome if you're into that. And Grindhouse, that's the making of the Robert Rodriguez, Quentin Tarantino movies. And down at the bottom here, it's pretty hard to see. Got some Dune. I got a whole bunch of Tintin collections. These are really nice little compact versions where they compress a few of the books into like these smaller versions, so it makes them easier to read if you want to like collect a whole bunch of them. This Captain America one by Ed Brubaker is absolutely excellent. It's a whole story. Fantastic. Can't recommend that enough if you want to try out some comic book stuff. And I've got Seconds by Brian Lee O'Malley, who did Scott Pilgrim. That's actually very good. Some Douglas Adams, H.P. Lovecraft, and a bunch of just generic kind of autobiography kind of things. I got some Bruce Campbell books, which are great. I got those both signed as well by Bruce Campbell. I got I Am Spock. Unfortunately, I never got to meet Leonard Nimoy. And there's some books over there I still got to sort out, so just ignore that. A lot of Tintin books and Asterix and stuff like that. And that pretty much covers this little book section. I'm going to step aside and let you go in here and let the camera spin around so you can get a little bit of a lay of the land of this whole next room. Okay, so let's start off on this little corner over here. This is what I call So let's check out the top first. There's a whole bunch of big box PC games up there. I'm not going to go through everything. You can see for yourself what they are. A bit of VHSs also in there. Over here, just quickly, I got a whole bunch of action figures. Those are all those reaction things. They were made, you know, for toys that never got original kind of action figures, or like newer stuff that is just kind of cool to collect. I kind of pick a few of them up every once in a while when I go to conventions. They're usually about $10 each, so it's not a big investment. Got old Toxie up there, Snake. There's just so many good characters up here, so I just love collecting those whenever I can. So let's get back to this. So this is the magazine section. This houses all my retro gamers and Nintendo powers. I've got a lot of them. Up here I've got my Zap 64 annuals. I just keep them up there because they're too big to fit in here. As you can see, just issues of Retro Gamer. This whole thing spins around, which is pretty cool. So it holds so many magazines, as you can see, just tons and tons of them all over the place. And I put these little, I put the VHSs in here to hold these magazines in place. And I put little pops all over the place. As you can see, VHSs. Little Thor over there, and down below here I got all Nintendo powers. I got these all from one person. I bought like a massive collection. I got it for like about $50 for about 100 issues, which is crazy. These things are worth a lot of money. Most of them are in good condition. Some of them are a bit beat up, but most of them were actually really, really good. So I've got tons and tons of them all over the place here. And the rest of them are all Retro Gamer. Collect that as much as I can. Whenever I see it, I always pick those up. They're excellent. And this next section is just a whole lot of console setup. So how I've tried to set this up in this room is to make it as convenient as possible, not only to play, but also to record footage. So all these are set up. All I have to do is just flick one switch and I can both record and play any one of these systems. There we've got a Sega Saturn Japanese version. There's Street Fighter Alphas on there. And yeah, we got a American Dreamcast. I've actually got a Japanese one as well. I just got this one out now because I've been playing some American games recently. Over here I've got a Super Famicom, and over here I've got a GameCube with the Game Boy Advance adapter, which is pretty cool. So my daughter comes down here and chooses a game and messes around with them every once in a while. This is also easy for me to capture footage without any hassle. I like capturing it from original hardware if possible. If not possible, then no big deal. I have got HDMI connections for all of these systems. Those two share the same one, those two on their own ones, so that's why I can capture these and they can look actually pretty good as opposed to looking like real dumpster fires when you try to capture with AV connections. Yeah, some little memorabilia, you know, from Cowboy Bebop, Stay Puft. I got a little Lego John Wick dude there. Dungeon Dragon starter kit, Toonstruck, excellent PC game. And let's flip on over to this little corner. I'll show it quickly here. Okay. And yeah, we got a whole bunch of more stuff on the shelf. Some big box PC games and VHSs, some C64 stuff. Lots of stuff I just really love. Have on display. Sailor Moon there. And up here, I got this cool poster from a Retro Gamer issue. That's Deckard's gun from Blade Runner. And Toxic Crusader, the cartoon series. That's a bunch of soundtracks to games. I'm actually going to put them on there on the beginning by the entrance where I said I was going to put them. Haven't put them there yet. Here's another little shelf. Got Tron and Desperado and Dragon Wars. What a cool game. And this little section is also for capturing game footage, as you can see. And over here, and just messing around. It's got a Power 4 and 3. I got Lords of Thunder here playing through there. Have some fun. I got a PS4 over here, and like I said earlier, I just don't seem to ever get around to playing PS4 games, but I do get to use it as a Blu-ray player, which is pretty bad, but anyway. This is Drive-In Delirium. This is part of a series. These are showing trashy old, kind of trailers for garbage movies. I'll absolutely love this. You should check the series out. I've only got one volume. I'm going to get some more of them. I love it so much. And over here you can see I've got a PS2 and I've got a PS1, the small little version. This is actually a PSX, a Japanese version. I use it to play all my Japanese games, and as well it's got a mod chip so you can play burnt games like there. And this is actually my original memory card from 1996, I believe, my Final Fantasy one. It's got all my old save games, which is pretty cool. Just still got that thing still kicking around. PS2, both of these, again, everything's got HDMI connections at the back there, so I can pick, I can get the best quality I can for at least those old systems, make them look fairly decent. And moving over into this little middle section here, this is a poster I got for Hard Boiled, one of my favorite action movie of all time, John Woo classic, absolute perfection. Over here is a recent edition. I showed this on my social media recently. It's like a modern kind of cassette deck, plays cassettes, some of my old cassettes here. Plays these old suckers, of course, and that's a radio, can play MP3s, got Bluetooth connection. Somebody said this brand is absolute rubbish, but I don't really care. This serves my purpose really well. It just plays cassettes. It sounds okay. It doesn't sound horrendous. It sounds fine. Its radio stations sound good. MP3s sound decent. It's just something for the room. It looks cool and it plays music while I'm editing, so that's all I really wanted. That's a little cut from Trash Taste. It's a podcast. If you don't know about that, check that out. Good old Trash Taste. I love that. And over here is my C64 Maxi. So I got my original one outside there, in the other room by the retro section. This one I use for capturing footage for the most part. I also use VAS on my computer over there, but over here, this is mainly for capturing footage of games that use a lot of Commodore 64 keyboard action. So if I'm going to capture it for RPGs or flight simulators, stuff like that, I want to use the original Commodore 64 layout because I know how to play those games. So it just makes it easier using VAS to capture RPGs and that, and trying to use a PC keyboard with the layout that's different. It can be a real pain. So that's what I'd mainly use that for. But all the other Commodore footage I usually capture with VAS for arcadey kind of games. This thing has been fantastic. I love it. I know people hate it. I couldn't care less. Again, it serves its purpose. It does everything well. It captures footage. That's what I need it for. And this is my little editing corner. This is where I spend 90% of my time when I'm down here. That's a junky IKEA chair I've had for like 10 years. I still haven't upgraded it. And anyway, I do all my editing here. Voiceovers, everything gets done here. Simple. Get it done. Over there, it's just some more display stuff. Got this cool X-Men poster from the Genesis game. Some more big box PC stuff. This is Space Rogue on the X6800. Can't believe I got that. That's super cool. Some VHSs. Here's some more games and stuff. those are doubles of my LucasArts stuff, so I wouldn't separate them from the ones I got out there. I just got doubles. I wanted to display them, so I put them up there. Laser Squad, awesomeness. Some more cool games and VHSs. Black Rain, what a great movie. Over here is my little board where I write whatever kind of episodes I'm busy working on, that kind of stuff. I got a Metal Gear Peace Walker, got that off eBay many years ago. Glad to have that. And we'll move on to this little section at the end here, the final piece. So this table over here has more stuff to capture games with. I got a 3DO over here. Unfortunately, my S-Video connector for it fried the other day, so I can't actually show you the 3DO in action. System still works fine. I just got to get another one so I can connect it up here so I can capture footage. So I can't capture footage, I can just play it right now. I got that at a gaming store also probably about a year ago. I traded a whole lot of trashy games and I got store credit and I got this 3DO. So I think that's the best way if you want to get high dollar stuff in thrift stores. In gaming stores, sorry. Just trade your junk. Just trade a lot of junk and you get store credit and you can get whatever you want. It's the best way to do things. Here's my original Xbox. Got some Crimson Skies going on there. And this is my original Alienware computer that I used for editing when I started this this channel. I got that. I actually had it before that, but this one is the one I edited, the first year or two, first 2 years of this channel. I edited all my videos on there. Then I upgraded to the newer Alienware over there. But anyway, so because it's got a disk drive, I use it to burn games for my PSX and my Saturn, play like really expensive games. Yeah, I can put more cartridges. I haven't used that anywhere, but that's what I use that for, so it still gets its good use. And if you look up here, we've got more stuff on display. I have some mini posters, Time Girl and Road Blaster. Those are Laserdisc games from the 80s. And Turbo, it's a Sega arcade game. And over here, this is just a nice little display, I think, of just random stuff. Johnny Mnemonic, the PC game. I got the Outrun soundtrack, and I got the soundtrack to Thunderblade and Galaxy Force 2. Got that recently at a convention. Got some Sonny Chiba movies, of course. So up there are two consoles that are broken, that's why they're on display. And I got, the Genesis and Dreamcast, and some more big box PC games and Amiga games all up there. Bunch of really cool ones. And that's pretty much all of it. Here's another cupboard. I've got a lot of stuff in there. I'm not going to show that now. That'll be more for section tours. There's also this door over here that goes into storage. Tons of stuff in here. That's all storage stuff. Christmas decorations and all that kind of nonsense. But I've also got a whole bunch of tubs full of big box PC and Amiga games in here. I've got about 5 or 6 full. So there's a couple hundred games in there. Got no more display space for them, so whatever. And over here next to these walls of games there's another door. This goes to a full bathroom and all that. I'm not going to show that either. It's got shower, bathroom, everything. It's pointless to this video, but it's all down here, so it's very convenient. And yeah, I think, wow, I'm exhausted, but I think that pretty much wraps it up for this tour. And that's it for the big games room tour. Thank you for watching. Hopefully it's given you some ideas for your own games room maybe. And I'll be doing one of these each year just to, see all the changes and all the new additions. So look out for the next one in February 2023. And I just want to thank everybody that's come along for the ride right from episode 1 all the way up until this one. It's been a pretty cool journey. And thanks for joining me, Bastich B at 64K. I hope you had a good time. If you can please like and subscribe, they'll be greatly appreciated. I'll see you next time. Cheers.